The starter dungeon opens in half an hour, and no one is willing to team up with Yang. So what if he has a unique hidden class? The skeletons he summons have only 1 point in every attribute. They can't even beat a demon rabbit. What a shame. He used to rank first in both academics and combat at Tianshui No. 1 High School. Comments kept coming from both sides of the line. I stood before the entrance to Tianshui City's first starter dungeon, surrounded by more than 2,000 graduates waiting to enter. It was 8 in the morning, and only half an hour remained before the dungeon opened. But it took me several seconds to accept something else. I was no longer the person I had been in my original world. One moment, I had been staying up late reading a novel. When I opened my eyes again, I had become an 18-year-old graduate in a world where everyone awakened to class. More than 500 years ago, Blue Star had undergone a great transformation. Once people turned 18, they could participate in an awakening ceremony. Class ratings ranged from F to SSS, while any class that had never appeared before was designated a hidden class. And what I had awakened yesterday was a unique hidden class, the Necromancer. I opened my status screen and checked the most important information first. Name: Yang. Class: Necromancer, unique. Level 1. Strength: 10. Spirit: 10. Constitution: 10. Agility: 10. Talent: Soul Link. Share the vision of all your summoned creatures. Skill: Skeleton Summoning. Consume 1 spirit to summon 1 skeleton for battle. I tested it immediately. A thin-boned skeleton that looked ready to fall apart at any moment appeared inside my summoning space. Information: Skeleton. Level 1. Strength: 1. Spirit: 1. Constitution: 1. Agility: 1. Spirit Amplification: 0.1%. I stared at those numbers, and the hope that had just risen in me quickly went cold. Even a level 1 demon rabbit, the weakest monster in the dungeon, had attributes ranging from 3 to 6. If a skeleton like this faced one head-on, I would probably have to lose 2 or 3 just to trade for the rabbit's life. An ordinary necromancer needed roughly an hour to recover 1 point of spirit. At that rate, summoning 3 skeletons would require 3 hours. The supposed late-game strength of this class depended entirely on surviving long enough to reach the late game. Just as I was about to reassess my entry plan, 2 notifications suddenly appeared. Host class detected: Necromancer. God-tier skill system successfully bound. Skeleton summoning has evolved into a God-tier skill. I reopened the skill description. God-tier skeleton summoning. Consume 1 spirit to activate the skill. After activation, automatically summon 1 skeleton every second. I read it twice before confirming I had understood correctly. The ordinary skill exchanged 1 spirit for 1 skeleton. The God-tier skill charge that cost only once, then added another skeleton every second afterward. That meant 3,600 skeletons in an hour and 86,400 in a day. 1 skeleton was certainly fragile, but once their number passed several thousand, the enemy would no longer be facing a squad of summoned creatures. They would be facing an ever-expanding undead calamity. In the brief time I spent calculating, more than a dozen new skeletons had already appeared in my summoning space. The entire situation had changed. Yang, didn't I tell you to give up on the starter dungeon? The voice came from beside me. I turned and saw Han Ishu approaching with a team. She was the childhood friend of this body's original owner. 10 years ago, my parents had saved the Han family during a monster tide outbreak and died as a result. Afterward, the original Yang had devoted most of his time and resources to Han Ishu, helping her hold second place on both the school's academic and combat rankings. But during yesterday's awakening ceremony, she became the SS rank origin healer class known as the Daughter of Holy Light, and her attitude changed immediately. Qinyang, standing beside her, was the boyfriend she had just made public. He had awakened the SSS rank Origin Mage class, Envoy of Heavenly Fire. His talent multiplied the damage of single target skills tenfold and the range of area skills tenfold. Han Ishu pointed at Qinyang as though she were assigning a tool that already belonged to her. Since you came anyway, I can have him bring you along. Once we're inside, put all your skeletons in front to protect him. You don't need to worry about anything else. The class-specific skill scroll dropped by the final boss will go to Qinyang. That way, he can place first in the dungeon and compete for a spot at the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp. The final boss of the starter dungeon dropped only 1 class-specific skill scroll. Only the person who obtained it would qualify for the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp selection, and the training camp affected one's chances of admission to the 3 supreme academies in Jingdu, Jinghai, and Jiangnan. Han Ishu wanted my skeletons to absorb damage for Qinyang and wanted me to surrender the soul reward, yet she described that arrangement as helping me level up. Qinyang walked up to me and raised a hand to pat my shoulder. Bro, I know about your history with Ishu. Follow our orders once we enter the dungeon, and naturally, I'll carry you. I raised my hand and knocked his arm aside. Don't touch me. Han Ishu's expression darkened. Yang, how can you be so rude to my future husband? It took a lot of effort for me to convince him to bring you. Looking at the entitlement on her face, I finally understood what the original Yi Yang's 3 years of effort had meant in her eyes. Aren't you misunderstanding something? The person who needs someone else to carry them today isn't me. Han Ishu froze for a moment, then sneered. What else can you do if you don't protect us? If you follow Qinyang, you can at least receive a little experience. Without us, who would team up with a necromancer who can't even defeat a demon rabbit? I don't need any of you. I looked at Qinyang and added, my skeletons won't take hits for him either. As for the scroll dropped by the final boss, the reward belongs to whoever kills it. Qinyang's teammates immediately began speaking on his behalf. Some stressed that the envoy of Heavenly Fire was an SSS rank class. Others praised the daughter of Holy Light's healing, and still others advised me to recognize the difference between us. Han Ishu took out several spirit recovery potions and held them toward me. Take these. Summon more skeletons after we enter the dungeon. As long as you protect us, you can safely coast along and collect experience. I accepted the potions and crushed every one of them in front of her. The liquid ran through my fingers and spilled onto the ground. The surrounding voices fell silent with it. A few potions in exchange for every summoned creature I have, plus the final reward. Han Ishu, you aren't helping me. You're only trying to squeeze out the last bit of value I have. Her face flushed red. You've really lost your mind. Without Qinyang's protection, entering the dungeon is suicide. That's none of your business. Before she could continue arguing, Zhao Guofeng, the principal of Tianshui No. 1 High School, walked to the front of the line. The starter dungeon is now open. All students will enter in order with their teams. The entrance lit up. Ignoring the shouts behind me, I stepped into the dungeon alone. You have entered the dungeon, Azurewood Forest. Towering canopies blocked most of the sunlight, leaving only a few dim rays between the trees. I had taken only a few steps when a demon rabbit sprang from behind a tree root. Demon rabbit, LV1. Strength, 4. Spirit, 3. Constitution, 4. Agility, 6. I opened my summoning space and released all 300+ skeletons I had accumulated while waiting. The dense grinding of bones merged into a single sound through the forest. The demon rabbit twisted in midair, but before it could land, the first row of skeletons surrounded it. Several bone blades fell at once. It struggled only a few times before its life ended completely. Killed LV, 1 demon rabbit. Gained 1 EXP. That exchange showed me the strengths and weaknesses of my current forces. The skeletons had only 1 point in each attribute, and one desperate struggle from the demon rabbit scattered 3 of them. But during the few seconds the battle lasted, 7 more skeletons appeared in my summoning space. I had lost 3 and gained 7, so my army was still growing. Spread out and search for monsters with me as the center. Surround and kill any target the moment you find it. Soul Link fed the image seen by every skeleton into my mind. I did not need to search for prey personally. I only had to adjust my orders according to the views arriving from different directions. Kill notifications soon began appearing one after another. 2 or 3 minutes later, golden light descended over me as I leveled up. Level increased to LV2. Level up rewards. +1 to all 4 base attributes, and +5 free attribute points. I placed all 5 free attribute points into Spirit. For a necromancer, Spirit did not merely affect skills, it also amplified every summoned creature. As for my own defense, I kept a ring of skeletons around me at all times. Monsters at this stage would have difficulty breaking through them and reaching me. Name: Yeong. Class: Necromancer, Unique. Level 2. Strength: 11. Spirit: 16. Constitution: 11. Agility: 11. At the same time, all my skeletons rose to level 2 as well. One skeleton still was not particularly strong, but their number increased every second. The more prey there was in Azurewood Forest, the faster I leveled. The higher my level became, the stronger every newly summoned skeleton would be. This starter dungeon, originally meant to eliminate the weak, was becoming the perfect weapons factory for me. I inspected my upgraded summoned creatures first. Information: Skeleton. Level 2. Strength: 2. Spirit Amplification, 0.16%. Spirit: 2. Spirit Amplification, 0.16%. Constitution: 2. Spirit Amplification, 0.16%. Agility, 2. Spirit amplification, 0.16%. The skeleton's level rose along with mine, while the amplification ratio depended on my spirit. At this stage, a 0.16% bonus was nearly meaningless. But if my spirit eventually grew into the hundreds of thousands, or even millions, the result would be entirely different. An ordinary necromancer's problem was still that they could not survive long enough to reach that point. Skeletons with 1 point in every attribute often had to lose 2 or 3 of their number to kill a single demon rabbit. Recovering enough spirit through meditation to replace those soldiers would take several more hours. My situation was the exact opposite. God-tier skeleton summoning replenished my forces every second. 2 hours meant 7,200 skeletons. Weak individual attributes were no longer a fatal flaw, because no loss could keep pace with the growth of my army. Keep searching. Expand the hunting range. I sent the new skeletons in my summoning space into the forest as well. Before long, one skeleton's vision revealed Han Ishu and Chun Yang's team. Chun Yang was preparing to attack a demon rabbit when several dozen of my skeletons surrounded the target first and finished it with their bone blades. With the target gone, the skeletons followed their standing orders and continued searching. Chun Yang clearly recognized them. He raised his staff and fired an elemental projectile into the rearmost skeleton, shattering it on the spot. A summoned creature has been attacked by a neutral target. Retaliate. I switched my vision to a nearby skeleton and confirmed that Chun Yang was the attacker. Retaliation authorized. Every skeleton within 1,000 meters is to lock onto Chun Yang and his team. The first 30 or 40 skeletons to arrive turned immediately. Chun Yang retreated while repeatedly casting elemental projectiles. His class was indeed formidable. Calamity Flame multiplied single-target skill damage tenfold. His elemental projectile consumed no spirit, and its casting interval was only 1 second. Before the skeletons at the front could reach him, he shattered them one by one. But no matter how quickly he attacked, he could hit only one target at a time. At 100 meters, 300 meters, and 800 meters away, skeletons that had been hunting monsters changed direction simultaneously. Soul Link assembled their separate fields of vision into a tightening encirclement. I could see every turn and movement made by Chun Yang's team. Once the remaining skeletons reached close range, Chun Yang could only roll away and dodge. Han Ishu and the other teammates began fighting back as well. They assumed I had no more than 100 or 200 skeletons, so they formed up and prepared to wipe them all out at once. I did not rush to change tactics. I had been inside the dungeon for more than half an hour. My skeleton count was already approaching 2,000, and I had risen to level 3. Demon rabbits that initially required the sacrifice of several skeletons could no longer inflict meaningful losses. Destroying one skeleton per second sounded fast, but in that same second, I happened to summon another one. Farther away, the dense clatter of skeletal footsteps was already approaching from every direction. Chun Yang finally stopped attacking and looked into the depths of the forest. The first group had only been a probe. The true skeleton tide had only just arrived. Not bad. Chun Yang's combat instincts are pretty good. The skeleton's attributes are still a little too low, so I'll have to wear him down bit by bit. But that's fine. Taking it slowly gives me more time to kill. Seeing dozens of my skeletons destroyed did not hurt me at all. In the half hour since I entered the dungeon, their number had already climbed to nearly 2,000, while my level had reached 3 with more than 70% of the experience bar filled. A few dozen skeletons were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. After I reached level 3, every skeleton's 4 attributes had risen to 3 as well. When skeletons at their current strength encountered demon rabbits and similar monsters, they could overwhelm them in a single wave without losing even one of their own. Against a level 2 giant python, I would lose 1 skeleton at most, and they could sometimes crush it without casualties. Their strength had improved by far more than a single step. Han Ishu and Chun Yang might be able to withstand 10, 20, or even several dozen skeletons, but what if they faced hundreds or thousands? Once the nearby skeleton army finished assembling, their team would have no choice but to be trampled. An SSS rank mage, the envoy of heavenly fire? An SS rank healer, the daughter of holy light? Before my undead calamity, those titles meant nothing. Keep attacking. Damn it, they were right. Yeong must have brought every skeleton he has over here just to attack me. He really is a petty man. When Han Ishu saw almost 200 skeletons surrounding her group, she actually smiled. The more wildly my skeletons attacked, the more convinced she became that I was desperate. I had brought all of them just to attack her. In truth, I was only bored. If I had immediately gathered 1 or 2,000 skeletons and launched a mass charge, what could Han Ishu and the others possibly have used to stop them? This part happened outside my direct field of view. After I later compared the accounts of those involved, the sequence became clear. Chen Yang ordered a warrior to stand in front of him, then smiled reassuringly. Don't be afraid, Ishu. I'll protect you. There are only a few dozen skeletons. I can wipe them out with a wave of my hand. Today, I'll show you what an SSS rank class is really worth. As he spoke, a smile lifted the corner of Chun Yang's mouth, as though my skeletons were ants he could casually crush. In fact, the skeletons could indeed be killed easily. But even ants could bite an elephant to death if there were enough of them. The moment he finished speaking, Chen Yang abruptly saw 300 to 400 skeletons racing in from every direction. Wait, what? The sight made his entire body tense on instinct. How could there be so many skeletons? He could understand 100 or 200, but how had I produced several hundred? He was not the only one stunned. Han Ishu froze as well. Chen Yang, can we really beat this many skeletons? Gulp. Chen Yang swallowed hard. This many? How the hell were they supposed to fight? While he stood there dazed, one skeleton had already slipped behind him. The bone blade in its hand slowly rose. Flash. Ah. With a scream, a chunk disappeared from Chun Yang's fragile health bar. Shit. No, there are too many. If they surround me, I'm dead. At that moment, despair began to grip Chen Yang. Hundreds of skeletons charged him from every direction, and he could not summon the slightest will to resist. One slash from every skeleton would be enough to chop the whole team into paste. Chen Yang no longer had any attention to spare for Han Ishu. He turned and fled wildly in another direction. What? Han Ishu stared blankly at the change before her. This guy? You still think you can run? I smiled when I saw what was happening. Surround them. All the skeletons immediately formed an encirclement. Their attributes were still too low to catch Chen Yang, who had already fled, so instead they enclosed Han Ishu and the others who remained frozen in place. It's over. When 400 to 500 skeletons completely sealed every escape route, Han Ishu was speechless. Chen Yang had run away. She might possess an SS rank class, but an origin healer had virtually no offensive power. How could she possibly fight after hundreds of skeletons closed in? What do we do? Han Ishu fell into despair. At first, she had believed she could rely on Chun Yang's SSS rank class to crush me with ease. Instead, I had effortlessly destroyed them. What infuriated her even more was that bastard Chen Yang had abandoned her and fled. Even now, Han Ishu could not understand why her SS rank healer class combined with Chun Yang's SSS rank mage class had still been no match for me. Han Ishu, are you already done? Fight back. I had thought I would at least get to enjoy watching a decent battle and relieve the boredom of clearing the dungeon. Yet Han Ishu had collapsed this quickly, while Chen Yang had actually been frightened into running away. It was almost funny. Before my endless undead calamity, Chen Yang had no chance of escaping. He voluntarily gave up and immediately withdrew from the dungeon. Yang. When Han Ishu heard my voice coming through one of the skeletons, anger consumed her. You have no shame. You brought every skeleton you have over here just to kill us. Despicable. Shameless. I nearly laughed aloud. You think I brought every skeleton here to attack you? You really think highly of yourself. Han Ishu. Guess why I'm wasting time with you here? Why? It's simple. I spoke calmly. Because more than 2,000 other skeletons are out there killing monsters for me. If I didn't find some entertainment, wouldn't I be bored? What did you say? Those words struck Han Ishu's mind like a bolt from a clear sky. Entertainment? This desperate battle that meant life or death to her was merely a pastime I used to kill time. At that moment, Han Ishu's composure shattered completely. She had already needed all her strength to deal with these few dozen skeletons, and now I was telling her I had more than 2,000 of them? And weren't you planning to use your SSS rank boyfriend to crush me? Why did he run away? You. Those words pushed Han Ishu to the edge of collapse. Chen Yang had fled, and she could do nothing against the skeletons. I had no interest in wasting any more time. Through the skeleton, I slowly uttered a single word. Kill. The encirclement contracted instantly. The skeleton army surged forward and swallowed Han Ishu and her teammates. Everyone on her team was killed and expelled from the dungeon. I was not physically present. After I came out, several witnesses told me what had happened outside at that same time. Several principals from Tianshui City were gathered together, chatting. Old Zhao, I really envy you. I heard one of your students awakened an SSS rank class. Your school has struck gold this time. When Principal Li Yuntian of number 3 high school saw Zhao Guofeng, envy filled his voice. It looks like the final boss of this starter dungeon definitely belongs to your number 1 high school. You flatter us. Zhao Guofeng could not suppress his smile, then returned the compliment out of politeness. Your number 3 high school is the truly impressive one. You produced the SSS rank mage, envoy of heavenly fire. Oh, it's nothing worth mentioning. Li Yuntian hurriedly waved a hand, then asked, by the way, I heard your school has a student named Yi Yang. Not only did he awaken a hidden class, but it also has a unique designation. What's the story? Tell me about it. As the thought occurred to him, Principal Li pressed for details. Don't even mention it. Zhao Guofeng shook his head. I looked at the kid's hidden class. I think it was called Necromancer. It can summon skeletons, but those skeletons are unbelievably frail. I'm worried he'll be killed and thrown out of the dungeon in less than an hour. Seriously? Li Yuntian looked surprised. A hidden class finally appears, and it's that weak? He can't even last an hour. Everyone knew that even the worst F-rank class could barely manage to last an hour inside the starter dungeon. Zhao Guofeng was plainly saying that the Necromancer might be worse than the most ordinary F-rank basic classes, such as warriors and mages. A hidden class was generally something that had never appeared before, so no one knew how strong it actually was. The only familiar scale ran from the lowest F rank to the highest SSS rank. Zhao Guofeng sighed. Exactly. I thought we truly struck gold this time, but I never expected the Necromancer to be so weak. And that student of mine spent 3 years at the top of both the academic and combat rankings. TSK, what a shame. Li Yuntian secretly laughed, though he shook his head regretfully on the surface. It seems your number 1 high school can only depend on Han Ishu if it wants to rise this time. That's right. At the mention of Han Ishu, some pride returned to Zhao Guofeng's face. Still, she can't compare with your Qinyang. That boy's SSS rank envoy of heavenly fire really is explosive. You flatter us. Li Yuntian smiled, clearly pleased. He had just opened his mouth to boast a little more when several figures suddenly appeared at the entrance to the starter dungeon. It's only been half an hour. Why is someone already coming out? Li Yuntian spoke without thinking. Isn't it obvious? Zhao Guofeng sneered. It must be some arrogant fool who thought their class was powerful and went around causing trouble in the dungeon. The moment he finished speaking, both Zhao Guofeng and Li Yuntian froze in shock. What? This isn't that Han Ishu's team. How did they come out so quickly? Inside the dungeon, Han Ishu was not the only student who suffered an attack from the skeleton army. I later confirmed what happened outside my sight through the people involved. A blonde-haired warrior had raised his long sword and was about to strike the demon rabbit in front of him when more than a dozen skeleton warriors suddenly rushed out. They ran straight past him and hacked the rabbit to death with a flurry of blades. Before the blonde warrior could understand what had happened, the skeletons disappeared from view. Damn it, what the hell was that? The blonde warrior stood there dumbfounded. Those skeletons had no respect for anyone. They charged in, killed the monster with a few slashes, and left. It was as though the 6-foot-tall man did not even exist in their eyes. Skeletons. Could they be Yi Yang's skeletons? The other students inside the dungeon were wailing as well. Wait, what the hell are these skeletons? How are we supposed to play this? The second I see a monster, a skeleton kills it. Then I go looking for another one, and they've already wiped out the whole species. This is brutal. We can't steal a single monster from that skeleton army. Damn it. Are these skeletons insane? I only touched one of them, and it called over dozens more to hack me to death. Are we even allowed to play anymore? Killing monsters had become completely impossible. Before a student could even find one, the skeleton army would already surge over it. A monster that required perfect movement and technique for a student to defeat would be hacked to death instantly when those skeletons charged in with their wildly straightforward blade work. I did not witness those scenes personally. I confirmed them from records and testimony after leaving the dungeon. Ding. You killed a LV2 giant python and gained 2 EXP. Ding. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, LV4. Ding. Level up rewards obtained. +1 to all 4 base attributes and +5 free attribute points. Perfect. Another level. I once again placed all 5 free attribute points into spirit. After confirming that my spirit had reached 26, I nodded in satisfaction. Every skeleton's attributes had risen to 4 as well. Once I reach level 10 and complete the Tier 2 advancement quest, I'll awaken a new talent. My first talent is Soul Link, which lets me share the vision of every summoned creature. Honestly, this talent is absurdly powerful. Watching fights when I'm bored is the least important thing it can do. More importantly, I can use it to explore any dangerous environment without taking damage myself. I wonder what my next talent will be. Every 10 levels, an awakened professional triggered an advancement. Completing it granted a new talent. An SSS rank class awakened a second talent of SSS rank strength, while an F rank class awakened another F rank talent. In other words, the stronger a person's class rank, the wider the gap between them and ordinary classes became as they advanced through the tiers. But mine was a unique hidden class, so even I did not know how powerful my next talent would be. Judging only by Soul Link, it would probably be extraordinary. After letting myself look forward to it for a moment, I released the 100+ new skeletons waiting in my summoning space and ordered them to spread out and continue hunting. Nearly 3,000 skeletons now filled this already small starter dungeon. That enormous number gave me a leveling efficiency that defied common sense. An ordinary person needed at least a full day to reach level 4. I had done it in less than an hour. They say that the first time someone clears a dungeon, it can drop a class-specific skill scroll. I wonder what skill I'll get after I crush this dungeon. Will it let me summon skeleton mages, or will it be something else? Compared with reaching level 10, the first clear reward from this dungeon was what I anticipated most. As the former top student in both academics and combat, I knew that awakened professionals earned very little experience while killing monsters in the wilderness, and wild monsters dropped nothing at all. Rare items such as equipment and skills could only be obtained by entering dungeons and clearing them. The higher the chosen difficulty, the better the rewards. For example, a dungeon on the lowest normal difficulty had only a 10% chance to drop a universal skill scroll. A dungeon on the highest Shura difficulty had a 100% chance to drop a class-specific skill scroll for the clearer's own class. In this starter dungeon, however, the first person to find and kill the final boss would automatically receive a class-specific skill scroll after clearing it completely. Everyone who came later could only farm a little experience inside. In that sense, the starter dungeon was a benefit offered to every new generation of awakened professionals. After this, anyone who wanted a 100% chance of obtaining a class-specific skill scroll would have to enter the extremely dangerous Shura difficulty. The person who killed the starter dungeon's final boss, thereby taking first place, would also receive eligibility for the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp. The training camp attracted so much attention because it contained a dungeon hall that covered the entirety of Dongshan Province. Anyone who entered could recklessly farm dungeons and increase their strength. Those who failed to enter the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp could only spend the next month hunting worthless minor monsters in the wilderness. The rewards were scarce, and even the experience was pitiful. Trying to earn a competitive ranking in the national entrance examination with nothing but wilderness rewards was practically impossible. I did not witness this scene at the time. After leaving the dungeon, I reconstructed it from the testimony of the people present. When Han Yishu and the others reached the dungeon entrance, Zhao Guofeng was about to ask how they had been killed and expelled so quickly when he suddenly saw a large group of students appearing one after another. What's going on? How were all of you killed out so quickly? Where is Qin Yang? Why don't I see him? Zhao Guofeng was not the only one alarmed. Li Yuntian, the principal of number 3 high school, rushed over and questioned Han Yishu as well. She initially did not want to answer, but neither Zhao Guofeng nor Li Yuntian would stop pressing her. It was Yang. After a moment of thought, Han Yishu finally spoke. Yang. Both principals froze at the name. Li Yuntian suddenly thought of something and turned to Zhao Guofeng. Principal Zhao, this Yang. Don't tell me he's the student who awakened the unique hidden class, Necromancer. Zhao Guofeng swallowed hard and replied in disbelief. Why yes. That's him. Unbelievable. Li Yuntian cried out on the spot. Didn't you say that class was weak? He entered the dungeon barely half an hour ago and has already killed out an SS rank professional. Is this what you call weak? Zhao Guofeng looked helpless. It is weak. You have no idea. The skeletons he summons have only 1 point in every attribute. Judging by the actual numbers, those broken down skeletons can't even beat a rabbit. Then tell me how he managed to eliminate Miss Han, an SS rank professional. Li Yuntian pressed. I don't know either. Zhao Guofeng was equally bewildered. He turned a pleading gaze toward Han Yishu beside him. He also wanted to know exactly how an SS rank professional like her had been eliminated by my hidden class, which supposedly could not even defeat a rabbit. Yishu, can you tell us how you were killed out? One person's figure immediately appeared in Han Yishu's mind. Qin Yang. She ground out the name through clenched teeth. With my support, dealing with Yi Yang's skeletons should have been effortless. But that coward was frightened by the skeletons and ran away. Principal, Tell me, how is our team supposed to fight without a damage dealer? Qinyang, both principals exclaimed. Zhao Guofeng was stunned, but Li Yuntian was even more dumbfounded. Qinyang was the student Tianshui number 3 high school was proudest of this year. Principal Li took a deep breath before saying, Miss Han, I understand how you feel after being eliminated, but you can't slander our Qinyang without cause. You know that he not only has an SSS rank class, but an SSS rank combat class. Once he participates in the national entrance examination, a top 10 ranking is entirely possible. He may even compete for first place in the entire country. It's one thing if your SS rank support class wasn't good enough, but don't defame our Qinyang. Ha ha ha. Hanishu laughed. Principal Li, are you saying you don't believe me? Of course not. Li Yuntian denied it immediately. But I will stake my own character on this. No matter how incompetent Qinyang might be, he could never lose to a worthless class that can't even defeat a rabbit, much less be frightened into running away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I understand. Hanishu no longer cared to argue. In that case, let's wait and see. Having said that, she had no interest in debating with the principal any longer. She might look down on me, but she despised someone like Qinyang, who deserted his position on the battlefield, even more. She possessed an SS rank class, but ultimately it was only a support class and lacked powerful offensive ability. Qinyang, on the other hand, had a genuine SSS rank combat class, the envoy of heavenly fire, along with a heaven-defying talent. Yet when someone like him encountered my skeletons, he did not even dare fight before fleeing. What else was there to say? I must have been blind to fall for someone like him. What SSS rank class? He's nothing but trash. As expected, the supreme experts of ancient times were right. There are no worthless classes, only worthless awakened professionals. If someone lacks character, then even giving him a legendary god rank class won't stop him from wetting himself in fear. Hanishu regretted her choice bitterly. Standing at the dungeon entrance, she saw more students being expelled almost every moment. That was nearly impossible in previous years. Even when it happened, it would be several hours later, after most students had gathered in the central area and fought one another bloody over the final boss. The dungeon had been open for only a little more than an hour, yet nearly half the students had already been eliminated. In previous years, even if 1/10 of the students had been expelled this early, the principals would have begun investigating whether something had gone wrong with the dungeon. No, Yiyang has to be mine. I'm the person closest to him. He has no parents. I'm the one who understands him best. Han Yishu silently made her decision. She already wanted to abandon Qinyang and choose her childhood friend instead. Inside the dungeon, I had no idea that being killed out by me had inspired so much inner drama in her. When everyone mocked me for awakening the necromancer class, she had joined them in kicking me while I was down. Ding. You killed a LV 6 coyote and gained 6 EXP. Ding. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, LV 5. Ding. Level up rewards obtained. +1 to all 4 base attributes and +5 free attribute points. I had no interest in what Hanishu might be thinking. More than 3 hours after I entered the dungeon, another pleasant series of notifications sounded. I had leveled up again. As usual, I casually placed the 5 free attribute points into Spirit, then checked my status screen. Name, Yiyang. Class, Necromancer, Unique. Level 5. Strength, 15. Spirit, 40. Constitution, 15. Agility, 15. My conspicuous 40 points of Spirit nearly equaled the total of my other 3 attributes. After reaching level 5, my skeletons also reached 5 in every attribute. They no longer shattered at the slightest touch as they had in the beginning. More importantly, after 3 hours, my skeleton count had climbed beyond 10,000. There were now more skeletons throughout the starter dungeon than students from all of Tianshui City participating in it. After all, a single school had only a little more than 2,000 students. With one order, I could use that vast skeleton army to clear every student out of the dungeon. Deliberately searching for them, however, would waste time and effort. In the end, everyone has to enter the central area and attack the final boss. Once they reach that place, I won't need to find them. They'll come to me. I smiled and casually transferred my vision to one of my skeletons. I had just lain back when my eyes lit up. Isn't that Qinyang, the guy who ran away earlier? I didn't expect to find him again so soon. My skeleton's attributes had been poor before, and they shattered too easily. This time, I immediately ordered several thousand nearby skeletons to march toward Qinyang. Those thousands represented only a small fraction of my army. I truly wanted to enjoy watching how Qinyang planned to escape this time. What follows happened outside my direct sight. After I later compared the witnesses' accounts, the sequence became clear. Everyone waited at the dungeon entrance for another half hour. When Qinyang still did not appear, Li Yuntian smiled. Miss Han, you said Qinyang was frightened by your Yi Yang skeletons. If that's true, why hasn't he been killed out after all this time? Han Yishu snorted. Humph. He was only lucky. Lucky. Li Yuntian laughed. He swept a contemptuous glance over Han Yishu and Zhao Guofeng. It seems more likely that your support abilities were inadequate, so our Qinyang abandoned you. Ha ha. You were on the same team. Even if Qinyang ran away, why didn't you escape too? It seems your SS rank support class isn't the only thing that falls short. Your basic footwork and movement training at school must be weak as well. You're saying my fundamentals are weak. Han Yishu exploded. Then do you think Chun Yang's practical movement skills are impressive when he failed 3 sections of his graduation assessment? Tisk, TSK. Young girls really do have terrible tempers. Li Yuntian smiled mockingly. Did I say that? The facts are right in front of us. You claim Qinyang ran away. If your movement technique is so strong, why didn't you escape? Oh, now I remember. Li Yuntian suddenly wore an expression of realization. I heard you like our school's Qinyang, don't you? So are you claiming that you, Miss Han, sacrificed yourself to protect him? You. Han Yishu had no reply. Her beautiful eyes glared furiously at Li Yuntian, but she could not say a word. After Qinyang awakened the SSS rank envoy of Heavenly Fire, she had indeed rushed to form a team with him. Yet he turned out to be such a coward. At the slightest danger, he immediately used a teammate as a sacrifice and fled. It was infuriating. If she had kept me by her side, Qinyang would mean nothing now. Across the entire starter dungeon, my hundreds, or even thousands of skeletons were an invincible force. All right. Li Yuntian began offering false comfort. Miss Han, I understand your feelings. Once Qinyang kills out that Yang who awakened whatever that necromancer class was, then comes out after taking first place in the starter dungeon, I certainly won't tell him how you slandered him just now. I'll even put in a good word for you. Qinyang won't hold your battlefield desertion against you. Those words nearly made Han Yishu cry with rage. She had planned to attach herself to an SSS rank combat professional. Combined with her own elite SS rank support class, she believed they would rise to success together. It was bad enough that Qinyang had abandoned her as a shield inside the dungeon. Now other people had somehow decided she was the deserter. Yeong, you have to torture that piece of trash Qinyang to death. Afterward, I will definitely be with you and treat you well. Han Yishu silently swore it, her eyes burning as she stared at the dungeon entrance. She was waiting for the instant Qinyang appeared. Inside the dungeon, Qinyang had just killed a small rabbit and finally risen comfortably to level 2. More importantly, after running away from Han Yishu, he had temporarily recruited 9 other students as teammates. At first, Qinyang looked down on all of them. Whatever else could be said, Han Yishu possessed an extremely powerful SS rank support class. Once she matured, she would provide not only explosive healing, but extraordinary buffs and protection as well. The strongest warrior among his new teammates was merely an A-rank Guardian Shield warrior, far inferior to Han Yishu. Qinyang would simply have to make do with them inside the dungeon. As for abandoning Han Yishu, Qinyang did not care at all. This world respected strength above everything. He had awakened an SSS rank class, so his future rise was assured. Even without waiting for the future, once he settled down and encountered my skeletons again, he believed he could crush them easily. After seeing Chun Yang's explosive damage, the temporary teammates around him began flattering him as well. None of them noticed that a large number of skeletons were already quietly closing in from nearby. When the teammates saw Qinyang effortlessly one-shot another level 2 giant snake, they immediately began showering him with praise. With Brother Chen's strength, if we run into Yi Yang's skeletons again, won't he crush them like nothing? Exactly. Brother Chen only lost before because he never expected Yi Yang to summon that many skeletons. Who knew the guy would cheat by starting to summon them yesterday, before the battle even began? That's right. Besides, those broken skeletons can't withstand a single hit. When the time comes, Brother Chen won't even need to lift a finger. We can deal with them ourselves. Yeah, as long as the 9 of us protect Brother Chen and hold our formation for a head-on fight, we'll crush those skeletons easily. Qinyang thoroughly enjoyed their flattery. He was not worried that he would fail to find me. At first, everyone who saw my skeletons thought they could not even defeat a rabbit. But given the strength my class had now displayed inside this dungeon, he believed our paths were bound to cross. Besides, they had already entered the dungeon's central area. Even if the meeting came later, they would inevitably encounter me once they found the final boss. Then Xinyang would kill me with one move, and Hanishu would still have to return and ingratiate herself with him. The corner of his mouth lifted at the thought. One-shot me? Xinyang was imagining far too much. From the moment I entered the dungeon, I had remained in the outer region and rested without leaving my original position. Even if he were strong enough to destroy every skeleton, he would never touch me. As Xinyang basked in his confidence, a cold breeze suddenly swept through the area. What's going on? Xinyang instinctively looked around. One glance sent a chill down his spine. Wait, what is this? Why are there so many skeletons? Fear finally struck him. The largest group he had seen before contained only a few hundred. Now, as far as he could see, at least 1,000 skeletons were advancing from nearby. Damn, there are skeletons behind us too. They're on the left as well. Shit, why are there so many? Quick, protect Brother Chun. Right? As long as Brother Chun is here, these skeletons are nothing. Xinyang was not alone in seeing the skeleton army closing in from every direction. His teammates saw it too. Brother Chun, what do we do now? One warrior teammate planted himself solemnly in front of Xinyang and asked for instructions. Don't panic. Xinyang sneered. He had been searching for a chance to avenge the earlier humiliation. Since these skeletons had delivered themselves to him, he did not mind showing me the true power of the SSS rank envoy of Heavenly Fire. All of you, protect me. Don't let those skeletons get close. No matter how many there are, I can crush them easily. At his command, Xinyang's 9 teammates, including tank warriors and support healers, formed a tight ring around him and prepared for battle. They're taking this pretty seriously. I had sent only a few thousand skeletons, yet Xinyang acted as though he were facing a mortal enemy. In that case, let me see how strong this SSS rank class really is. I issued the order at once. Full charge. The skeletons received my command and crossed several hundred meters in moments, reaching Xinyang's group in the blink of an eye. Wait, exactly how many skeletons are there? It feels like an earthquake. Xinyang began to panic as the ground trembled faintly beneath him. Skeletons had already filled every visible direction. Escaping as he had before now appeared impossible. Kill. At Xinyang's roar, 2 A-rank warriors charged forward. Yi Yang's skeletons are weak. With these 2 A-rank warriors, I can definitely open a path through the encirclement. Watching the 2 warriors rush ahead, Xinyang felt slightly reassured. As long as they could get him beyond the ring, he could use the strength of his class to kite the skeletons and slowly destroy every one of them. But the moment the 2 A-rank tanks reached the skeleton army, dozens of summoned skeletons surrounded them. Ding. Your teammate Lu Yuan has been killed by Yi Yang. Ding. Your teammate Wang Yi has been killed by Yi Yang. What? Xinyang stared blankly at the 2 notifications. How was this possible? Why had the warriors been wiped out instantly before those skeletons? What Xinyang did not know was that, the moment I reached level 5, every attribute of my skeleton army had risen to 5. They were still slightly weaker than a normal newly awakened professional. But how could anyone withstand several thousand skeletons blotting out the ground? I later confirmed the following scene outside my direct view through the people who experienced it. After both A-rank warriors died, the other 7 teammates panicked as well. Wait, Lu Yuan and Wang Yi, they died that quickly. This is terrifying. Without tanks to absorb the damage, what are we supposed to do next? Brother Chun, should we run? As despair spread, everyone turned toward Xinyang. In their eyes, he was their last hope of survival. Don't panic. So what if 2 tanks died? Hold them back. Hearing their cries, Xinyang shouted. When they saw his calm, resolute expression, the others finally steadied themselves. Yes. Protect Brother Chun. Before they could finish forming up, the massive tide of summoned skeletons had already reached them. Protect Brother Chun. We have to hold Ugh. And no. Wait. Don't come any closer. Don't. Mercy. I was wrong, Brother Skeleton. Arg. In the blink of an eye, before those people could begin resisting, the surrounding skeleton army slaughtered them all. Only Xinyang remained, standing there in a daze. At the end of the day, his elemental projectile was merely a single target skill. No matter how high Xinyang's damage might be, he could only one-shot one skeleton at a time. Several thousand skeletons now stood before him. How can they be this strong? Looking at the skeletons already within reach, Xinyang sank into complete despair. He had an SSS rank class, yet he could not offer the slightest resistance before me. Could a class beyond SSS rank actually exist in this world? Weren't you good at running? Why aren't you running now? At that moment, my voice emerged from the skeleton in front of Xinyang. I thought an SSS rank class would be impressive. I never expected it to be this weak. You don't seem any different from the most ordinary F-rank professional. I had assumed that the man Han Ishu chose would at least possess some ability. Yet when the skeleton army rolled over him, crushing him felt no different from stepping on an ant. Yiyong. Relief appeared on Chun Yang's face when he heard my voice. Brother Yiyong, you don't really want to kill me, do you? If you spare me this time, every resource in the dungeon will belong to you, including the final boss and everything it drops. TSK. If I kill you, won't all those things belong to me anyway? I laughed after saying it. Besides, if this is all your SSS rank class can do, you should stop coming out and embarrassing yourself. I gave the order immediately. Kill him. In the next instant, a despairing Chun Yang saw the endless skeleton monsters surge over his body. When even the final sliver of light disappeared beneath the skeletons, I peacefully closed my eyes. Next, I find the final boss and finish this dungeon. I was genuinely looking forward to the final reward. Whatever else could be said, it was a class-specific skill scroll. Opening one had a 100% chance of granting a skill for one's own class. By contrast, a person could open hundreds of universal skill scrolls without necessarily finding even one skill they could learn. I did not witness what happened outside at the time. After leaving the dungeon, I reconstructed the scene from the testimony of those present. Li Yuntian watched most students gradually being expelled, yet Qin Yang still had not appeared, and he smiled. Brother Zhao, now you can see it. Our Qin Yang isn't the worthless coward Miss Han claimed he was. If all he knew how to do was run away, then why hasn't he been killed out after 2 or 3 hours? Zhao Guofeng sounded displeased. Principal Li, our school's Yiyang hasn't come out either. What are you so pleased about? Ha! Li Yuntian burst into laughter. You're talking about that necromancer who can't even defeat a rabbit? Brother Zhao, let me give you some advice. At this point, the surviving students should have nearly reached the dungeon's central area. I'm afraid it won't be long before your necromancer gets killed out. Li Yuntian laughed wildly as he spoke. Qin Yang was an SSS rank awakened professional. If he developed smoothly, he would not merely enter one of the 3 supreme academies after the national examination. He would stand among the best, even at Longwa's exalted National Military Academy. That necromancer of Zhao's, or Han Ishu's whatever it was SS rank support class, before Chun Yang's SSS rank envoy of heavenly fire, neither deserved even to carry his shoes. The moment Li Yuntian finished speaking, a figure appeared at the dungeon entrance. Everyone focused on it and discovered that the person was Qin Yang. Several of the temporary teammates he had recruited inside the dungeon appeared beside him. How is that possible? Qin Yang was actually killed out? Li Yuntian froze on the spot. Less than a minute had passed since he bragged about the power of Chun Yang's SSS rank envoy of heavenly fire. How had the boy already been eliminated? Principal Li had expected him to defeat the final boss, take first place in the starter dungeon, and secure a spot at the Dongshan provincial training camp. Uft. Hanishu laughed when she saw him. Principal Li, your student seems pretty impressive. He actually lasted this long before being killed out. It looks like his running skills really are excellent. He managed to flee through a sea of skeletons for so long. Humph. At least he lasted longer than you did. And he might not have been killed by that necromancer of yours. Li Yuntian felt his face burning. He snorted, refused to say more, and hurried over to Chun Yang. Student Qin Yang, what happened? Did you encounter some powerful monster and get killed out by accident? Or were you unable to defeat the final boss? Qin Yang's face turned ashen at Li Yuntian's questions. He had wanted to make an excuse, but when he saw the teammates who had been expelled with him, he did not dare lie. He struggled to say, I was only caught off guard by an ambush from Yi Yang's skeletons. Well, what a terrible accident. 8 or 9 people were protecting you, yet somehow you accidentally failed to escape. Hanishu walked over. Seeing the 8 or 9 support and tank teammates around Qin Yang, she immediately mocked him. Were you killed out by accident because your teammates abandoned you this time? Hanishu, don't slander us. Lu Yuan, the A-rank warrior who had died first, immediately objected. I was the first one to charge for Qin Yang, and my brother Wang Yi went with me. How can you say we ran away? Those words left Qin Yang speechless. It would have been better if Lu Yuan had said nothing. His explanation completely blocked every excuse Qin Yang had been preparing. When the students on both sides nearly began arguing, Zhao Guofeng, who always preferred resolving matters peacefully, stepped forward. All right, everyone. There's no need to argue here. No matter what happened or when, all of us standing here have already been eliminated. There is no point dwelling on it. Now we'll see whether student Yi Yang can face this dungeon's final boss. At those words, Qin Yang, who had not dared answer Han Ishu's attacks, sneered. Principal Zhao, Aren't you placing far too much faith in that necromancer from your school? What do you mean? Zhao Guofeng frowned and looked at Chun Yang in surprise. It's simple. Qin Yang smiled coldly and said with contempt, I admit Yi Yang defeated me. But that doesn't mean he can fight the dungeon's final boss head-on. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and assume Yi Yang really can kill the final boss, how many skeletons will he lose? His class is ultimately that of a summoner. Once those skeletons are gone, how much fighting power will he have left? How can you be so certain? Han Yishu instinctively objected. Before Qin Yang could answer, Zhao Guofeng sighed. Student Han, what Qin Yang said is not without reason. Principal, enough. Zhao Guofeng waved a hand. The combat power Yi Yang's necromancer has displayed is indeed impressive. But no matter how many skeletons he summons, they cannot truly be compared with awakened professionals. Every awakened professional possesses an innate talent. Regardless of how strong or weak that talent is, even the weakest F-rank talent can produce a useful effect in the right circumstances. But you saw the skeletons he summons. Beyond their raw attributes, they have nothing. In other words, an awakened professional with exactly the same attributes as one of his skeletons could still crush it easily in a fight. In previous years, defeating the final boss required at least 1,000 awakened professionals. How many skeletons would equal that force? Without several thousand, perhaps even 10,000, he cannot confront the final boss head-on, much less complete the raid successfully. This, Han Yishu fell completely silent. Everyone knew the final boss's strength. In previous years, the new professionals participating in the starter dungeon had needed more than 100 teams cooperating, at minimum many hundreds, sometimes 1,000 or 2,000 people, to barely complete the raid. Could one person's power truly confront the final boss head-on? Anyone who thought about it for a moment would recognize that it was impossible. If the force consisted of my skeletons, it would probably require several thousand, or even more than 10,000. Most importantly, those skeletons possessed no real intelligence or ability to adapt in battle. What Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, and the others did not know was that my current skeleton count had already exceeded anything they could imagine. Sorry, but I already commanded more than 20,000. Judging by the actual numbers, a mere final boss was nothing. At the same time, inside the dungeon, I continually shifted between different fields of vision. My skeletons slaughtered monsters throughout the starter dungeon while searching the central region for the final boss. I sighed. TSK. I didn't expect the final boss to be this difficult to find. We've searched this central area for almost an hour, yet still haven't discovered where it is. Name: Yi Yang. Class: Necromancer, unique. Level: 6. I had already soared to level 6. More importantly, my experience bar had reached 94%, placing level 7 almost within reach. Leveling became increasingly difficult at higher levels, but as time passed, I summoned more and more skeletons. In only 6 or 7 hours inside the dungeon, I had reached level 6, an average of nearly 1 level per hour. A little more than 10 minutes later, golden light descended over me again. Ding! You killed a LV 8 split horn boar and gained 8 EXP. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, LV 7. Ding! Level up rewards obtained. +1 to all 4 base attributes and +5 free attribute points. Done. Another level. I checked the notification and nodded after confirming the result. Name: Yi Yang. Class: Necromancer, unique. Level: 7. Strength: 17. Spirit: 52. Constitution: 17. Agility: 17. My spirit had climbed so high that the other 3 attributes combined still did not equal it. As my level rose, every attribute of my summoned skeletons reached 7, along with a 0.52% all-attribute amplification. It would be pretty nice if I could keep farming monsters here. Unfortunately, the starter dungeon remains open for only 12 hours. If I can't find the final boss within those 12 hours, I'll be forcibly sent back. The same thing had happened in previous years. If no one found the final boss, the greatest value of this supposedly beneficial starter dungeon would go to waste. While I was at a loss, I suddenly spotted a human figure through one skeleton's eyes. A skeleton? Is that one of Great Yi Yang's skeletons? I'm a B-rank warrior type class, a tracker. If you're willing to spare my life, my talent can lead you to this dungeon's final boss. The figure in my skeleton's vision was Lich King, a girl from my class. In the original Yi Yang's eyes, however, Han Yishu had long ago become his entire world. He never realized that many girls admired him as well, because he devoted all his attention to Han Yishu. What the original Yeong never expected was that the moment he awakened a supposedly worthless class, Han Ishu would abandon him. She turned around and chose Chun Yang, who had awakened an SSS rank class, as her future partner. The original Yeong was an absolute idiot. He abandoned an entire forest for one mistaken obsession. Judging by looks alone, this girl doesn't lose to Han Ishu at all. I did not immediately order my skeletons to kill her, but it was not because she was beautiful. In truth, since the Great Transformation descended upon Blue Star more than 500 years ago, everyone's constitution had changed dramatically after absorbing origin energy. People's appearances had naturally improved several times over as well. The real reason I spared her was her class. B-rank class, Tracker. Her talent lets her track nearby monsters and place a permanent mark on them. It not only grants vision of the target, but also increases part of the damage dealt by her and her teammates. But why isn't she in a team? Why did she come here alone? I soon learned the reason. She had entered the dungeon with a team. After she used her talent to lead them to the final boss, however, the team immediately abandoned her. Once they found the boss, an ordinary group had almost no further use for her. That was human nature. Ultimately, I was fortunate that her teammates had kicked her out. Otherwise, finding the final boss might have required another 2 or 3 hours. Lich King had already placed a tracker's mark on the final boss and gained permanent vision of it, saving me a great deal of trouble. Let's go. I gave the girl an order. She only needed to lead my skeletons to the destination. Great Yeong, it will take a little more than half an hour to reach the final boss. You aren't in a hurry, are you? The thought suddenly occurred to Lich King, and she asked without thinking. It's fine. I had been inside the dungeon for more than 7 hours and now commanded over 27,000 skeletons. The half-hour journey would allow the rest of my skeletons to kill more monsters along the way. If their efficiency remained high, I might even gain another level during that time. Your teammates just abandoned you. Aren't you afraid I'll abandon you too once we reach the final boss? I did not have to travel personally. Only several hundred skeletons were moving, and they also protected the girl's safety. At my question, Lich King immediately answered, I'm not afraid. Even if Great Yeong really does abandon me, I'll accept it. You'll accept it? Yes. Lich King nodded seriously. Great Yeong, I've actually liked you for a long time. I knew you cared only about Han Ishu, though, so I never dared say anything. I saw that you seemed to have a falling out with her today, and that's the only reason I dared tell you. Otherwise, I would have run the instant I saw your skeletons. Heh. After my skeletons followed Lich King for more than half an hour, I finally saw a faintly glowing monster ahead. Solar Tiger, LV, 10. Category Boss. Strength, 120. Spirit, 110. Constitution, 150. Agility, 140. I swept my eyes over its status. The Solar Tiger's fur radiated a faint golden light, and every one of its 4 attributes exceeded 100. Even Spirit, its weakest attribute, had reached 110. Numerous ordinary monsters at levels 8 and 9 also surrounded it. Huh, isn't that Lich King? The moment we arrived, a boy with a pompadour spotted Lich King. The people beside him noticed her as well. Tisk, TSK. Lich King ran away furious after we kicked her out. Why did she come back? Wait, look behind her. There are so many skeletons. Skeletons? Hold on. Could those be Yi Yang's? No way. Aren't Yi Yang's skeletons extremely weak? I heard they can't even kill a rabbit. How could he reach the dungeon's central region? Exactly. The monsters in the central region are all above level 5. Forget his skeletons. Even fully equipped teams like ours had to expend a lot of effort to reach this place. Heh, forget about all that. There are at least 200 people here, and more than half are elite A-rank professionals. If Yi Yang's skeletons try to interfere with the final boss, we'll destroy him first. When the boy with the pompadour saw Lich King, he merely mocked her in passing. But when he noticed the nearly unmistakable summoned skeletons, a strange smile appeared on his face. Yesterday, he had awakened the A-rank Flame Mage class. His talent caused every skill he cast to deal double damage throughout the surrounding area. That talent had allowed him to lead his teammates all the way into the dungeon's central region. He acted as though my skeletons would become toys in his hands the moment his team attacked. But after hearing their discussion, several girls in the group could not bear it. Hiss, destroy Yeong? Isn't that a little cruel? I actually like him a lot. What? Lu Shualon, is something wrong with you? What's wrong with Shualon? I like Yeong too. He ranked first in both academics and combat for 3 years, and he's so handsome. What girl wouldn't like him? Exactly. I used to like him too. It's a shame the class Yeong awakened yesterday is so weak. Yeah, what a pity. Otherwise, I would definitely pursue him. You? Pursue Yang? Did you forget he's Han Ishu's lapdog? Didn't he break with Han Ishu? Damn it, you women are hopeless. The boy with the pompadour was speechless at their ridiculous comments. They could chase whomever they wanted under normal circumstances, but this was the most critical moment of the starter dungeon. Obtaining the final boss's class-specific skill scroll would immediately qualify someone to compete for a place at the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp. Yet these lovesick girls were reluctant to touch my skeletons merely because they had once liked me? Brother Fei, don't count on those women. They're useless. I thought Yang shamelessly chasing after Han Ishu was already ridiculous. Somehow, these women are even worse. A B-rank warrior holding a sword and shield broke down completely and advised Wang Fei. We can crush these broken skeletons with our own strength. Wang Fei was the pompadour-haired boy who had awakened the A-rank flame mage class. You're right. Wang Fei steadied his breathing. It seems we brothers can rely only on ourselves when something matters. He abandoned the idea of asking the girls to help. More importantly, he had just heard that both great experts, Chun Yang and Han Ishu, had already been eliminated from the dungeon. He did not know who had killed them. But with those two gone, A-rank and S-rank professionals like them had become the primary contenders for ownership of the final boss. After examining the boss's attributes, I had no interest in wasting words with these people. Once several hundred skeletons were in position, I spoke immediately. You have 10 seconds. Either all of you get out, or every one of you dies here. What? Wang Fei and his teammates laughed. Yang, you've got quite a mouth. You think a few hundred skeletons can frighten us into leaving the dungeon. Old Zhao, protect me. Watch your brother Fei fight 100 alone and clean up these skeletons. As a mage, and especially a mage like Wang Fei who specialized in area damage, the last thing he feared was large numbers. His talent caused every skill he cast to deal double damage nearby. One flaming elemental orb could wipe out a huge group of those broken skeletons. Without hesitation, Wang Fei raised his staff. Before he could begin gathering fire elements, however, large groups of summoned skeletons appeared around him. Holy wait! What's going on? Why are there so many skeletons? Wang Fei was terrified by the sight. Only 300 to 500 skeletons had been present a moment ago. How had so many suddenly appeared? Several thousand now slowly closed around the group in an encircling formation. Brother Fei, what do we do now? Zhao Wei, the B-rank warrior, had never seen a formation like this. He knew I could summon skeletons, but who could have guessed I could call this many? Several thousand had appeared at once. Had I dug up every skeleton in an ancestral graveyard? Wang Fei froze at Zhao Wei's question. Gulp. Wang Fei swallowed hard and forced himself to remain calm. What do we do? What else can we do? Find a weak point and break out. If there had been only several hundred, he was confident that his talent and his teammates' protection would let him force a path through them. Their number might have reached the hundreds, but he could still see that their attributes were low. If his team kept kiting them and combined that with his explosive area damage, eliminating several hundred skeletons would only be a matter of time. But how could they fight this? Wang Fei swept his gaze around the area. The moment he noticed that the number of skeletons to the right rear was relatively smaller, he ordered every teammate to bombard that direction. Everyone, follow me and break out in this direction. No matter the cost, we have to smash through this encirclement. Even in such a desperate situation, Wang Fei remained remarkably calm. He knew his advantages were his class talent and the years of movement training he had accumulated at school. Most importantly, as a human, he possessed intelligence no summoned skeleton could match. Their first priority was to escape the encirclement. Otherwise, if several thousand skeletons surrounded them, no matter how many techniques they possessed or how advanced their movement skills were, they would have no room to use them. The proof was right before them. Yes. After hearing Wang Fei's orders, his teammates understood their objective. Wang Fei's team was not alone. Although his provocation had drawn out the skeleton army, everyone knew. My final objective had to be the final boss. If they sat and waited, the vast skeleton tide would inevitably grind them into bloody paste. Follow Wang Fei. Everyone, break out in the same direction. Someone shouted, and every professional joined forces, unleashing their skills at the advancing skeleton army. Warriors swung the long swords in their hands. Not bad. Their will to resist is much stronger than Chun Yang's group. As expected, a fight is more entertaining when there are more people. In that case, I'll have to gather every skeleton here. Seeing more than 200 professionals resist together finally sparked my interest. A group of 8 or 10 professionals had no chance of surviving even one charge from my skeleton army. Only one person could claim ownership of the final boss. So even if I wanted to spare them, we would eventually fight over the boss. I gave them 10 seconds to leave. They were the ones who ignored my warning and insisted on resisting. Let's finish this quickly. After I clear them out, I still need time to fight the boss. I had no interest in wasting more time. I immediately ordered every skeleton to converge on this position. Across the starter dungeon, an army of 30,000 skeletons began surging toward the final boss's location, breaking through every obstacle and ignoring everything in its path. The more than 200 professionals were already fighting the first 5 or 6,000 skeletons. After only the first collision, their original number fell by half. What gave Wang Fei hope was that more and more professionals were approaching from every direction. Whether they came to seize the final boss or to help clear the skeleton army did not matter. Once they arrived, a clash with the skeletons would be unavoidable. Brother Fei, this isn't working. There are too many skeletons. We can't hold them. Even the A-rank and S-rank warriors Chen Yang had recruited could not endure one charge from my skeleton army. Zhao Wei was only a B-rank shield warrior. If the people in front had not absorbed the pressure for him, the vast skeleton tide would have erased him already. Under Wang Fei's initial command, they had planned to find a weak point and lead every student beyond the encirclement. They never expected their first charge to be stopped by a few hundred skeletons. In mere moments, every nearby skeleton closed around them. The endless army was now within arm's reach. Like zombies in a movie, the skeletons showed no reason or fear as they hurled themselves wildly at the professionals. Wang Fei was certainly powerful. With his talent, one elemental projectile could instantly kill more than a dozen, sometimes several dozen, nearby skeletons. Even though casting the projectile consumed no spirit, his stamina was not infinite. His team would focus their fire and finally blast open a small gap, but before they could catch their breath, more fearless skeletons would close it and attack without giving them a second of rest. The skeleton's raw attributes were already comparable to those of a level 1 awakened professional. Even if every skeleton simply stood there and allowed the students to attack, the effort required to break out would exhaust them to death. Hold the line. All of you hold it. Wang Fei roared in despair. If the frontline warriors fell and those damned skeletons reached him, he would have no chance of survival. Looking at the endless skeleton tide, Wang Fei was near collapse. Damn it, who said the necromancer was worse than even the most useless F-rank class? Who could withstand this many skeletons? When he saw more than a dozen skeletons pile onto Zhao Wei and swallow him completely, Wang Fei dropped to his knees. Countless painful emotions flooded through him. This was too dangerous. Faced with a skeleton army covering the land, his strength could never prevail. Wang Fei surrendered to despair and let the bone blades fall on his body without the slightest intention of resisting. The following happened outside my direct vision. Afterward, I compared the accounts of the people involved and reconstructed the scene. Wait, what's going on? Why are so many students being killed out at the same time? Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, and the others stared in confusion as large groups of students appeared from the dungeon entrance one after another. They were not the only ones shocked. Han Yishu and Qinyang both looked stunned. Zhao Guofeng hurried to one student and asked, "Xiao Lu, what happened? Why were all of you killed out?" Lu Chong sighed as he recalled the overwhelming scene. There were too many. The number of skeletons was unbelievable. We had no chance of winning. What? Zhao Guofeng froze. Skeletons? Student Lu, are you talking about Yi Yang's skeletons? Yes. Lu Chong sighed again. We thought dealing with them would be easy. But before the fight even began, several thousand skeletons suddenly appeared and wiped us all out. Several thousand. Where the hell had I summoned several thousand skeletons from? Student Lu, you can't joke with your principal. Exactly. We clearly saw the necromancer's skill. Even if he guzzled spirit recovery potions all night, summoning several hundred skeletons, or 1,000 at the absolute limit, should be the most he could manage. After Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, and the others recovered from their shock, they continued questioning him. Before Lu Chong could respond, the other eliminated students immediately spoke up. Principal, we're not lying. Yi Yang truly has at least 5 or 6,000 skeletons, probably more. That's right. You didn't see it, principals. Skeletons covered the hills and fields. Zhao Guofeng and the others fell completely silent. Several thousand skeletons. My God, how did Yi Yang produce them? Even if they were merely several thousand ants, that would still be a considerable force. And his skeletons can grow stronger. The principals felt cold sweat bead on their foreheads. I had suppressed more than 10,000 students and crushed both SSS rank and SS rank classes with ease. True, This was only the early stage, and classes of SSS rank and similar strength had not yet displayed their full potential. But once they reached the later stages, would my necromancer somehow stop growing? The principals were not the only ones stunned. Hanishu was shocked as well. At first, she believed her small team's number, combined with Qinyang, their SSS rank damage dealer, running away, was the only reason they failed to resist the skeletons. But now they had watched 100 or 200 people be eliminated almost instantly. What explanation remained? No. When Yiyang leaves the dungeon, I have to become his girlfriend. I absolutely cannot let another girl take him away. Han Yishu clenched her delicate fists and silently made up her mind. Heh. Qinyang sneered twice from the corner. Can all of you stop making fools of yourselves? He killed only 100 or 200 newly awakened professionals. What is there to be proud of? What? Zhao Guofeng and Han Yishu froze at his words. Even Qinyang's own principal, Li Yuntian, looked surprised. Qinyang, what do you mean? What else could I mean? The corner of Qinyang's mouth lifted. I admit Yi Yang skeletons have some ability and that there are a lot of them, but that makes them impressive only against newly awakened professionals. Against this dungeon's final boss, he has no chance of victory. Why do you say that? Zhao Guofeng frowned. By now, most students had either been killed out by my skeletons or died early to the dungeon's monsters. I appeared to be the only powerful contender remaining for the final boss. If something happened to me as well, Qinyang merely shrugged and laughed contemptuously. Do I really need to explain? Pick any student who was just killed out and ask them about the final boss. Then you'll understand. Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, and the others instinctively approached one recently eliminated student and questioned him seriously. The answer shocked them. The final boss not only had terrifying attributes exceeding 100 in all 4 categories, but also possessed an extraordinary area skill, Solar Radiance. My god, this thing is Yi Yang's natural counter. Zhao Guofeng's face turned deathly pale when he heard the information. Even without knowing whether the Solar Tiger possessed other mechanics, this one skill alone perfectly countered me. Why was I unmatched inside the starter dungeon? Was it not because of my endless number of skeletons? No one knew how I had accomplished it, but thousands or even tens of thousands of summoned skeletons with attributes comparable to newly awakened professionals were enough to terrify every student. Yet the Solar Tiger was precisely the boss least afraid of numbers. No matter how many skeletons I sent, they could never approach it. Combined with its 4 attributes all exceeding 100, the boss appeared practically invincible. It's over. Zhao Guofeng's vision darkened, and his body began falling backward. Several teachers immediately stepped forward to support him. He had hoped that if I rose against all expectations, he could ride my success and soar through his own official career. Becoming Vice Guild Master or even Guild Master of Tianshui City would not have been impossible. But now the final boss countered me completely. Damn it. Heaven wants to destroy me, Zhao Guofeng. The thought left his heart burning and constricted. Principal, don't panic. Yiyang held first place in both academics and combat at Tianshui No. 1 High School, and across all of Tianshui City, for 3 years. He may find a way. What way could there be? Qinyang is right. Defeating newly awakened professionals is certainly an accomplishment. But if he cannot defeat the final boss, then this class ultimately has no room to rise. I thought. I had judged him incorrectly and discovered an extraordinarily powerful class beyond SSS rank. I never expected it to remain trapped beneath the label of a worthless class. Zhao Guofeng shook his head. He had already given up hope. Li Yuntian wore an expression of regret beside him, but secretly rejoiced. When Qinyang was killed out by me, he thought I would carry Tianshui No. 1 High School to greatness. So the class was worthless after all. Ding. You killed Flame, Mage Wang Fei. Ding. I later confirmed this brief outside scene from the people involved. Expressionless, I examined the long chain of kill notifications. Killing people brought me no particular benefit. My primary purpose was to clear away the students so I could fight the boss in peace. Otherwise, they might interfere while my skeletons launched their full attack. Looking over the area and seeing every professional gone, I nodded after confirming the result. Even if I had known what people outside were saying, I would not have cared. Next comes this boss. I locked my vision on the Solar Tiger. Killing it would give me a class-specific skill scroll. Lich King, the girl who had arrived here with my skeletons, suddenly spoke. Great Yiyang, when I attacked this boss with my previous team, I discovered that it not only has powerful attributes, but also possesses an area skill with an enormous range. An area skill? This was my first time fighting the boss. Other than its attributes, I could not see any additional information. If that's the case, I know how to fight it. I smiled and ordered one skeleton to attack. It charged to the boss, raised its bone blade, and slashed at the solar tiger. The tiger did not use an area skill at all. It merely lifted a paw and destroyed the skeleton with one normal attack. I sent a second skeleton, then a third. Without exception, none could trigger solar radiance. The boss killed each with a single normal attack. It looks like one or two skeletons aren't enough. I had planned to bait out the area skill with a few skeletons, then order the rest to swarm it and begin the real battle. But the boss continued holding the skill, so I could not attack recklessly. In that case, I'll increase the number. I had no reason to overthink it. I immediately increased the attack wave to 100 skeletons. For me, 100 required only a minute or two to summon and meant virtually nothing. More than 100 skeletons surged forward and reached the boss in moments. Not good. That's the wind-up for its area skill. By then, the skeletons that had already charged and could no longer escape. Besides, I had never intended to bring them back. Roar. Solar radiance. Boom. All 100 skeletons surrounding the boss died instantly. Hiss. Forget whatever other skills this boss might possess. If that area attack hit my real body, it would kill me instantly. It truly was a boss monster with every attribute above 100. The instant the force of solar radiance ended, I ordered every skeleton to charge. More than 10,000 skeletons already gathered nearby attacked the boss at once. Roar. Under one relentless wave after another, the solar tiger went berserk and began tearing through them. A single swipe shattered 3 to 5 skeletons. Every gap it opened was filled by more skeletons. The damage dealt by each individual skeleton was negligible, but their number was overwhelming. The solar tiger could not even escape. 10,000 skeletons physically pinned it in place. As for me, as expected of the final boss, its strength is incredible. After more than a full minute, I saw the solar tiger's health finally fall by 1% and chuckled. The boss's strength was one factor. More importantly, the 10,000 skeletons I deployed could not all attack it at once. Only 300 to 500 could reach the boss at the same time. Most waited in reserve around the outside. Whenever the skeletons in front died, those behind immediately replaced them. After realizing this, I stopped calling skeletons from the other regions. That was why I could fight the boss while my level 8 experience bar, previously less than half full, continued climbing past 60%. This is excellent. I can fight the boss and keep farming minor monsters at the same time. The best part is that I don't have to do anything. I can lie here, issue a few orders, and collect every reward. I could attack the boss without thought, farm minor monsters simultaneously, and keep my real body completely safe. Lich King, standing far away, was already stunned. In fact, even now, she had never seen my actual body inside the dungeon. Lich King later told me that she had only recognized my skeletons and tried to contact me through them. After I allowed her to stay, she watched the battle from a distance. The boss rewards had nothing to do with her, but witnessing this fight with her own eyes was already important enough. At this rate, I should defeat the boss in less than 2 hours. Even at my slower speed, 2 hours should be enough for me to reach level 9. At first, I maintained a pace of roughly 1 level per hour. Now that I had assigned about half my skeletons to the boss, my leveling efficiency had naturally fallen. During the nearly 2 hours required to defeat it, however, I would summon another 5,000 or 6,000 skeletons. Even if the solar tiger destroyed a substantial number, the loss would essentially amount to nothing. Something occurred to me. By the way, Lich King, do you know the approximate cooldown of the boss's area skill? It should be 5 minutes. After thinking, Lich King replied, my previous team kicked me because I couldn't contribute during 2 consecutive area attacks. Understood. I checked the boss's health, which had fallen by about 3.6%. Calculating from that percentage, almost 5 minutes had already passed. Earlier, reducing its health by 1% had required slightly less than a minute and a half. Retreat. With one thought, more than 10,000 skeletons withdrew from the battlefield. I left only 1,000 or 2,000 behind to continue wearing down the boss's health. Their real purpose was to force out the area skill. Only a few seconds after the other skeletons retreated, the solar tiger erupted with powerful pale gold light again. Boom. In an instant, the 1,000 skeletons left behind turned to ash. The final boss really is fierce. So all I need to do is withdraw the skeletons once every 5 minutes, then spend 2.5 hours slowly grinding the boss to death. Killing the starter dungeon's final boss without taking any damage might make me the first person in history to accomplish it. Although more than 500 years had passed since the Great Transformation erupted across Blue Star, Only a little more than 200 years had elapsed since society regained stable order. The history of starter dungeons was not even a full century old. At the very least, since their rules first appeared, I had never heard of anyone soloing a starter dungeon's final boss without taking damage. More than 2 hours later, not only had the boss's health fallen below 1%, but my level had risen to 9 with 78% of the experience bar filled. One final slash from a skeleton emptied the solar tiger's remaining health. Its enormous body crashed to the ground. A series of system notifications immediately appeared before me. Ding! You killed the final boss, Solar Tiger, and gained 10,000 EXP. Ding! You successfully cleared the dungeon. Rewards obtained: 10,000 EXP and one class-specific equipment chest. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, LV, 10. Ding! Level up rewards obtained: +1 to all 4 base attributes and +5 free attribute points. Ding! You have reached level 10 and successfully triggered an advancement quest. Lich King, standing far away, was utterly stunned by what she saw. It was cleared just like that. Hundreds of people couldn't do anything to the Solar Tiger, yet he defeated it so easily. Staring at the Solar Tiger's corpse in the distance, Lich King's entire body tensed on instinct. Defeating the boss had not actually been effortless for me. During those 2+ hours, I lost at least 6 or 7,000 skeletons to the Solar Tiger. I also summoned more than 8,000 new ones in the same period. When everything was counted, I had neither gained nor lost much. Finally, it's time to collect the rewards. The first was naturally the class-specific skill scroll I had long anticipated. According to the textbook, a skill scroll produced by a starter dungeon doesn't disappear after use like one from an ordinary dungeon. Only the special origin energy within it is absorbed. After using it, the user gains the skill, and the scroll receives that person's mark. The used special scroll then becomes worthless to everyone else and serves only as proof that the user qualifies for the training camp. Remembering what I had learned in class, I did not hesitate. I immediately used the special, class-specific skill scroll. Ding! You successfully used a class-specific skill scroll and obtained the class skill. Necromancer, Skeleton Mage Summoning. Skill, Skeleton Mage Summoning. Consume 10 spirit to summon 1 skeleton mage to fight for you. Skeleton Mage? I finally have an undead summon capable of ranged attacks. The skill filled me with excitement. If my undead army had possessed skeleton mages from the beginning, defeating the final boss, Solar Tiger, might not have taken even half an hour. No, it might not have taken 10 minutes. First, because my initial skeletons were limited to melee attacks, they could only crowd around the boss and strike at close range. Even when several thousand or 10,000 skeletons surrounded the Solar Tiger, only 300 to 500 could actually contribute. And that was possible only because the boss had such a large body. Otherwise, defeating it would have taken even longer. Skeleton mages had no such problem. That was the advantage of ranged attacks. Once the boss was surrounded, even skeleton mages standing far away could contribute. Second, the skeleton mage's attributes were much higher than those of an ordinary skeleton. Its spirit alone completely surpassed that of the initial skeletons. The moment I integrated the skill into my status screen, another familiar notification sounded. Ding! Skill, Skeleton Mage Summoning has successfully evolved into God-tier Skeleton Mage Summoning. God-tier Skeleton Mage Summoning. Consume 10 spirit to activate. Summon 1 skeleton mage every 10 seconds to fight for you. Amazing! It became a God-tier skill too. I was extremely satisfied by the change. The original skill consumed 10 spirit for every single skeleton mage. After evolving into a God-tier skill, activating it once would summon another skeleton mage every 10 seconds. The effect far exceeded my expectations. I activated the skill and waited silently for 10 seconds, then released a skeleton mage from my summoning space. Information: Skeleton Mage. Level: 10. Strength: 10, plus 0.64%. Spirit: 20, plus 0.64%. Constitution: 10, plus 0.64%. Agility: 10, plus 0.64%. Skill: Necrotic Bolt. Condense a necrotic bolt and strike any enemy within a range of spirit times 1 meters, dealing massive damage equal to spirit times 10. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Not bad. Its spirit is directly twice as high as the other 3 attributes. The most outrageous part is its innate skill, Necrotic Bolt. With its current attributes, it can deal more than 200 damage to an enemy within a range of over 20 meters. That's 20 times the damage of an ordinary skeleton. Even I was astonished after reading the skeleton mage's attributes. The initial skeletons relied entirely on normal attacks based on strength. Skeleton mages, however, immediately transformed my army. 1 every 10 seconds means 8,640 in a day. By the time the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp opens 3 days from now, I'll have more than 24,000 skeleton mages. This is incredible. I casually returned the skeleton mage to my summoning space and let out a long breath. I still had the class-specific equipment chest awarded for clearing the dungeon. Unlike a skill scroll, the chest disappeared immediately after use. I opened it without hesitation. Ding! You successfully used a class-specific equipment chest and obtained the class-specific weapon. Necromancer's Grimoire. The item appeared in the next instant. Necromancer's Grimoire, LV 10. Attribute, Spirit plus 200. Special. Increases all 4 attributes of every summoned creature under your command by 10%. Damn, this weapon is incredible. The weapon's attributes stun me. It immediately granted 200 spirit and carried a special effect that increased all 4 attributes of every summoned creature under my command by 10%. The equipment's effect might not appear obvious early on, but it would become extraordinary later. More importantly, after equipping the Necromancer's Grimoire, my own attributes soared. Name: Yeon. Class: Necromancer, unique. Level: 10. Strength: 19. Spirit: 264. Constitution: 19. Agility: 19. My spirit has exploded. After confirming the result, I nodded and closed my status screen. I then examined the other rewards dropped by the Solar Tiger. The term Origin Reward might sound impressive, but these rewards were actually more style than substance. Chun Yang's SSS rank Envoy of Heavenly Fire and Wang Fei's A rank Flame Mage both belong to the broader mage category, also known as Origin Mage classes. My Necromancer was generally categorized as an Origin Summoner class. Those grand-sounding Origin rewards were actually the trash awakened professionals least wanted to see. Iron Boots, LV 10. Attribute: Agility plus 12. The other equipment dropped by the boss consisted of worthless generic pieces like these iron boots. Even such shabby equipment could sell for a decent price, because it was easy to recycle after it became obsolete. Since no Origin Summoner equipment had dropped, I placed all the rewards in my inventory. Finally, the Advancement Quest. I looked at the final system message I received after clearing the dungeon. Every time an awakened professional gained 10 levels, they triggered an Advancement Quest. Completing one did not merely raise the person from Tier 0 to Tier 1. It also greatly improved the growth provided by their attribute template. Most importantly, it granted the possibility of a second talent. That second talent was why I could not wait to advance. I could not continue leveling before completing the quest. I gave the command and selected the advancement button on my status screen. Ding! You have reached level 10. Please select the difficulty of your advancement quest. 1-star difficulty reward. After each level up, gain +1 to all attributes and 6 free attribute points. 2-star difficulty reward. After each level up, gain +2 to all attributes and 10 free attribute points. 3-star difficulty reward. After each level up, gain +3 to all attributes and 15 free attribute points. 4-star difficulty reward. After each level up, gain +4 to all attributes and 20 free attribute points, with a chance to obtain a second class-specific talent. 5-star difficulty reward. After each level up, gain +5 to all attributes and 50 free attribute points, and receive a guaranteed second class-specific talent. Note: once the advancement quest difficulty is selected, it cannot be changed. So only a 5-star advancement quest guarantees the second talent. After carefully reading the 5 attribute templates, I was somewhat surprised. An attribute template was different from a status screen. In simple terms, an awakened professional's attribute template was their personal growth profile. It determined how many attributes they gained every time they leveled. Of course, I had learned in class that the higher the template star rating, the stronger the attribute growth it provided. I had also learned about the second talent from textbooks. At first, I assumed that advancing alone would continuously grant new talents. Only after seeing all 5-star rated templates did I truly understand the differences between them and the real path to obtaining a second talent. The gap between a 5-star and 1-star template was enormous. My initial template granted only +1 to all attributes and 5 free attribute points per level. The 1-star template increased that reward by only 1 additional free attribute point. A 5-star template granted an astonishing +5 to all attributes and 50 free attribute points per level. Even more consequential was the difference involving the second talent. As expected, effort after awakening is just as important as natural talent. Even someone who awakened an SSS rank class could complete nothing but 1-star advancement quests afterward and ultimately fade into mediocrity. On the other hand, even if someone desperately struggled after awakening an F rank or E rank class, closing the gap with an SSS rank class would not be easy. After examining the attribute templates, I chose the 5-star advancement quest without hesitation. Ding! You selected a 5-star advancement quest. 5-star advancement quest. Successfully clear a sure difficulty dungeon of level 10 or above without forming a team. Wait! I cursed aloud when I saw the requirement. It truly deserved to be a 5-star advancement quest. An ordinary person would probably collapse upon receiving it. Soloing a sure difficulty dungeon was equivalent to crushing every student and every monster in the starter dungeon single-handedly. On top of that, the person would still have to solo the starter dungeon's final boss. Since ancient times, only supreme geniuses had completed 5-star quests. A requirement this difficult was therefore unsurprising. Even across all of Longhua, an SSS rank class holder was an exceptionally rare talent. But if that person secured templates with star ratings that were too low afterward, they would still become worthless. Awakening an SSS rank class merely allowed someone to touch the upper limit of a supreme expert. It did not guarantee they would become one. A genius raised in a greenhouse would ultimately be destroyed by ruthless survivors forged through countless wars. Still, forget clearing a sure difficulty dungeon. If I can't enter the training camp, even finding a dungeon will be extremely difficult. After I leave, I'll have to ask a teacher or Principal Zhao whether they know the location of any dungeons. Wild dungeons appeared completely at random. Ordinary people had no way to track where they emerged. Even major families might control information on only a handful of local dungeon locations. When those families discovered that a descendant had awakened as a genuine genius, they were desperate to send them into official organizations such as training camps, universities, or military academies. National organizations possessed overwhelmingly superior intelligence. The dungeon hall inside the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp alone had an Eye of Heaven observatory capable of monitoring the entire province. Equipment of that scale could locate dungeon resources throughout Longhua at any time. Other than a national organization, who could possess such an ability? After placing every reward in my inventory, I prepared to leave the dungeon. The final boss was dead. Even if I did not exit, the starter dungeon would completely collapse within 10 minutes. I did not witness the following scene at the time. After leaving, I reconstructed it from testimony provided by the people present. Once Lich King recovered from the shock of watching me solo the Solar Tiger, she immediately exited the dungeon. The moment she appeared at the entrance, her former teammates recognized her. Damn, isn't that Lich King? It really is her. Wasn't she following Yi Yang? Why did she come out so quickly? Ha. Qinyang was right. Even if Yi Yang could defeat all of us, he still couldn't defeat the final boss. He must have been killed out too. This is hilarious. I didn't quite believe Qinyang earlier, but now it seems Yi Yang's necromancer is nothing special. TSK. If we get killed out, we can recover and return to fighting. But if Yi Yang's necromancer was expelled, the boss probably wiped out all those thousands of skeletons. That's too funny. If all his summoned skeletons are gone, how is he supposed to level in the future? Huh? Why do we see only Lich King? Where is Yi Yang? Isn't it obvious? All his skeletons were destroyed. He's too ashamed to show his face, so he ran away. That makes sense. What a miserable outcome. More importantly, the class-specific skill scroll from the final boss only grants eligibility to compete for the training camp. Without his skeletons, forget passing the selection assessment. Wouldn't even normal leveling become difficult for Yi Yang? TSK. Who knows? He insisted on showing off, cleared everyone else out, and thought he could solo the boss. With this result, all anyone can say is that he deserved it. When Lich King appeared at the dungeon entrance, her former teammates and many students eliminated earlier immediately mocked her. They had assumed she found a powerful backer. Others, having seen no sign of me at the entrance, instinctively approached Lich King to ask what had happened. Lich King, why did only you come out? Where is great Yi Yang? Huh? Only after her friend asked did Lich King emerge from her daze. The scene of my tens of thousands of skeletons grinding the Solar Tiger to death had been too shocking. Xiaoyan, what did you just ask? After collecting herself, Lich King asked again. I asked why you're the only one here. Where is great Yi Yang? Weren't you with him the whole time? The girl called Xiaoyun pursed her lips helplessly and repeated the question. Great Yiyang. Li Qing thought for a moment. Oh, he just finished killing the boss. He should be organizing his rewards now. He'll probably come out soon. He killed the boss. Xiaoyun froze. You're saying Great Yiyang killed the final boss all by himself? Of course. What else would I mean? Li Qing shrugged casually. That one sentence stunned Xiaoyun and several nearby students. Wait, Li Qing, are you serious? Yiyang has already killed the boss. Damn, that's monstrous. I've seen the final boss. Did Yiyang really solo the Solar Tiger? Forget Tianshui City. Has anyone in all of Dongshan Province ever accomplished that? That's incredible. After hearing Li Qing, the students looked at the starter dungeon differently. They had assumed she had been expelled by the final boss alongside me. In reality, Li Qing had watched me solo it and left only because there was nothing else to see. The students' shock attracted the attention of several principals nearby. The moment Zhao Guofeng heard the discussion, he hurried to Li Qing. Student Li Qing, is what you said true? Did Yiyang really kill the final boss alone? Yes, principal. Li Qing nodded seriously. I personally watched student Yiyang finish killing the final boss before I came out. Good. Excellent. A heaven-blessed genius. Student Yiyang is a true heaven-blessed genius. Zhao Guofeng felt as excited as if he had received a year-end bonus. No, far more excited than that. A supreme genius capable of soloing a starter dungeon had never appeared in Tianshui City. Even throughout a century of Dongshan Province's history, no such genius had emerged. In the future, Zhao Guofeng might not merely rise to Guild Master of the Tianshui City Awakened Professionals Guild. Becoming an official at the Provincial Guild was now possible. Quickly, Zhao Guofeng turned and ordered his secretary. Report this news to Guild Master Lin immediately. Yes. At that moment, Qinyang suddenly sneered twice from nearby. What? Li Yuntian beside him froze. Qinyang, what are you laughing at? What am I laughing at? Qinyang snorted. I'm laughing at how naive Principal Zhao of Tianshui No. 1 High School is. What do you mean? Li Yuntian frowned. It's simple. Qinyang smiled contemptuously. Soloing the starter dungeon's final boss. How could that be possible? Even among the talents raised by the superfamilies of Longgua's three supreme cities, Jingdu, Jinghai, and Jiangnan, very few can accomplish such a feat. And you expect Yiyang to do it? Principally, do you believe that's possible? This. Li Yuntian fell silent. When Li Qing first said that I had soloed the final boss, he had not entirely believed her. Yet she was the last person to remain inside the dungeon, so her testimony carried weight. After hearing Chun Yang's analysis, however, Principal Li hesitated again. Even the three supreme cities could produce only a handful of such peerless geniuses. I was merely an orphan who had awakened a hidden class of uncertain strength. What gave me the ability to solo the final boss? Ha! After overhearing them, Zhao Guofeng walked over triumphantly. Student Qinyang, brotherly, have the two of you lost your minds? Student Li Qing already said she personally watched Yiyang solo the boss. Yet you still refuse to believe her? What a joke. Qinyang shook his head, the corner of his mouth lifting. What if Li Qing is lying to you? I heard this woman secretly liked Yiyang before. Li Yuntian sighed after hearing him. Fine. Very well. Zhao Guofeng sneered and looked toward Li Yuntian. So brotherly agrees with him? This. Li Yuntian hesitated before answering. Brother Zhao, I simply believe that soloing the final boss is extremely unlikely. Excellent. Zhao Guofeng nodded. At that moment, he finally saw their true faces and no longer cared to waste words. Fine. Since both of you believe that, let's make a bet. We all know a dungeon collapses completely 10 minutes after its final boss is killed. We need to wait no longer than 10 minutes. If the dungeon remains and student Yiyang comes out after 10 minutes, then events happened exactly as you claim. I'll immediately present 1 million dragon coins. But if the opposite happens, you will put up 1 million dragon coins. You don't even have to give the money to me. Give it directly to student Yiyang. Well, do you dare take the bet? Zhao Guofeng had endured these people long enough today. Now he could not tolerate them for another moment. How could anyone endure watching outside students and principals casually ridicule the best student from their school? Earlier, their arguments sounded reasonable, so Zhao Guofeng had swallowed his anger. But a girl who had stayed with me had explicitly stated that she personally watched me solo the final boss. And these people were still talking arrogantly. Faced with Zhao Guofeng's momentum, Li Yuntian hesitated. 1 million dragon coins was not much to him. But if he lost, the humiliation would be enormous. Besides, he only half believed Qinyang's argument. Seeing his hesitation, Chunyang immediately spoke. Principal Zhao, if Principal Li doesn't want to bet with you, then I will. You'll bet with me? Zhao Guofeng swept his eyes over Chunyang, and his expression turned cold. Who do you think you are? You want to bet with me? Xiao Chun, don't assume that belonging to some family gives you the right to act arrogantly in front of me. Even if you called your father here, he wouldn't dare speak to me that way. You. Chunyang was left speechless. As principal of Tianshui City's leading high school, Zhao Guofeng's official rank was only half a level below that of a vice guild master of the Tianshui City Awakened Professionals Guild. Civilian families like theirs had to think carefully before confronting even an ordinary guild member, much less a figure of Zhao Guofeng's status. That was the strength of an official organization. More importantly, the protection a national organization provided its own people far surpassed anything a civilian family could match. With that path closed, Chunyang returned to Li Yuntian's side. Principal Li, take the bet. At worst, I'll pay the 1 million for you. Forget it. Li Yuntian waved a hand. Chunyang's words had already placed him over the fire. If he refused now, his reputation would still suffer. He slowly walked to Zhao Guofeng. Since Brother Zhao wants to bet, I'll play along once. It's only 1 million. I can afford that much. Excellent. Zhao Guofeng smiled faintly. At most 3 or 4 minutes remain before the dungeon collapses. Let's see who wins. Heh. Li Yuntian gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. Brother Zhao, you're far too confident. Do you truly believe an ordinary orphan like Yi Yang can possess talent comparable to the elites cultivated by the 3 supreme cities? Zhao Guofeng instinctively prepared to argue. Before he could speak, a tremendous boom suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Then, Zhao Guofeng, Li Yuntian, Chunyang, Han Yishu, and the more than 10,000 students present watched the starter dungeon disappear before them. Yi Yang, wait. The starter dungeon disappeared. Does that mean Yi Yang truly eliminated the final boss? Damn, that's impossible, isn't it? Soloing the starter dungeon's final boss? I wouldn't dare do that even in a dream. How did Yi Yang accomplish it? I saw the final boss, Solar Tiger, with my own eyes. Every one of its 4 attributes exceeded 100. Attributes above 100 were only the boss's basic strength. Its strongest weapon was the area skill. One use could instantly kill everyone within 100 meters. This is unbelievable. Weren't his skeletons supposed to be weak? Didn't people say they couldn't even defeat a rabbit? How did he solo the final boss? This defies the heavens. Exactly. If Han Yishu hadn't kept clinging to our Yi Yang, I would have started pursuing him long ago. Damn it. No matter what happens, I have to confess to him today. I can't leave this regret in my high school life. Girl, count me in. I'm going to. +1. I want to confess to Great Yi Yang too. Once they truly saw me appear, everyone was completely stunned. Wait, am I dreaming? Yi Yang actually did it? No one in the history of Dongshan Province has ever soloed a starter dungeon's final boss. Li Yuntian was dumbfounded by the sight. A moment ago, he had mocked the idea that I could succeed. Less than a second later, reality slapped him across the face. Ha ha ha. When Zhao Guofeng saw the starter dungeon vanish and my solitary figure standing there, he burst into wild laughter. Only moments before, he had still been trying to explain things to Li Yuntian. This is impossible. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. My SSS rank envoy of Heavenly Fire couldn't solo the final boss. How could a broken necromancer who only summons skeletons accomplish it? I later confirmed this brief outside scene through the people who witnessed it. Chunyang had completely lost emotional control. With my power alone, I accomplished something that even super geniuses cultivated by the 3 supreme cities could not guarantee. As expected of the man I, Han Yishu, chose. I did not personally witness what followed. I verified it after leaving through the records and testimony from the scene. Han Yishu looked at me with worship and admiration. This was the man she had always dreamed of having. What did Chunyang or some SSS rank genius matter? She immediately squeezed through the crowd and reached me. Yi Yang, congratulations. You soloed the final boss. You're incredible. As she spoke, her expression declared that I belonged to her. The moment Han Yishu reached out to embrace me, I instinctively stepped back. What? Han Yishu froze when she saw me step back. Ahem. Student Han Yishu, haven't you heard that men and women should keep an appropriate distance? Besides, don't you like Chunyang? Show some self-respect and stay away from me. I looked at Han Yishu without expression. I was not the same pathetic bootlicker as the original Yi Yang. Someone like Han Yishu clearly did nothing but look down on others. Her attitude had improved only because she saw me solo the final boss. I would never let a woman like that touch me. Han Ishu felt terribly wronged by my words. Yang, you've misunderstood me. How could I like a piece of trash like Qin Yang? The difference between him and you is greater than the difference between a man and a dog. I've always liked you. Didn't you know? Ha ha. Did you forget the final assessment in our first year? You wanted first place, so you forced me to pretend I was sick and missed the exam. Our grade director couldn't stand it and secretly arranged a makeup exam for me. Then, during the second-year final assessment, I accidentally took first place, and you berated me for an entire month. In the end, you even demanded every reward that came with the top ranking. And that's only the past. Today, after I awakened the necromancer class, you ordered me to use all my skeletons to protect you and Xinyang. Now you're telling me that you've always liked me? Student Han Ishu, even if you're trying to deceive an idiot, you can't use such a pathetic lie. The rapid barrage of questions left Han Ishu's head buzzing. And no, that's not what happened. Han Ishu finally recovered. Yang, those things were only tests. Your 3-year testing period is over, and now I know your feelings for me are sincere. I know. You've always liked only me, haven't you? Get the hell away from me. I said, a test? Let me tell you something. Other than my country and its people, no one has the right to test me. Who the hell do you think you are, testing me? I have no interest in dating right now. But even if I did, I would rather choose Lich King beside me than look at you again. What did you say? Han Ishu's eyes widened. What I had said was true. Compared with her, Lich King had at least sincerely helped me. After leading my skeletons to the boss, she asked for nothing. She simply watched from a distance until I finished the final battle, then left the dungeon. If I had not seen Lich King run to my side after leaving the dungeon, I would have worried that I might never get the chance to thank her. Xinyang, standing nearby, had already been on the verge of collapse. Hearing Han Ishu's words shattered what remained of his composure. He had believed that after smoothly clearing the dungeon with his powerful SSS rank class, taking the first kill on the final boss, and obtaining the class-specific skill scroll, he would humiliate an insect like me and win the beauty at the same time. Instead, Han Ishu publicly humiliated him before this enormous crowd. Even worse, the target of her confession was the person he had despised most, me. Countless complicated emotions surged through Xinyang. Li Qing understood the situation as well. She had secretly liked me for a long time, but never found a chance to confess. Everyone in the school knew that I used to pursue Han Ishu. Li Qing immediately stood beside me with complete confidence, looked directly at Han Ishu, and said, "All right, young Miss Han Ishu. You can see that Yi Yang doesn't like you. Stop wasting everyone's time." What? Han Ishu froze instinctively when Li Qing appeared. Who do you think you are to judge me? Even if Yi Yang doesn't like me, do you believe he would like someone like you? Phew. Li Qing steadied her breathing under Han Ishu's insults. Miss Han, before you, perhaps a commoner like me really is nobody. But in Great Yi Yang's heart, my position seems to be just a tiny bit higher than yours. You. Han Ishu broke down completely. Rage rushed into her head. Without hesitation, she raised a hand and swung it toward Li Qing's face. A powerful hand swept across and knocked Han Ishu's wrist aside. I immediately struck Han Ishu across the face with the back of my hand. Han Ishu, I never imagined you had such poor character that you would assault a classmate in public. If I had known you were this kind of person 5 years ago, I never would have let my parents risk their lives to save you. Consider this slap the discipline Uncle Han should have given you. After hearing me, several female students nearby began whispering. Look, my husband seems to have finally broken with Han Ishu. He really has. But Han Ishu is shameless. She ignored my Prince Charming Yang all this time, and now she has the nerve to claim he's the only one she likes. Exactly. I can't believe she called it a test. Why would my husband need a bitch like her to test him? This is hilarious. She should look in a mirror. She didn't say any of this when Xinyang awakened an SSS rank class. Right? She's attaching herself to my husband only because he soloed the dungeon's final boss. This is too funny. Thank goodness Great Yang finally woke up. Honestly, I was worried that woman might bewitch him again. Wait, now that they've broken up, does that mean we have another chance? Now that you mention it, I think we do. Oh my god, this is a perfect opportunity. Li Qing has already made her move. I can't let her steal my husband. What do you mean, Huang Xiaya? Since when is he your husband? He's clearly mine. Forget that. Yi Yang looks so fierce right now. I like men who are a little fierce. What kind of strange kink is that? What's strange about it? I like fierce men too. Stop talking. If we waste any more time, Li Qing will steal Yi Yang. Thinking of that, the girls began kicking Han Ishu while she was down, watching her stand there like a drenched stray dog. Ahem. Young Miss Han Ishu, our Yiyang has already said he wants nothing to do with you. Could you please stay away from him? Exactly. Why do you keep clinging to my husband? Why don't you find your Qinyang? Uft. I heard that inside the dungeon. Qinyang not only ran away after Great Yiyang beat him, but later got slaughtered without even a chance to fight back. This is too funny. So this is a man with an SSS rank class? He's so powerful. All right, Hanishu, could you please stay away from my husband? He already said he doesn't want anything to do with you. More than a dozen girls took turns hurling insults at Hanishu. She had just been slapped before the entire crowd, and hearing their abuse made her burst into tears. Yiyang, how dare you bully me? Just wait. I'll tell my father and make him teach you a lesson. After throwing down those words, Hanishu turned and ran toward home. Seeing her leave in anguish filled Qinyang with conflict. If he comforted her properly, he still had a good chance of pulling Hanishu back to his side. He had already lost the chance to compete for a place in the Dongshan provincial training camp. Losing Hanishu as well would make the damage enormous. He hesitated for only a few seconds before rushing after her. Ishu, don't be angry. That guy doesn't recognize what's good for him. He doesn't understand how well you've treated him. But it doesn't matter. I understand. Don't worry. I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. At Qinyang's voice, the furious Han Ishu slowly stopped and looked back. But the longer she looked at Qinyang, the more unpleasant she found him. Every grievance she had suffered from me erupted at once, and she began berating him. You think you can treat me well? Qinyang, you bastard. Do you realize you're the reason I'm in this situation? How can your broken SSS rank class compare with my brother Yi Yang's unique hidden class? You're worthless. You aren't even fit to carry Yi Yang's shoes. Stay away from me. From this day forward, never come near me again. My heart belongs only to Yi Yang. In my heart, you're worth less than a dog. Han Ishu turned again and ran toward the Han family villa. Qinyang remained rooted to the spot, while dull thunder seemed to roar endlessly through his mind. His SSS rank class was broken? Compared with me, he was worth less than a dog? Had Han Ishu's heart always belonged only to me? Qinyang suddenly felt like a clown. Brother Yiyang, I've truly liked you for 3 years. Please be my boyfriend. Honey, you know I've always liked you. Great Yiyang, should we go make babies tonight? Please be with me. I stood there surrounded by dozens of girls, unable to move. I sighed and finally said, well, I truly don't intend to date right now. We can talk about it another time. Huh. Zhao Guofeng reached me as well. I had ranked first in both academics and combat at Tianshui #1 high school for 3 years. How could he have failed to notice me? Anyone with eyes could see how much I had given Han Ishu over those 3 years. Even today, she had humiliated me, called my skeletons broken, and demanded that I use them as shields to protect her and Qinyang. Anyone else might have collapsed already. Of course, Zhao Guofeng understood, but this was not something a school principal should interfere with. Principal Zhao asked, Student Yiyang, did you truly solo the final boss? Yes. I nodded slowly and took the used, class-specific skill scroll from my inventory. Good. Excellent. Zhao Guofeng nodded repeatedly in immense satisfaction. In that case, come with me first. This isn't a suitable place to talk. All right. Thank you for leading the way, Principal. I nodded and followed Zhao Guofeng. After walking for a while, I noticed that he did not seem to be heading back to school. Isn't this the Tianshui City Awakened Professionals Guild? Why did Principal Zhao bring me here? When we finally reached the guild's front doors, I asked. Zhao Guofeng did not conceal the reason. It's simple. You've now qualified for the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp Selection Assessment. When the time comes to enter the training camp, Guildmaster Lin Chongfeng will take you there, not me. I don't have the necessary authority. I see. I followed Zhao Guofeng all the way to Guildmaster Lin Chongfeng's office. When Lin Chongfeng saw me, he sprang up from his chair. Principal Zhao, is this young man the student you had someone tell me about? The one who soloed the starter dungeon's final boss? Yes. Zhao Guofeng nodded solemnly, then stepped aside beside me. Greetings, Guildmaster Lin. No need for ceremony. Lin Chongfeng hurried over and used both hands to straighten me. Look at that. The young man is very polite, but you don't need so much formality here. Have a seat. Lin Chongfeng pointed toward a nearby sofa. Once I sat down, he went straight to the point. Did Principal Zhao explain the rules of the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp to you? No. I shook my head. All right. I'll explain them now. Lin Chongfeng smiled faintly. In simple terms, the training camp selection assessment begins 3 days from now. Every student in Dongshan Province who has earned assessment eligibility will travel to Qingyao City to participate. I'll tell you something in advance. Principal Zhao's secretary said you've already reached level 10. But to have any real hope of passing the selection assessment, you need to be at least level 15. In addition, your Tier 1 attribute template must be at least 3-star. Level 15? A 3-star template. Is the selection assessment truly that difficult? I frowned instinctively at the requirement. I had already reached level 10, but that did not make the goal easy. I achieved my current level only because I monopolized nearly every resource in the starter dungeon. Reaching level 15 in 3 days was almost impossible for an ordinary person. A commoner would be fortunate to reach level 5 in 3 days. Even a genius with an A-rank class might reach only level 12 or 13. Reaching level 15 required at least an S-rank talent. Even more outrageous was the requirement for a 3-star Tier 1 attribute template. I had personally seen the difference between advancement quests of different star ratings. If a person's template rating was too low, even reaching level 20 would leave them weaker than someone at level 15 with a 3-star template. The difference in attribute growth was enormous. For an ordinary person, a 3-star attribute template or above was like an impassable chasm. There's no need to be so surprised. Lin Chongfeng offered a word of reassurance, then continued. Its full name is the Dongshan Provincial Special Genius Training Camp. Anyone who isn't a genuine genius cannot even cross the threshold. The starter dungeon's final boss is only the preliminary elimination round. The true road through hell begins at the training camp. Even if you forced an ordinary person into that place, they couldn't endure it. So there is no reason to be too astonished. I understand. I nodded seriously. Lin Chongfeng said nothing further and immediately took out a scroll, holding it toward me. This is your reward. A Tier 1 class-specific skill scroll. After using it, you'll gain a Tier 1 skill exclusive to your class. Hiss. My eyes shone at the sight of the scroll. No one could buy an item like this even for several million dragon coins. At that moment, I suddenly remembered my advancement quest. I had already chosen the 5-star quest. Its requirement was to clear a Shura difficulty dungeon. My most urgent priority was finding a dungeon. Without hiding anything, I asked directly, Guildmaster Lin, do you know the entrance coordinates of any Tier 1 dungeons? A Tier 1 dungeon. Lin Chongfeng thought for a moment. You can check the guild's mission hall. There may be commissions related to Tier 1 dungeons posted there. If there aren't any, contact me afterward. Understood. Thank you, Guildmaster Lin. I nodded gratefully. The information was important to me. No need for thanks. In that case, go take care of your business. Come back here at 7 in the morning 3 days from now. By the way, this is an alert source stone. After you crush it, I will immediately receive the signal and your coordinates. You need to pay attention to your safety when you're outside. Lin Chongfeng took out a blood-red crystal roughly the size of my palm and slowly placed it in my hand. Zhao Guofeng's eyes lit up at the sight. This is a highest-grade red alert source stone. A red alert source stone? I looked at Zhao Guofeng in confusion. Yes. Zhao Guofeng took a deep breath and explained slowly. Alert source stones come in 5 grades: red, yellow, blue, green, and white. Each produces a different effect. The lowest white alert source stone only gives the person who presented it a faint sense that you're in danger. Starting with the blue alert grade, the giver can obtain the victim's information and coordinates. As for the red alert source stone in your hand, the moment you use it, Guildmaster Lin can immediately open a space-time passage and descend beside you. I never expected. Zhao Guofeng's explanation stunned me. If I used this alert source stone, Lin Chongfeng, the level 60, peak Tier 5 guild master of the Tianshui City Awakened Professionals Guild, would appear before me immediately. However, Zhao Guofeng turned toward Lin Chongfeng and said apologetically, Guildmaster Lin, I remember that you receive only 1 red alert source stone as part of your year-end bonus, correct? What is so valuable about it? Lin Chongfeng smiled with his usual calm. As long as Yang can level safely during these 3 days, I wouldn't mind giving him my entire year-end bonus. Ha! A supreme genius who soloed the starter dungeon's final boss. When the training camp selection assessment begins, let's see whether Ouyang Long, Zheng Yuntian, and those others still dare look down on Tianshui City. Zhao Guofeng sighed deeply after hearing him. Tianshui City did not rank at the very bottom of Dongshan Province, but it remained in the lower middle range. Back then, Ouyang Long, the guild master of Qingyao City, Zheng Yuntian, the guild master of Nanji City, and Lin Chongfeng had all graduated in the same class. After one poor performance on the battlefield damaged Lin Chongfeng's military achievements, he was eventually assigned to a place like Tianshui City. Its lack of resources produced disappointing student performance, and Ouyang Long and Zheng Yuntian had always looked down on Lin Changfeng. Now that a promising talent like me had finally appeared, it was understandable that Guildmaster Lin would invest so heavily. All right, since Guildmaster Lin has his own plans, I naturally won't interfere. Yang, let's go to the mission hall and see whether there are any dungeon-related commissions. Zhao Guofeng did not dwell on it. After bidding farewell to Lin Changfeng, he took me to the guild's mission hall. Strictly speaking, the guild was divided into an administration hall, a mission hall, and a trading hall. The place we had just visited was the administration hall, where Lin Changfeng worked. The location before us now was the mission hall. The trading hall provided a place for awakened professionals to trade various items. With Zhao Guofeng's guidance, I easily obtained a list of commissions suitable for Tier 1 professionals. There are really quite a few missions. They include everything from killing wild bosses to finding materials. The dazzling list of options nearly overwhelmed me. My objective was a dungeon-related task, which immediately eliminated more than 90% of the missions. Completing a dungeon commission generally required a stable team capable of clearing the dungeon. Clearing one alone? That was difficult even on the easiest normal difficulty. I did not witness what happened elsewhere at the time. After leaving the dungeon, I reconstructed the following from the accounts of people present. While I searched for a mission, I was inside the guild. The changes elsewhere were later explained to me by principals and students. Han Yishu finally returned home. Without hesitation, she told her father, Han Jiqiang, that I had bullied her. She exaggerated the story and added many accusations against me. Father, Yiyang was too cruel. I kindly tried to help him level. It would have been one thing if he refused, but he actually slapped me. Boo-hoo. Father, you have to teach that man a lesson for me. Han Yishu covered the left side of her face and cried pitifully before Han Jiqiang. While she calculated how to make her father punish me, a strong, weathered hand suddenly whistled toward the right side of her face. The slap spun Han Yishu around 2 or 3 times before she collapsed weakly to the floor. Han Jiqiang's thunderous roar immediately poured into her ears. Han Yishu, how can you be so shameless? What? Han Yishu was completely stunned by her father's words. Dad, what are you talking about? Why are you calling me shameless? You still don't understand? Let me tell you something. I learned about the mess between you and that Qin family boy long ago. After how you treated Yi Yang, one slap was getting off lightly. Today, I'm going to discipline you properly. The hypocrisy on his daughter's face infuriated Han Jiqiang. 5 years ago, if Big Brother Yi Chuan and his family hadn't risked their lives to save you during the Monster Tide outbreak, would you even be alive today? It would be bad enough if you simply lacked gratitude. But you humiliated Yi Yang in front of all those classmates and demanded that he use every summon he had to protect you. My God, how did the Han family produce someone as disloyal and unfilial as you? If Big Brother Yi Chuan knew what happened from beyond the grave, I, Han Jiqiang, could never forgive myself. Jiqiang, this isn't that serious. When she saw the situation, Han Jiqiang's wife, Tian Shui, hurried over to stop him. Our daughter chose that Qin family boy only because she wanted to pursue greater happiness. He has an SSS rank class. That isn't wrong, is it? A woman's narrow view. Truly a woman's narrow view. Her words made Han Jiqiang even angrier. He sprang to his feet, pointed at Tian Shui, and cursed again. Yishu has become like this because you spoiled her. If I don't discipline her now, she'll cause a catastrophe sooner or later. With tears in his eyes, Han Jiqiang ran to a hidden chamber in the house. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees. Big Brother Yi Chuan, I failed you. I failed to discipline my daughter and let my dear nephew suffer such injustice. This is my fault. In the afterlife, blame everything on me. From this day forward, I will teach my daughter properly. If your spirit is watching from heaven, please forgive her ignorance this once. Kneeling before Yi Chuan's memorial tablet, Han Jiqiang prayed with heartbreaking sobs while repeatedly slapping himself. Han Yishu had never seen her father collapse like this. She ran over, clutched his arm, and begged through tears, Dad, I was wrong. I'll apologize to Yi Yang. Isn't that enough? Please stop. Apologize. Han Jiqiang's eyes nearly spat fire at Han Yishu's words. Do you think you're worthy of apologizing to Yi Yang? Why don't you look at what you've become? Then, what am I supposed to do? Han Yishu could not process it. She already knew she was wrong, yet even apologizing was not permitted. Humph. Han Jiqiang snorted and immediately turned toward his wife. Tian Shui, prepare gifts today. We'll visit Big Brother Ye's home and personally apologize to our nephew Yi Yang. What? Tian Shui froze. Now. Of course. Han Jiqiang shouted. If we don't go now, Should we wait until next year? But what if Yang isn't home? Tian Shui frowned. Not home. Han Jiqiang considered it. Then we'll wait outside his door until my nephew returns. He turned to Han Yishu again. As for you, kneel before your Uncle Ye's memorial tablet, starting now. You won't stand again until Yi Yang forgives us. Tian Shui felt sympathy for her daughter. Jiqiang, aren't you taking this too seriously? It was only an unintentional mistake. Is it necessary for the dignified head of the Han family to make such a scene and personally apologize to a junior? Yu. Tian Shui's words nearly made Han Jiqiang faint with rage. How had he surrounded himself with so many ungrateful wolves? Fine. Very well. You won't go. I'll go myself. Han Jiqiang slammed the door and left. 5 years ago, big brother Yichuan had sacrificed his life to rescue him from a magical beast's jaws. Now, thinking of the past, Han Jiqiang quickly reached my home. Tian Shui had been right. I truly was not home. My nephew just finished the starter dungeon. Where did he go instead of returning home? Phew. I finally found a dungeon commission. Inside the Awakened Professionals Guild's mission hall. I had no idea how much had happened within the Han family in such a short time, much less that Han Jiqiang was waiting outside my home. I was excited when I found the dungeon commission. Its requirement was simple. Enter a dungeon called the Black Spirit Woods and find an item called a Black Spirit Stone. The reward was 10,000 dragon coins for every stone found. The minimum requirement was 10 stones. Black Spirit Stones. Minor monsters inside a Tier 1 dungeon have a chance of dropping those. Zhao Guofeng explained after examining the mission requirements. For me, the stones were secondary. Accepting the commission would give me the Black Spirit Woods dungeon's coordinates. Dungeon commissions were not handed out casually. Sir, are you certain you wish to select this mission? Yes. I nodded. The attractive receptionist immediately continued. All right. You need to pay a deposit of 100,000 dragon coins. When you complete the mission, the deposit will be returned along with your payment. Yang, let me pay the deposit. Hearing that it cost 100,000 dragon coins, Zhao Guofeng stepped forward. He had known from the beginning that a dungeon mission required a deposit. Why else would someone provide the entrance coordinates? I refused his offer. Thank you, Principal Zhao, but I have some money. I took out my bank card and handed it to the receptionist. Han Jiqiang, the head of the Tianshui Han family and Han Yishu's father, had always supported me financially. Perhaps he did so from guilt, or perhaps to repay his debt. Whatever the reason, I had not rejected it. So 100,000 dragon coins was not a large amount for me. I remained grateful to Han Jiqiang. It was only that a rotten apple like Han Yishu had damaged my impression of the Han family. Once the transaction was complete, my balance fell from 1.13 million dragon coins to 1.03 million. The receptionist then provided the entrance coordinates for the Black Spirit Woods. All right. After checking the dungeon coordinates, Zhao Guofeng nodded. Yang, it's already late. Go home and rest. I'll accompany you to the dungeon tomorrow morning. All right. After spending the entire day in the starter dungeon, I truly was tired. I had not personally fought from beginning to end, but as the saying went, sometimes doing nothing left a person even more exhausted. My body felt weary despite barely moving. Commanding and coordinating more than 10,000 summoned skeletons to clear a dungeon consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. At the mission hall entrance, I bid Zhao Guofeng farewell. I then walked straight home. The moment I arrived, I saw 2 familiar figures standing outside my door. Uncle Han, what brings you here? Han Jiqiang's eyes lit up when he saw me. Nephew Yiyan, you're back. Yes. I nodded and asked directly. Uncle Han, did you come here for something? What else could it be? Han Jiqiang sighed. My daughter wronged you before. It's my fault for learning about it so late and letting you suffer. I came today specifically to apologize. Also, this card contains 1 million dragon coins. Don't refuse it. Consider it a token of my sincerity. I hope you can forgive Ishu someday. Heh. I smiled calmly. Uncle Han, you don't need to do this. No, I absolutely do. Han Jiqiang's resolve was firm. If I don't come personally, big brother Yichuan will never forgive me from beyond the grave. Come home with your Uncle Han today. I'll make Ishu apologize to you herself. We went back and forth for some time, but I could not overcome Han Jiqiang's insistence. With him leading the way, I soon arrived at the Han family villa. Han Ishu, get out here. The moment he entered the house, Han Jiqiang shouted her name. Dad, what, Yang? Why are you here? Han Ishu's expression changed the moment she saw me. Before she could say anything else, Han Jiqiang roared. Kneel. What? Han Ishu froze. Dad, you want me to kneel? To Yang? Of course. Han Jiqiang's expression remained stern. Kneel before your big brother Yi Yang and apologize. I refuse. Han Ishu looked terribly wronged. Why should I kneel to him? He's the one who bullied me. I confessed to him in front of all those people, and he slapped me. And now, you want me to kneel to him? I won't do it even if you beat me to death. Beating you to death would be too light. Han Jiqiang nearly fainted with rage at her words. Without your big brother Yi Yang, without your uncle Yi Chuan and his family, would you even exist today? Yet you spent 3 full years constantly exploiting your big brother Yi Yang. 3 years. I can't imagine how my good nephew Yi Yang survived those 3 years. If you refuse to kneel today, then I, your father, will kneel in your place. Standing before Han Ishu, Han Jiqiang delivered every word with iron certainty. I won't. I have dignity too. You want me to kneel before him? That's impossible. Han Ishu gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. Besides, was every one of those things really my fault alone? Setting the facts aside, wasn't Yi Yang wrong too? Ugh. Her words angered Han Jiqiang so violently that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiqiang. Tian Shui flashed behind Han Jiqiang and gently caught him. She called her husband's name repeatedly, but when he did not respond, she could only sigh. Turning around while stroking Han Jiqiang's chest, she said to me, Dear nephew Yi Yang, you can see that your uncle Han has fainted from anger. Why don't we let this matter end here? After seeing Han Jiqiang's attitude, I had not planned to pursue the matter with Han Ishu too seriously. Before long, an SS rank support class like hers would mean nothing to me. Even Chun Yang's SSS rank combat class did not enter my eyes. It would not take long before I could say anything. However, Han Ishu saw that her father had fainted and shamelessly began cursing me. Yi Yang, this is your fault. My father became like this because of you. You're a walking disaster. Why didn't you die with your parents during that monster tide outbreak? What did you say? The words released murderous intent from the indifference I had felt moments before. Instinctively, I wanted to call the tens of thousands of skeletons inside my summoning space and tear the woman apart. At that moment, Tian Shui also realized that Han Ishu had said something unforgivable. She raised a hand and slapped Han Ishu viciously across the face. The crisp sound rang out, and Han Ishu fell to her knees. She looked at her mother in disbelief. Xiaoshu, what kind of nonsense are you saying? Yi Yang's parents saved our entire Han family. How could you say something like that? I. At her mother's furious scolding, Han Ishu covered her face, filled with grievance. Tian Shui had no attention to spare for her daughter. She turned and immediately apologized to me. Dear nephew Yi Yang, I failed to educate her. It's my fault for spoiling your little sister Xiaoshu. For your aunt's sake, and your uncle Han's sake, please spare her once. Ha ha ha. I shook my head and gave a bitter laugh. Enough. There's no need to say more. Consider this the last time I show Uncle Han respect. But starting now, the Yi family and the Han family are severed completely. From this day forward, neither family will interfere with the other. If I ever hear Han Ishu insult me again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. With that, I threw the bank card containing 1 million dragon coins onto the floor. I swept my sleeve and left the Han family home without looking back. The only member of the entire Han family for whom I felt any goodwill was Han Jiqiang. But no matter the reason, even at his angriest, Han Jiqiang could never kill his own daughter. If Han Ishu ever ranted before me again, no one could accuse me of violating propriety. Whether she insulted me or my deceased parents, I had spared her only because Han Jiqiang had selflessly helped me for so many years. Oh, Xiaoshu, look at what you've done. You angered your father into this state and drove away brother Yi Yang, the person who loved you most. Watching my resolute figure disappear, Tian Shui sat on the floor and sighed repeatedly. Han Ishu snorted. Mom, you underestimate me. Whatever else you say, I have an SS rank support class. I'll be welcomed wherever I go. Just watch. Tonight, I'll find teammates and kill monsters in the wilderness. By tomorrow, I'll easily surpass Yi Yang. You. Han Ishu stormed out of the house. Tian Shui, already depressed, felt even worse. More absurdly, her husband was still unconscious, and she could not handle everything at once. Old Wang, here. At Tian Shui's call, a middle-aged man immediately appeared beside her. Madam, what are your orders? The young miss went out. Send several people to protect her in secret. Don't let her encounter any danger. Tian Shui shook her head as she issued the instruction. Understood. Butler Wang nodded. He immediately selected more than a dozen Tier 2 awakened professionals from the Han family and followed Han Ishu. Butler Wang himself was a level 40 professional at the peak of Tier 3. combined with more than a dozen level 20 plus Tier 2 professionals. Protecting her in a mere Tier 1 wilderness region would be effortless. Just after I finished washing and prepared to leave, I discovered Zhao Guofeng already standing outside my door. Principal Zhao, what brings you here? I came to give you this. Seeing me, Zhao Guofeng chuckled and handed me a bank card. Principal Zhao, what is this? Zhao Guofeng waved a hand and explained, don't overthink it. This is the money that old bastard Li Yuntian lost to me in yesterday's bet. He ran away without paying, so I went to his home this morning and demanded it. The card contains 1 million dragon coins. Consider it your starting capital for growth. I see. Then I'll accept it with gratitude. I smiled faintly and put the bank card away. Good. That puts my mind at ease. Zhao Guofeng nodded, then said directly, now head to the Black Spirit Woods dungeon. Remember, if you encounter danger in the wilderness, immediately use. Understood. After bidding Zhao Guofeng farewell, I left through the North City Gate and traveled directly toward the Black Spirit Woods coordinates I obtained yesterday. In the distance, I finally saw an oval dungeon entrance floating in midair, deep and dark. I released several thousand skeletons and had them constantly search the surrounding area for monsters to slaughter. Wild monsters granted too little experience and were far too scattered. After 2 or 3 hours, my experience had increased by less than 30%. It was miserable. Fortunately, I had finally reached the dungeon entrance, where many awakened professionals were gathered. Judging by their appearance, they were also preparing to challenge the dungeon. Coordinates from a dungeon commission really do save trouble. If I had wandered through the wilderness blindly, even with tens of thousands of skeletons, I might not have found this entrance in 3 to 5 days. Looking at the entrance, I remembered lessons about dungeons and a similar type of area, extraterritorial secret realms. Since the Great Transformation began on Blue Star 500 years ago, entrances to dungeons and extraterritorial secret realms had randomly appeared throughout the world at any time. Unlike instances in video games from my previous life, if the monsters within were not completely defeated before a deadline, dangerous creatures would break out and enter reality. The monster tide outbreak that took my parents occurred because a Tier 5 secret realm was not conquered before its time limit, causing countless monsters to pour into the real world. If dungeons and secret realms were successfully cleared, the benefits they provided awakened professionals were incomparable to those from wild monsters. Dungeons and secret realms were essentially similar, but also differed in many ways. Secret realms were far more difficult to conquer. Strictly speaking, the starter dungeon that I and Tianshui City's newly graduated professionals entered yesterday was a secret realm. It was an artificial secret realm rather than a natural one. The Black Spirit Woods before me now was a true dungeon. The moment I entered the area, I felt countless detection spells descend on me. Oh look, another fearless brat wants to challenge the Black Spirit Woods. Heh, only level 10. I remember the brat who entered earlier claiming to be an SSS rank envoy of Heavenly Fire was also level 10. That's right. Unfortunately, he tried the easiest normal difficulty 3 times and couldn't last an hour even once before being killed out. Thank you, but I prefer clearing alone. I rejected the mature woman's kindness and walked directly to the dungeon entrance. But after hearing me, not only the mature woman but every professional gathered around the dungeon entrance looked surprised. What did he say? He wants to solo the Black Spirit Woods? Did I hear that correctly? This is hilarious. The last brat who tried to solo it entered normal difficulty and was killed out in less than 10 minutes. TSK. I thought another genius had appeared. It turns out he's just another fool. How many minutes do you think this kid will last after going in alone? The last envoy of Heavenly Fire lasted only 10 minutes. I think this one will be lucky to survive 5 minutes. He should thank heaven if he lasts 3. Exactly. This dungeon isn't like a secret realm. The moment he leaves the safe zone, he'll encounter an endless stream of monsters. With that fragile body, lasting 2 or 3 minutes would already defy expectations. Handsome, don't be so arrogant. The monsters inside this dungeon aren't like those in the starter dungeon you cleared before. Not only are they extremely dense, but their attributes are also very high. Entering alone is dangerous. Thank you, but I truly want to attempt a solo clear. After saying it, I stepped forward and opened the dungeon entrance. At that moment, ding, you opened a Tier 1 dungeon entrance, Black Spirit Woods. Selected difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare, hell, or Shura. Black Spirit Woods Spatial Dungeon. Time until collapse, 27 days. Both dungeons and secret realms had limited periods of existence. If no one conquered the dungeon before the collapse countdown ended, every monster inside would immediately surge into reality. As long as someone successfully cleared nightmare difficulty or above before the time ended, the dungeon would disappear completely once the countdown reached 0. Clearing hell difficulty cut the collapse countdown in half. Clearing Shura difficulty caused the dungeon to disappear immediately. Dungeons and secret realms were swords of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. A successful clear granted enormous rewards and removed the crisis. If no one conquered them, monsters whose attributes far exceeded those of ordinary wild creatures would rampage through the real world. Fortunately, monsters in a Tier 1 dungeon ranged only from level 11 to level 20. Similarly, only professionals between levels 11 and 20 could normally enter a Tier 1 dungeon. Nearly all the teams gathered outside were level 18 or above, and most had already reached level 20. I smiled after seeing the dungeon records. Black Spirit Woods, dungeon clear records. Normal, 8 hours, 35 minutes, 47 seconds. Hard, 21 hours, 17 minutes, 26 seconds. Nightmare, Stage 1, 31%. Hell, no record. Shura, no record. I swept my eyes over the display. The furthest progress on Nightmare difficulty was only 31%. Remembering that my advancement quest required me to solo a Shura difficulty dungeon, I chose Shura without hesitation. Every time someone entered a dungeon, whether or not they cleared it, they received a 24-hour entry cooldown after leaving. They could enter again only after midnight the next day. I did not have time to waste advancing gradually from normal difficulty and slowly adapting to Shura. Even if I cleared every run successfully, completing the advancement quest would require at least 5 days. As I prepared to enter, several figures appeared from the dungeon. Yeong. When the young man saw me, he forced himself to calm down. You came to clear this dungeon too? So it's Chen Yang. What? Am I not allowed to enter this dungeon? Seeing Chen Yang emerge surprised me. I had not expected him to reach level 10 so quickly. Otherwise, he could not have entered this dungeon. After answering casually, I stepped into the dungeon. Wait, that guy dared enter alone. Does he have a death wish? Watching me disappear, Chen Yang's eyelid twitched instinctively. He was the brat those spectators had mentioned, the one who tried to solo normal difficulty and was killed out within 10 minutes. After personally experiencing the dungeon monster's strength, Chen Yang became much more obedient. Even with 9 level 20 professionals at the peak of Tier 1 escorting him, he had barely managed to see the final boss on normal difficulty. Unfortunately, they failed. But there were 10 people in the group, so collectively they could enter the dungeon 10 times per day. Seeing me enter alone made Chen Yang laugh. He's insane. That guy has truly lost his mind. Let's see how long he can last inside. Chen Yang found an open area. While his family guards recovered, he settled in to watch the show. Did you see? The kid really went in. During the early Great Transformation, there were so many madmen that normal people had no way to survive. Now only normal people can live. Yet somehow there are still too many idiots. Exactly. He actually dreams of soloing a dungeon. He should piss in a puddle and take a look at himself. What a joke. Once he meets a monster inside, he'll understand how stupid he is. True. Everyone is young and reckless once. Ha. Brother Wong, I heard you tried to solo a dungeon back then, and its very first minor monster chopped you out. Is that true? Stop talking about it. That's ancient history. Why bring it up now? TSK. Once this kid meets a monster, I bet he won't fare any better than Brother Wong did. One painful lesson will make him behave. We're waiting anyway. Why don't we start a pool and guess how long he lasts? Sure. I'll go first. 3 minutes at most. 3 minutes? I think even 2 is generous. TSK. 30 seconds, no more. That skinny body looks ready to fall over in a breeze. Ha. This is too funny. Listening to the spectators, Chen Yang smiled. At least he had survived 10 minutes inside. That result. I later confirmed this brief scene outside through the people who witnessed it. After the mature woman, Chen Xiu, saw me disappear, worry filled her. Who did not like a handsome man? If I truly died inside the dungeon, it would be a terrible waste. I forgot to ask what class he has. But now that he's already inside, it's too late to say anything. Chen Xiu instinctively looked above the entrance. The moment I entered the dungeon, an intangible screen appeared there. Yi Yang's team, Black Spirit Woods clear progress, Stage 1, 0%. So the handsome young man's name is Yi Yang. I hope he can at least come out safely. A dungeon was no different from a wilderness region in that regard. If monsters killed someone inside, they truly died. Dungeon challengers generally prepared items that prevented death, or immediately withdrew the moment the situation turned against them. They would rather waste an entry opportunity than act recklessly. Ding. You entered the dungeon, Black Spirit Woods. I did not personally see what happened outside. I verified it after leaving through records and witness testimony. Having just entered, I naturally knew nothing about the events outside. I first examined my surroundings. The name Black Spirit Woods was quite appropriate. But then, they're here. Without hesitation, I released 10,000 ordinary skeletons and more than 2,000 skeleton mages from my summoning space, surrounding myself with them. About 15 hours had passed since I finished yesterday's dungeon around 6 in the evening. My number of ordinary skeletons had increased by more than 54,000. Combined with the 30,000 plus summoned earlier, I now commanded more than 90,000 ordinary skeletons. During those 15 hours, my skeleton mage count had also reached more than 5,400. That number might seem small, but a skeleton mage's damage output was explosive. One skeleton mage equaled dozens or even 100 ordinary skeletons. On top of that, it could attack at range, making the unit almost absurdly powerful. The moment all 12,000 plus skeletons appeared, I issued orders to every undead summon. Ordinary skeletons will protect the skeleton mages. Kill every monster you encounter. With one thought, the 10,000 plus ordinary skeletons, initially confused after appearing, immediately surrounded the skeleton mages. Ordinary skeletons formed a wall of bone around each mage. Once the undead army assumed formation, it immediately found the source of the earlier rustling. Shura difficulty Shadow Nightcat, LV 11. Strength 46. Spirit 30. Constitution 38. Agility 55. Skill Swift Pounce. I swept my eyes over the status. The Shadow Nightcat's attributes were almost invincible. As expected of a Shura difficulty dungeon, this one monster could casually crush an entire full team of level 10 professionals. And there was more than one Shadow Nightcat near me. Through the skeleton's vision, I saw more than a dozen Shadow Nightcats within range. A full 10-person team of level 20 professionals at the peak of Tier 1 would be sent home by them in less than a minute. But when those dozen-plus Nightcats saw a skeleton army appear from nowhere and surround them, they froze. The murderous skeletons stood there staring fixedly at the monsters. Ordinary skeletons, hold them in place. Skeleton mages, focus fire and kill them instantly. Without hesitation, I issued combat orders. Hundreds of ordinary skeletons charged the Shadow Nightcats. Their enemies' attributes were powerful enough that one normal attack could easily destroy an ordinary skeleton with only 10 points in every attribute. But the ordinary skeletons were too numerous. Even though the Nightcats could kill them instantly, they could not escape the encirclement. No matter how wildly they struggled, the only thing visible around them was an endless mass of even more skeletons. More importantly, the ordinary skeletons did not stand there waiting to die. While the Nightcats struggled, bone blades slashed at them repeatedly. Trapped within such a tiny patch of ground, the Nightcats could not exploit their strengths. The skeleton mages around the perimeter raised their staffs. The air rippled as hundreds of mages condensed fist-sized, dark gray elemental orbs filled with necrotic energy at the tips of their staffs. Necrotic Bolt. One necrotic bolt alone caused a huge drop in a Nightcat's health. Moments later, ding! You killed a LV 11 Shadow Nightcat and gained 110 EXP. Ding! Current dungeon progress, Stage 1, 1.3%. Seeing the chain of kill notifications, I instinctively looked at my experience bar. The experience rewards in a Shura difficulty dungeon were truly explosive. One Shadow Nightcat increased my bar by about 2%. Killing more than a dozen raised it from the initial 22% to 55%. So one more group of the same size will give me a level? The experience in a Shura difficulty dungeon is incredible. I steadied my breathing and walked to the place where the Nightcats died, storing every drop in my inventory. Ding! Reward obtained, 1 Black Spirit Stone. Ding! 13 Shadow Nightcats gave me 26 Black Spirit Stones. On normal difficulty, I would have been fortunate if a dozen Nightcats dropped 1 or 2 stones. Each Shura difficulty Nightcat dropped 2. This is absurd. I earned the equivalent of 260,000 dragon coins in 1 or 2 minutes. Awakened professionals really do make money easily. Looking at the more than 20 Black Spirit Stones in my inventory filled me with satisfaction. Who else could lie in one place and casually begin farming a Shura difficulty dungeon? Even the strongest team outside, led by the man called Brother Wong, remained trapped on nightmare difficulty. They could not clear hell, much less Shura. After collecting the rewards, I ordered every skeleton to spread out and hunt. I also deployed more than 80,000 additional ordinary skeletons and over 4,000 skeleton mages. That meant an average of 20 ordinary skeletons protecting each skeleton mage. Ding! You killed a LV, 11 Shadow Nightcat, and gained 110 EXP. Ding! As system notifications reached me one after another, satisfaction filled my heart. An army of almost 100,000 skeletons was a nearly apocalyptic force for this dungeon. I did not witness the following scene outside. After leaving, I reconstructed it from the testimony of those present. When I had remained inside for 2 or 3 minutes without coming out, the professional teams watching became interested. Oh, the kid can endure more than I expected. He's lasted this long. Yeah, I thought 1 or 2 minutes would be his limit. Maybe he found a safe place to hide the moment he entered. Haha, that's entirely possible. He's still forcing himself to endure, but he'll probably be killed out within a few minutes. I was inside the dungeon at the time. Principals and students later explained the changes outside to me. Seeing that I had not appeared after so long made Qinyang nervous. Wait, his class is necromancer. He can summon a lot of skeletons. After an entire night, he must have secretly summoned many more at home. So he may survive inside the dungeon for some time. But once all his skeletons are exhausted, he won't be able to remain even if he wants to. The corner of Qinyang's mouth lifted at the thought. Even he, a dignified SSS rank professional, had struggled terribly against the Shadow Nightcats. How could a broken necromancer, who only summoned skeletons, defeat them? Even if he stays inside longer than I did, he will have no combat power once his skeletons are gone. I lasted only 10 minutes, but once I recover, I'll be ready to fight again. Perfect. When he's killed out, this young master can use the opportunity to teach him a lesson. After comforting himself, Qinyang felt much better. I had indeed lost some skeletons while fighting the Shadow Nightcats, but only 1 or 200. While they were being killed, I casually summoned enough replacements. I had effectively suffered no loss. The mature woman, Chen Xiu, saw that I had not come out after so long and continued praying for me. The handsome young man still hasn't come out after all this time. I wonder how he's doing. He must be suffering terribly alone inside the dungeon. Several women beside Chen Xiu tried to comfort her. Xiu, don't worry so much. If he hasn't come out, then he's still alive. If he died, his body would definitely be transported outside. That's true. Chen Xiu sighed. If she and the others could have seen me find a small slope, lie comfortably on it, and leisurely watch my skeletons farm monsters, their expressions would have been wonderful. Wait, look, that kid's dungeon progress changed. What? Everyone instinctively looked toward the screen above the entrance. Yi Yang's team, Black Spirit Wood's clear progress, Stage 1, 1.3%. After seeing my progress, everyone fell silent for several seconds before someone finally recovered. Wait, the kid entered alone, but he can actually kill those Shadow Nightcats? That's ridiculous. A progress rate of 1.3% means he already killed 13 Shadow Nightcats. How is that possible? Shadow Nightcats appear in groups of more than a dozen. Even Brother Wong's team struggles to kill one, yet the kid just slaughtered 13 alone. What kind of strength is that? Incredible. I said he wouldn't last long, but with that strength, as long as he remains cautious, won't he slaughter everything? This defies the heavens. They initially believed the unknown young man would never last long inside the dungeon. Instead, I killed more than a dozen Shadow Nightcats in only 2 or 3 minutes. Qinyang, who had been planning how to teach me a lesson after I was expelled, froze. One person had instantly soloed 13 Shadow Nightcats. When Qinyang entered by himself, he could not defeat even one. Yet I had killed 13 alone. The mature woman, Chen Xiu, also froze when she saw the progress change. No way. This handsome young man, named Yi Yang, can truly farm monsters alone inside the dungeon? The thought made Chen Xiu tense instinctively. She held an S-rank class, but the 3-star Tier 2 advancement quest she had selected was extremely difficult. That was precisely why she understood how dangerous the monsters inside a Tier 1 dungeon were. On a first entry, anyone capable of killing even a few monsters alone was already extremely impressive. During her 2 years among the Tier 1 professional community of Tianshui City, Chen Xiu had never heard of anyone who could kill monsters inside a dungeon alone. Several professionals nearby laughed when they heard her. Xiu, did I hear you right just now? This kid has only killed a few Shadow Nightcats. Do you really think he can solo the entire dungeon? Chen Xiu glanced at them. I only said I thought he was impressive. I never said he could actually solo the dungeon. And Wang Shun, You'd better keep your men under control. They've even started mouthing off at me. I'm not afraid of any of you in Tianshui City's Tier 1 circle. Seeing that Qin Shiyu was truly angry, Wang Xin immediately held his men back. What's wrong with you guys? Why provoke this crazy woman for no reason? Don't you know she has the hottest temper in Tianshui's Tier 1 community? Haha, we all know. Yeah, we saw her today and just wanted to tease her a little. Still, Qin Shiyu's imagination is really running wild. The kid only just reached LV 10, and she thinks he can solo a dungeon. Exactly. If he were LV 11, that would be one thing. He could level up while fighting inside. But he's LV 10. Until he completes his advancement quest, any extra EXP can only be stored in his EXP bar. In other words, he can't get any stronger at all. Heh, the way you guys put it, I can't wait to see the kid get thrown out of the dungeon. Old Wu, I think what you really want to see is the disappointment on Qin Shiyu's face. You know me too well. Haha. Under Qin Shiyu's intimidating stare, the professionals wore wicked grins. They already wanted to see her disappointed expression after I got thrown out of the dungeon. Solo Black Spirit Woods? Their captain, Brother Wang, had challenged it 3 or 4 times and could barely kill a little over 30 Shadow Nightcats on his own. Otherwise, he could not even manage 20. And now, they were supposed to believe that a newly awakened professional like me could solo Black Spirit Woods? Most people would not dare dream of such a thing. Who knew what they would think if they learned that the Shadow Nightcats I was fighting were on sure difficulty? Qin Shiyu heard every word of their discussion. Since a newcomer like me could kill more than a dozen Shadow Nightcats alone, I clearly would not be ejected from the dungeon so easily. You can do it. Handsome Yeong, once you come out, we'll take you through a hard difficulty dungeon. Qin Shiyu clenched her small fists and stared fixedly at the dungeon entrance. Even if I left right then, I already had enough strength to fight alongside them. At that moment, she saw my dungeon progress change again. Yi Yang's party Black Spirit Woods clear progress, 4.1%. Everyone was stunned once more when they saw the new figure. A progress rate of 4.1% meant I had killed another 20 or 30 Shadow Nightcats in only 2 or 3 minutes. After that second change, the numbers surged like a train gathering speed. Within a few minutes, it rose to 5%. In less than half an hour, it rocketed to 15%. This is insane. He's actually gone insane. What is that kid doing in there? Hold on, am I seeing things? It hit 5% in only half an hour. At this rate, he can clear more than 30% in an hour. He could crush the whole dungeon in a little over 10 hours. Freak. Monster. Absolute menace. This is crazy. Is he even human? What class did that kid awaken? An SSS rank class. Impossible. That SSS rank kid went in alone just now and got thrown out in under 10 minutes. My God, what kind of monster am I looking at? Is this kid's class even stronger than an SSS rank professionals? At that moment, all several hundred professionals present were shaken. Qin Yang's face, however, turned dark enough to drip ink as he listened. He was a mighty SSS rank professional, yet every tiny change in my progress caused someone to compare him to me again. Most of the professionals present were LV 20 veterans who had spent a long time honing themselves at Tier 1. Qin Yang was the only one like me, newly awakened and still at LV 10. Qin Yang had entered the dungeon and been thrown out in less than 10 minutes. But me? I had stayed inside for more than half an hour and killed all those monsters. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 20% progress means more than 200 Shadow Nightcats. How did Yang do it? Those Shadow Nightcats are every bit as strong as his skeletons. How could they fall to him so easily? Qin Yang could not understand what I had done to kill more than 200 Shadow Nightcats in such a short time. That's the man I picked, all right. Qin Shiyu declared. All of this happened beyond my sight. After I later compared the witnesses' accounts, the sequence became clear. As my dungeon progress continued rising, Qin Shiyu's anxiety gradually eased. The women beside her were just as astonished. Shiyu, I never thought handsome Yi Yang would be this incredible. I know. It's been almost an hour, and his progress has already soared to 28.4%. He's ridiculously strong. I wonder how long it'll take him to finish the Shadow Nightcat stage. No matter what, he's insanely powerful. When he comes out, I'm pulling him into our party so he can run hard difficulty with us. Exactly. Being handsome is attractive enough, but he's strong too. I wonder, does he have a girlfriend? Oh, if he became my husband, I'd never feel unsafe again. After watching my progress approach 33% in a single hour, the women beside Qin Shiyu found their hearts stirring. In the age of the Great Mutation, everyone revered the strong. With such a powerful, handsome man leading them. They could probably breeze through their Tier 2 advancement quests. Inside the dungeon, I had no idea that killing a few hundred Shadow Nightcats had caused such a commotion outside. Ding. You have killed a LV-11 Shadow Nightcat. You have gained 110 EXP. Ding. Current dungeon progress. Stage 1, 46.1%. Kill notifications kept flooding my vision, and I had long since stopped worrying about anything else. The rewards from a sure difficulty dungeon were simply outrageous. In only an hour, my EXP bar had surged to 851%. I can't level up before completing my advancement quest, but as long as the EXP remains stored in my bar, it'll still be useful once the quest is done. Of course, the EXP bar can't store an unlimited amount. If I remember correctly, the storage limit for a LV-10 EXP bar is 10,000%, 100 times the EXP needed at LV-10. Either way, I'll definitely be able to clear this dungeon. I just wonder what level all this stored EXP will take me to once I clear it and complete my advancement quest. More importantly, my army of nearly 100,000 skeletons had already explored every corner of the dungeon. We covered dungeons in class before. Unlike secret realms, dungeon monsters appear in separate stages and waves. The monsters of Stage 2 won't appear until every monster in Stage 1 has been eliminated. If I'm right, these Shadow Nightcats must make up the first stage. At my current pace, I can wipe out the entire Shadow Nightcat stage in 3 hours at most. What excited me most, however, was the haul from killing several hundred Shadow Nightcats, more than 900 Black Spirit Stones. Each stone was worth 10,000 dragon coins. In other words, I had earned nearly 10 million in a little over an hour. It felt incredible. Ding. You have killed a LV-11 Shadow Nightcat. You have gained 110 EXP. Ding. Current dungeon progress. Stage 1, 100%. Finally finished. Now, let's see what kind of monster awaits in Stage 2 of Black Spirit Woods. I waited quietly for the second stage monsters to appear. Only seconds after the last Shadow Nightcat died beneath a skeleton mage's attack, several bizarre creatures charged on all fours toward the nearby skeletons. Their smooth skin was dark gray, their bodies almost humanoid, and their frames unnaturally gaunt. Shura, Dark Crawler, LV, 15. Strength, 86. Spirit, 50. Constitution, 90. Agility, 75. Skill, Bloodthirsty Devour. After killing an enemy, devours its blood to restore 10% of its own HP. I cast Detection, and the Dark Crawler's attributes appeared before me. They were absurd. Its strength alone was as high as 86. My skeletons, with only 10 points in every attribute, could not withstand a single blow from it. Even more outrageous was Bloodthirsty Devour. Every kill restored 10% of its HP. My skeleton's attributes were too weak. A Dark Crawler could instantly smash one apart with a casual swipe. If one got into the middle of my skeleton horde, it would be nearly impossible to kill. In that case, we'll end this fast. Normal skeletons surround the Dark Crawlers. All skeleton mages focus fire on the nearest one. The normal skeletons surged forward again and used their bodies to halt the charging Dark Crawlers. Enraged, one Dark Crawler raised an arm nearly 7 feet long and brought it down on the skeleton before it. The skeleton shattered on the spot. Unfortunately for the monster, it was already at full HP. Even after instantly killing a skeleton, Bloodthirsty Devour had no effect. I later confirmed this part of the action from those involved. Not far away, more than 1,000 skeleton mages finished gathering power. A dim sphere of necrotic energy formed at the tip of every staff. Fire. Every skeleton mage cast at once. Boom, 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 ding. You have killed a LV-15 Dark Crawler. You have gained 150 EXP. Current dungeon progress. Stage 2, 1%. Good. I nodded after confirming the system notification. As long as we kill each Dark Crawler instantly, Bloodthirsty Devour might as well not exist. That means their attributes are the only thing they have over Shadow Nightcats. In every other respect, they're actually worse. Under the effect of Swift Pounce, a Shadow Nightcat's movement speed could erupt to 165 points, 3 times its agility. Yet the 10 Dark Crawlers that had just spawned were wiped out by my skeleton army in only a minute or two. Ding. You have killed a LV-15 Dark Crawler. You have gained 150 EXP. Ding. Current dungeon progress. Stage 2, 12%. Judging by this, another 10 waves of Dark Crawlers should be enough to finish Stage 2. With a thought, I sent every skeleton searching for more Dark Crawlers. Other parties cautiously lured monsters out one at a time and advanced slowly. Usually, their second wave arrived before they had even finished the first. I did the exact opposite. I hunted the dungeon's monsters down. I only wanted to clear the dungeon quickly and finish my advancement quest. The reward from the dungeon commission was merely a bonus. The first wave of 10 dark crawlers also dropped more than 60 black spirit stones, making the difference obvious. Compared with the Shadow Knight cats, each dark crawler dropped 5 or 6 stones. It also granted considerably more EXP, though the reward still felt a little low for the greater difficulty. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, after waiting at the entrance for 2 or 3 hours, Chen Xiu grew tense when she saw that I had finally cleared stage 1. Xiaoyan, handsome Yiyong has finished the first stage. Do you think he can defeat the dark crawlers in stage 2? Before the woman called Xiaoyan could answer, Wang Shen sneered from nearby. Xiu, aren't you giving Yiyong a little too much credit? Since he's running solo, Bloodthirsty Devour admittedly won't be very useful in theory. But have you forgotten that a dark crawler's raw attributes are more than twice a Shadow Knight cat's? They spawn more than 10 at a time. Even if there were only one, Yiyong might not be able to. Before Wang Shun could finish, a professional guarding the dungeon entrance suddenly shouted, "Wait! Everyone look! Yiyang's stage 2 progress just changed." Every eye gathered on the display once again. Yiyang's party Black Spirit Wood's clear progress, stage 2, 3%. Wait, am I seeing this right? It's already at 3%? What in the world did that kid do in there? Those are dark crawlers. He killed 3 in a few seconds. Even Brother Wang's full party couldn't move that fast. It has to be a hidden class, one no one has ever seen before. This is unbelievable. That level of strength is unheard of. Look, it's already at 5%. So fast. He killed 2 more dark crawlers in the blink of an eye. 7%. Wait, it's already at 10%. My God, that kid wiped out the first wave of dark crawlers in less than a minute. That's ridiculous. If I remember correctly, even Brother Wang's party needed half an hour at their fastest to clear the first wave. My terrifying farming speed made everyone tense instinctively. Even Wang Shun, the man everyone respectfully called Brother Wang, was momentarily speechless. He had assumed the dark crawler's terrifying attributes would make slaughtering a mere LV-10 professional effortless. Instead, all 10 dark crawlers had failed to last even a minute against me. My God, is this guy an immortal reincarnated or something? How can he be so strong? Qinyang was dumbfounded as well. 1 minute to slaughter an entire wave of dark crawlers. Even with 9 LV-20 professionals carrying him on his recent run, it had taken them nearly an hour to handle a single wave. Yet I had needed only 1 minute. Barely 10 minutes later, amid one astonished cry after another, the stage 2 progress rapidly climbed to 100%. He's too strong. He's entering stage 3 already? Holy crap, that speed is ridiculous. Stage 3 should have Ghost Swordsman. There's no way this kid can handle them, right? Who knows? I don't dare make another prediction. What a genius. When my progress finally entered stage 3, everyone held their breath. In more than 20 years of life, not even the strongest among them, Wang Shun, had ever seen anyone solo a dungeon. Now, they might witness it at last. Brother Wang, do you think this kid might actually solo the dungeon? One of Wang Shun's teammates asked the question tentatively. Of every professional there, Wang Shun had spent the longest time at Tier 1 and possessed the richest experience. Even Chen Xiu could not compare. After thinking it through, Wang Shun still shook his head. I don't think so. The kid has already surprised us plenty of times, but now he has to face monsters with all 4 attributes above 100. And 5 of them spawn at once. With a full party of 10, several teammates could lure some of the ghost swordsmen away. But this kid is alone. Against 5 ghost swordsmen, he'll be lucky if they don't kill him instantly. How could he possibly win? Forget Tier 1 professionals. Even someone at the peak of Tier 2 would have almost no chance of soloing them. And Yiyong hasn't even entered Tier 1 yet. Brother Wang has a point. The teammate sighed and accepted Wang Shen's reasoning. What would they have thought if they knew the sure difficulty dark crawlers I had just crushed without letting them breathe were as strong as the normal difficulty ghost swordsman with all 4 attributes over 100? Inside the dungeon, even I drew a sharp breath when I saw the Shura difficulty Ghost Swordsman's attributes. Shura Ghost Swordsman, LV, 18. Strength, 230. Spirit, 160. Constitution, 280. Agility, 250. Skills, Mastery, Ghost Sword Energy, Ghost Assassination, Ghost Body. Wait, 3 skills. That's a little outrageous. After carefully reading its attributes, my interest sharpened. If I had to face a ghost swordsman this powerful with only my personal attributes, I would turn and run without a second thought. A sure difficulty dungeon truly was as dangerous as facing death itself. Worse, there was not just one of them. 5 spawned in this wave. Their raw attributes alone created crushing pressure. Their first skill released sword energy with every attack, dealing damage equal to strength times 10 to all enemies within strength times 1 meters ahead. Once it activated, ordinary professionals had no chance of surviving. With the ghost swordsman's current attributes, every basic attack could instantly kill every enemy within a 230-meter area in front of it. That was right, instantly kill them. No Tier 1 professional could withstand an attack backed by 230 strength and a 10-fold damage multiplier. Their only hope would be to perfect their movement and evade every basic attack. That was the difficulty of a Shura dungeon. Fortunately, Ghost Body did not hinder me at all. If anything, it made the fight easier. The skill reduced physical damage by 50%, but increased magic damage taken by 10%. Normal skeletons made up most of my army, but the skeleton mages were my true damage dealers. The ghost swordsman would take an extra 10% damage from them for free. Good thing my skeleton army is large enough. Let's see who wins this war of attrition. Normal skeletons, hold them down. Skeleton mages, cast necrotic bolt now. I gave the order. The first wave of more than 10,000 skeletons rushed the 5 ghost swordsmen. The ghost swordsmen did not simply stand there and let my army slaughter them. Ghost sword energy. As skeletons closed in from all directions, each of the 5 ghost swordsmen took one side and unleashed a powerful arc of illusory sword energy. Bones snapped in a crisp, unbroken series of cracks. In the blink of an eye, a vast swath of normal skeletons was sliced cleanly in half. Damn, these ghost swordsmen are pretty fierce. Watching a single sword stroke cut down hundreds of my skeletons made me take the fight seriously. Even so, losing a few hundred meant nothing to me. These normal skeletons were purely shields now. I had never expected them to deal any meaningful damage. I had nearly 100,000 normal skeletons. Even if the ghost swordsman destroyed 1,000 per second, eliminating them all would still take more than a minute. While the ghost swordsmen vented their fury on the normal skeletons, my skeleton mages made their move. Necrotic bolt. 5 or 6,000 skeleton mages attacked at once. Boom, 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 ding. You have killed a LV, 18 ghost swordsmen. You have gained 18,000 EXP. Current dungeon progress, stage 3, 20%. Ding. Current dungeon progress, stage 3, 100%. In a matter of moments, thousands of skeleton mages blasted all 5 ghost swordsmen into dust. Necrotic bolt was lethally powerful. It condensed a bolt of necrotic energy and dealt damage equal to spirit times 10 to 1 enemy within spirit times 1 meters, with a 5-second cooldown. It did have that 5-second cooldown, but it could instantly unleash 10 times the caster's spirit as damage. My skeleton mages had not leveled up, yet their base spirit was already 20. Combined with necrotic bolt's multiplier and the 10% magic vulnerability from ghost body, every strike was almost equivalent to an attack backed by 220 spirit. The ghost swordsmen had impressive attributes elsewhere, but their spirit was not high. Then thousands of skeleton mages attacked together. Just as striking, however, was the EXP. Each ghost swordsman instantly raised my EXP bar by more than 180%. All 5 together added 900%. Combined with my previous gains, my stored EXP was approaching 2,000%. Good thing this EXP bar can hold so much. Otherwise, I'd lose a fortune in EXP from a single Shura dungeon. I wonder how many levels all this stored EXP will give me after I finish the dungeon. Having nearly 2,000% stored at LV 10 did not mean I would jump straight to LV 20 after completing my advancement quest. It was merely 20 times the EXP required at LV 10. Every higher level demanded more EXP, and each advancement multiplied the requirements several times, sometimes by more than 10. Even with 2,000% stored, gaining 2 levels after advancing would already be quite good. Once the ghost swordsmen had all been destroyed, I sent a few skeletons to gather the rewards from the ground. Ding. You have obtained Black Spirit Stone times 210. Ding. Holy crap. The ghost swordsmen give outrageous Black Spirit Stone rewards too, not just EXP. This is insane. The cascade of system notifications stunned me. These few ghost swordsmen had dropped even more Black Spirit Stones than the 100+ Dark Crawlers earlier, more than 1,000 in total. This feels incredible. I just made another 10 million in the blink of an eye. Skill scrolls and rare equipment could only be acquired at steep prices, often through auctions. Tianjue City's monthly municipal auction might offer just one or two class-specific skill scrolls. Whenever one appeared, it sold for no less than 7 figures in dragon coins, and that was only for the worst kind, a Tier 1 class-specific skill scroll. In the past 5 years, the highest-ranked class-specific skill scroll to appear in Tianjue City had been Tier 3, and even that had happened only once. Tier 2 scrolls were normally enough to send the major families into a frenzy. Even the highest-ranked general skill scroll ever seen, there had only been Tier 5. If I remembered correctly, that Tier 3 scroll had sold for a 10-figure price. In other words, more than 1 billion dragon coins. Aside from Tier 0 professionals, who had only 1 skill slot, every tier granted 5 skill slots. Most professionals below Tier 3 could spend their entire lives without filling all of them. For me, acquiring a class-specific skill scroll was as simple as clearing a sure difficulty dungeon. Successfully clearing one guaranteed a class-specific skill scroll. Unfortunately, Shura difficulty was an unreachable height for ordinary people such as Wang Shun and Chen Qiyu. The dungeon had existed for 3 days, yet they had not cleared even the first stage on nightmare difficulty. With only a month available, merely seeing Shura difficulty would be like climbing to the heavens for them, much less crushing the entire dungeon. If I remember correctly, Black Spirit Woods has 4 stages. The final boss comes next. After storing every reward in my pack, I steadied my breathing and grew serious. The Ghost Swordsman had already been absurdly powerful. Who knew how strong the dungeon's final boss would be? Ha ha ha. Human professional, your soul will become my finest nourishment. Before the words had even faded, this is bad. I swept my gaze over the panel, and the final boss's terrifying information appeared before me. Shura Black Spirit King, LV 20. Category, Boss Monster. Strength, 420. Spirit, 1,230. Constitution, 380. Agility, 350. Skills, Mastery, Black Spirit Summoning, Black Spirit Impact, Black Spirit Will. None of its other attributes surprised me, but that terrifying spirit made me uneasy. Then I saw the Black Spirit King's skills and immediately relaxed. So, it isn't a mage boss. It's a summoner boss. A mage boss would have countered my current strategy far too effectively. My fighting style relied entirely on normal skeletons sacrificing themselves, while my skeleton mages dealt damage. But if this came down to a war of attrition with another summoner, I had nothing to fear. The instant the final boss appeared, countless dim magic arrays spread across the ground around it. Before I could work out what was happening, hordes of monsters began crawling from the shadowy formations. Shadow Nightcat, Dark Crawler, Ghost Swordsman. Wait, it summoned every monster from the first 3 stages. My eyes lit up when I saw what had happened. I had not expected the Black Spirit King's summoning method to be so brutally straightforward. Even more outrageous, the summoned monsters had higher attributes than the ones I had fought earlier. Forget their skills. Their raw attributes alone were at least 50% higher. The Ghost Swordsman I had just encountered possessed no attribute higher than 280, yet the summoned Ghost Swordsman had more than 400 Constitution. Summon Ghost Swordsman, LV 18. Strength, 230 plus 50%. Spirit, 160 plus 50%. Constitution, 280 plus 50%. Agility, 250 plus 50%. Skills, Mastery, Ghost Sword Energy, Ghost Assassination, Ghost Body. Status, Black Spirit Will, empowered by the Black Spirit King's will, increasing all attributes by 50%. The Ghost Swordsman's attributes had soared because of the Black Spirit King's Black Spirit Will. Under the same amplification, even the Shadow Nightcats and Dark Crawlers nearly matched the attributes of the Solar Tiger, the final boss I had faced in the beginner dungeon. I later confirmed this development outside the dungeon from those who witnessed it. The instant my Stage 3 progress reached 100%, Wang Xin failed to process what he had seen. No, wait. Those were Ghost Swordsmen. Ghost Swordsmen with attributes in the hundreds. How did he kill all of them in less than a minute? Every other professional was dumbstruck when they saw the change. Wait, what in the world just happened? That's insane. He killed every Ghost Swordsman in Stage 3 in under a minute. If I remember right, when Brother Wang first faced them the day before yesterday, it took him more than an hour just to barely kill one. Exactly. During that first attempt, Brother Wang's party nearly got wiped out after killing the first Ghost Swordsman. If they hadn't retreated quickly, they might have died in the dungeon. No, The scariest part is that Brother Wong had a full 10-person party, and they were a fixed team that had worked together for years. Right? This kid went in alone and crushed 5 ghost swordsmen in 1 minute. Just how strong is he? A monster. A freak. He isn't human. No one could have imagined that a green kid from nowhere would wipe out 5 ghost swordsmen in 1 minute, when Tianshui City's strongest Tier 1 party had struggled for ages to kill just one. Chen Xiu was dumbfounded too. Based on what had happened, even she certainly could not have defeated the ghost swordsmen after entering Stage 3. They possessed powerful melee attributes, formidable ranged attacks, and even Ghost Body, a passive skill that reduced physical damage by 50%. Yet such terrifying monsters had not lasted a minute against me. That's horrifying. Where did a genius this powerful suddenly come from? Could he be a high school student who graduated only a few days ago? Remembering that Tianshui's high schools had held their graduation awakening ceremonies only days earlier, Chen Xiu tensed instinctively. Could a new graduate already be strong enough to solo a dungeon? Wait, Yiyang. Why does that name sound so familiar? Could he be the Yiyang who ranked first in academics and combat at Tianshui #1 high school for 3 straight years? The realization suddenly struck Chen Xiu. She had left school years ago, but her cousin Lich King had graduated only 2 days earlier. Lich King had occasionally told her that she had a crush on the academic prodigy Yiyang. Chen Xiu had known that my grades were excellent, but in this era, she also understood what mattered most. The class a person awakened at the graduation ceremony, and how powerful it was, determined the course of their life. Chen Xiu had heard about my school performance without thinking much of it, but now I was soloing Black Spirit Woods. She had also heard that I had earned a chance at the class-specific skill scroll in the beginner dungeon, which meant securing a place in the Dongshan provincial training camp. No, I have to tell my cousin about this. If she can win Yiyang over, she'll soar straight to the top. And if my cousin won't make a move, I'll have to step in myself. The thought filled Chen Xiu with excitement. If I became her partner, her path of advancement would be smooth and glorious. I did not witness this myself. I confirmed it after leaving the dungeon through on-site records and witness testimony. Inside the dungeon, I had no idea that casually killing a few ghost swordsmen had caused such a commotion outside. I watched the Black Spirit King with complete focus. It was primarily a summoner boss, but it still possessed an offensive skill, Black Spirit Impact. What exactly did Black Spirit Impact do? Let's test how powerful it is. Little skeletons, go. More than 1,000 normal skeletons received my command and charged the Black Spirit King. Haha, undead creatures. I never expected a human professional to possess the power to command the undead race. A contemptuous smile appeared on the Black Spirit King's face as the seemingly feeble skeletons rushed toward it. In that case, human professional, behold the true power of the Black Spirits. Black Spirit Impact. The Black Spirit King raised its spectral arm and lightly pointed one long, slender finger toward the oncoming skeletons. A beam of profound darkness, seething with eerie energy, erupted from its fingertip. Boom. The ink-black beam was as thick as a man's thigh and pierced every normal skeleton across a distance of at least 1,000 meters. The Black Spirit King instantly destroyed several hundred of them. When I saw the result, I felt no fear at all. Instead, I wanted to laugh. So, it's only a trashy area of effect skill. And I actually took it seriously. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. Little skeletons surround the Black Spirit King. Skeleton mages spread out. Don't line up. At my command, nearly 100,000 normal skeletons moved, surrounding the Black Spirit King and every monster it had summoned. The skeleton mages took their positions about 100 meters from the boss. When the Black Spirit King saw what was happening, it sneered. Not bad. You can actually command this many undead creatures. In that case, my servants, let us have a proper battle. At the Black Spirit King's command, hundreds of summoning arrays identical to the earlier formations reappeared across the ground. Hundreds of shadow nightcats and dark crawlers, along with several ghost swordsmen, slowly crawled from them. My servants, destroy these insignificant undead creatures. The 1,000+ monsters it had summoned before and after charged my skeleton army. The ghost swordsmen attacked first. The instant they emerged from the arrays, they raised their swords and swung at the skeletons ahead. Ghost sword energy. In moments, the sword energy obliterated several hundred normal skeletons in the distance. The faster shadow nightcats reached my army next. Hundreds leaped into the air at once. Then, hundreds of nightcats slashed in unison, their claws shredding hundreds more skeletons. Over 100 dark crawlers pounced onto the skeletons before them and knocked them apart with casual swipes, scattering broken bones across the ground. Faced with so many fearless skeletons charging toward it, the Black Spirit King joined the battle too. It lightly pointed a finger, releasing one beam of profound darkness after another. In the blink of an eye, the beams wiped out 1,000 skeletons. The Shadow Knight Cats, Dark Crawlers, Ghost Swordsmen, and the Black Spirit King attacked together, destroying thousands of skeletons on the spot. At that moment, the skeleton mages hidden within my army finally finished gathering power. 5 or 6,000 raised their bone staffs and attacked as one. Necrotic Bolt. In an instant, enough necrotic bolts to blot out the sky screamed toward the monsters. Hundreds of summons were annihilated at once, and kill notifications began flooding my vision. Ding! You have killed a LV-11 Shadow Knight Cat. You have gained 110 EXP. Ding! You have killed a LV-18 Ghost Swordsman. You have gained 18,000 EXP. Ding! You have killed a LV-15 Dark Crawler. You have gained 150 EXP. Ding! Whoa! I actually get EXP for killing the Black Spirit King's summons. In that case, I can't kill it too quickly. The mass of kill notifications and my soaring EXP bar filled me with temptation. That single volley from the skeleton mages sent it from 1,863% to 2,545%, an increase of more than 680%. The return far exceeded my expectations. If I can keep squeezing the Black Spirit King dry, it won't take long to fill my EXP bar completely. I immediately ordered every skeleton to kill only the Black Spirit King summons and leave the boss untouched. 5 short seconds later, Necrotic Bolt came off cooldown, and the skeleton mages attacked again. Necrotic Bolt. The second wave of necrotic bolts howled through the air and erased several hundred more summons. Another flood of kill notifications appeared, and my stored EXP surged past 3,400%. This is amazing. I was going to squeeze every last drop from the Black Spirit King. Watching the servants it had worked so hard to summon get casually slaughtered by my skeleton army sent the boss into a panic. Damn it, why are these undead creatures so troublesome? Servants, come forth again. Hold back these accursed undead creatures for me. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Great fields of summoning arrays reappeared across the ground, and hundreds more summons soon arrived before me. Boom, 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 ding. You have killed a LV-15 Dark Crawler. You have gained 150 EXP. Ding. You have killed a LV-11 Shadow Knight Cat. You have gained 110 EXP. Ding. After glancing over the vast stream of kill notifications, I immediately shifted my attention to my EXP bar. Name: Yeong. Level: 10, 3,886%. Wait, this is completely absurd. It rose by more than 400%, almost 500%. This is exactly what I wanted. After confirming the result, I shifted my vision to the skeleton nearest the Black Spirit King's summons. The instant all the summons were dead, I would order the skeleton mages to stop. I merely let the skeleton army advance step by step, giving the Black Spirit King a sense of impending danger and forcing it to keep summoning. Arg, this is impossible. How can my servants lose to such weak, undead creatures? Come forth. Keep coming. At first, the Black Spirit King had raised only one arm to activate its summoning arrays. Now, as the skeleton army drew closer and closer, fear seized it. It waved both arms without pause, frantically opening formation after formation. To its despair, its servants had initially managed to crawl out and show their whole bodies before the necrotic bolts arrived. Now, before a summon could even climb from its array, necrotic bolts engulfed it completely. I did not personally witness every detail of that chaos. After leaving the dungeon, I reconstructed the sequence from the people present. For my part, I simply found somewhere to sit and watched my EXP bar climb at a frantic pace. Level 10, 4,461%. Level 10, 5,233%. Level 10, 5,918%. Level. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. This much EXP. If I tried to farm it normally, I probably couldn't earn it in a year. Watching my EXP so nearly made me laugh myself breathless. The Black Spirit King was the ultimate EXP farming slave. Since I was inside the dungeon at the time, the principal and other students later told me what happened outside. When Wang Xin finally recovered from the shock of seeing me crush stage 3, one of his underlings asked him a question. Brother Wang, only the final boss remains. You don't think this Yi Yang is actually going to solo the whole dungeon, do you? Impossible. That's the Black Spirit King. Wang Shun roared. Forget hard difficulty. Even the weakest normal difficulty Black Spirit King has more than 400 spirit. A single Black Spirit impact could wipe out our entire party, and it can summon the monsters from all 3 previous stages without limit. If Yang can beat that thing, I'll eat shit standing on my head. After that, Wang Shun fell silent and waited with his teammates for the outcome of my final stage. A full half-hour passed. When they saw no movement after I had cleared stage 3, Wang Shun laughed. Ha ha ha. See, I told you this guy couldn't do it. What a shame. I guess the Black Spirit King is too much after all. Inside the dungeon, I waited several more minutes. When it became clear that the Black Spirit King had no more value to squeeze from it, disappointment finally set in. Level 10, 8,557%. I could not help feeling let down when I saw my stored EXP. I was only a little more than 1,400% short of filling the bar. Why could the Black Spirit King not work a little harder? I had noticed some time ago that the boss was already running on fumes. At first, it had summoned hundreds of servants in every wave. That had ended more than 10 minutes earlier. Now it took ages to summon even one. Each time it used Black Spirit Impact, a new hint of pallor appeared on its once gleaming black face. Forget it. Since you're no longer useful, I'll send you on your way. Skeleton mages, attack. The thousands of skeleton mages that had been waiting for the order struck immediately. A sky-filling barrage of necrotic bolts pressed down upon the Black Spirit King. Boom, boom, boom. A single volley dropped its HP to the bottom. It didn't die instantly. The Black Spirit King had less than 10% HP remaining, which surprised me. Its HP was not exceptionally deep. Its tremendous spirit simply granted it high magic defense. If one volley was not enough, I would use 2. Again, I gave the order, and the Skeleton Mage Legion attacked once more. When the Black Spirit King saw what was coming, terror overwhelmed it. No, no, no. Stop. Great Necromancer. Before it could finish, the merciless second wave of necrotic bolts arrived. The Black Spirit King did not even have time to scream before its HP bar emptied. Skeleton mages really do hit hard. The Black Spirit King's 15-foot body crashed to the ground with a boom, and then, ding. You have killed the final boss, the Black Spirit King. You have gained 100,000 EXP. Ding. You have successfully cleared the dungeon. Rewards obtained. 200,000 EXP, class-specific equipment chest times 1, class-specific skill chest times 1. Ding. You have successfully cleared Shura Black Spirit Woods. You have completed your Tier 1 advancement quest. Ding. You have obtained a 5-star attribute growth template. Your level cap has increased to LV 20. Ding. You have obtained the Tier 1 innate skill Soul Shift. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level LV 11. Ding. Level up rewards obtained. +5 to all attributes. 50 free attribute points. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level LV 12. Ding. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level LV 18. That's absurd. I just finished one dungeon, and I shot straight to LV 18 with 58% EXP. So, 2 more levels, and I can immediately start my Tier 2 advancement quest? The cascade of system notifications thrilled me. I had expected a Shura difficulty Black Spirit Woods run to grant plenty of EXP, but never this much. Gaining 8 full levels also transformed my attribute panel. Name: Yang. Class: Tier 1 and Necromancer, unique. Level: 18. Strength: 59. Spirit: 704. Constitution: 59. Agility: 59. Tier 1, 5-star attribute growth template. Each level gained grants +5 to all attributes and 50 free attribute points. I swept my gaze over the panel. Every other attribute had risen by 40 points, while my spirit had soared from a little over 260 to more than 700. Even my class information now read Tier 1 Necromancer. After I reached LV 18, the attributes of my little skeletons and skeleton mages surged as well. Information: Skeleton, LV 18. Strength, 18, plus 7.04%. Spirit, 18, plus 7.04%. Constitution, 18, plus 7.04%. Agility, 18, plus 7.04%. Information: Skeleton Mage, LV 12. Strength, 18, plus 7.04%. Spirit, 36, plus 7.04%. Constitution, 18, plus 7.04%. Agility, 18, plus 7.04%. The little skeleton's base attributes had risen to 18. With the bonus from my spirit, they effectively reached 19. Unlike the negligible increase from before, this one was finally visible. The difference was even clearer for my skeleton mages. Their base spirit was 36, and with the bonus, it reached 38.5. Later on, when my attributes reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions, that amplification will become terrifying. For now, there's no rush. I steadied my breathing and began sorting the dungeon's other rewards. Beyond my sight, another scene unfolded. Later, after comparing the witnesses' accounts, I learned exactly what had happened. My clear information appeared before everyone outside. Yi Yang's party, Black Spirit Woods clear progress. Final stage, 100%. Cleared. Wait, is this fake? Cleared? Yi Yang actually soloed the entire Black Spirit Woods dungeon. That's terrifying. The craziest part is that his clear time was only a little over 4 hours. That's less than half Brother Wong's fixed party's fastest record. My God, what did I just witness? This is insane. Is this what the world has become? A professional who only just reached LV 10 can solo a dungeon and do it more efficiently than a battle-hardened fixed party. Freak. Monster. Absolute menace. That guy isn't human. At first, no one believed I could solo Black Spirit Woods. Most thought surviving 8 or 10 minutes in Stage 1 would already be impressive. Yet I crushed every Dark Crawler in Stage 2 and annihilated all 5 Ghost Swordsmen in Stage 3. I had taken more than half an hour to defeat the Black Spirit King's final stage, but no one there considered killing that boss alone in 30 minutes an ordinary feat. It was already completely absurd. What they did not know was that the final boss would not have lasted 10 seconds if it had not been so valuable to farm. Inside the dungeon, I had no idea that clearing it had caused such a sensation. After storing every reward dropped by the Black Spirit King in my pack, I began taking inventory. First came the Tier 1 innate skill I obtained after completing my 5-star advancement quest. Tier 1 innate skill, Soul Shift. Spend 1 spirit to exchange positions with any one of your summons. Wait, this innate skill is explosive. I only have to spend 1 spirit to swap places with any summon. Wouldn't that give me absolutely ridiculous mobility on the battlefield? I could not wait to test the skill. Soul Shift. Whoosh. The moment I locked my mind onto a normal skeleton several kilometers away, my body silently vanished. The skeleton I had targeted appeared in my original position instead. Wait, this skill has no cooldown. In other words, as long as I have enough spirit, I can teleport without limit? That's completely broken. Apart from viewing the world through my skeleton army and detecting danger from a great distance, I had almost no way to protect myself. If an enemy rushed me head-on, I would have no chance of survival. That was why I always kept hundreds or even thousands of skeletons nearby whenever I entered a dungeon and began fighting. Soul Link gave me vision across an enormous range, while Soul Shift granted extraordinary mobility. I would not even need to keep a reserve force anymore. However many summons I possessed, I could deploy every one of them. In fact, the farther my skeleton army was from me, the safer I would be. It felt incredible. Once I had calmed down a little, I turned to another reward, the class-specific skill chest. I opened it immediately. Ding. You have successfully used a class-specific skill scroll. You have obtained the class-specific skill Necromancer, Stealth Skeleton Summoning. Skill, Stealth Skeleton Summoning. Spend 10 spirit to summon 1 stealth skeleton to fight for you. A stealth skeleton? So this is the assassin branch of the Skeleton Legion? My heart skipped a beat when I saw the skill. Assassins were synonymous with explosive single-target damage and killing unseen. I never expected to obtain a skill for summoning invisible skeletons. After learning it, I immediately wanted to examine a stealth skeleton's attributes. But the moment the skill merged into my attribute panel, before I could summon anything, another system notification appeared. Ding. Skill, Stealth Skeleton Summoning has successfully transformed into God-tier Stealth Skeleton Summoning. God-tier Stealth Skeleton Summoning. Spend 10 spirit to summon 1 stealth skeleton every 10 seconds to fight for you. Right? I almost forgot about that. I shook my head with a wry smile and activated the skill. 10 seconds later, the first stealth skeleton entered my summoning space. I immediately summoned it before me. Information, Stealth Skeleton. Level, 18. Strength, 36, plus 7.04%. Spirit, 18, plus 7.04%. Constitution, 18, plus 7.04%. Agility, 36, plus 7.04%. Skill, Undead Stealth. The stealth skeleton remains permanently invisible. Attacking breaks stealth. It re-enters stealth 10 seconds later. Its first strike from stealth deals damage equal to strength times 10. Damn, this stealth skeleton is absurd. It has permanent invisibility, and even after an attack breaks stealth, it can disappear again. The internal cooldown before it re-enters stealth does seem a little long. But that doesn't matter. If it could instantly re-enter stealth, wouldn't the stealth skeleton be invincible? More importantly, its first attack after breaking stealth deals 10 times its strength as damage. That's powerful, and it naturally has twice a normal skeleton's strength. Its damage is explosive. After carefully reading the stealth skeleton's attributes and skill, I was completely amazed. The skeleton mages had already given me a wonderful surprise, yet stealth skeletons were even more formidable. Now, if we face an enemy that even the skeleton mages can't approach, I can have the stealth skeletons infiltrate and charge. One wave will wipe it out instantly. I drew a deep breath, utterly satisfied with the stealth skeleton. A skeleton army could inspire not only fear, but panic. Invisible skeletons were impossible to guard against. Without an anti-stealth skill or item, a stealth skeleton was practically invincible. Next came the class-specific equipment chest. Class-specific equipment was worth no less than class-specific skills. Both general equipment and origin class general equipment had far weaker attributes and effects than class-specific gear. Most people eventually replaced their equipment, but they could sell what they no longer needed. Class-specific equipment, however, could not be used by just anyone after being resold. The attributes of such gear alone had already filled me with anticipation. Ding! You have successfully used a class-specific equipment chest. You have obtained the class-specific weapon Necromancer, Revival Pendant. A necklace-shaped piece of equipment appeared before me. Revival Pendant, LV11. Attributes, Spirit plus 300, Constitution plus 100. Set effect. When any undead summon under your command dies, it has a 30% chance to revive immediately. 1/2. Holy crap, it revives summons. For me, that's practically a divine skill. The Revival Pendant's effect stunned me. Every undead summon that died had a chance to revive. 30% might not sound like much, but it was still outrageous. My fight against the Black Spirit King had looked effortless, yet over that half hour I lost 30 or 40,000 normal skeletons and several hundred skeleton mages. The Shadow Knight Cats, Dark Crawlers, and Ghost Swordsmen were erased by my army the instant they appeared, but the Black Spirit King had kept firing Black Spirit Impact. Every blast cost me at least several hundred skeletons. If my skeletons had been packed together, one Black Spirit Impact could probably have instantly killed 1,000. If I had obtained the Revival Pendant sooner, it would have erased 30% of those losses. Unfortunately, the Revival set only consists of this pendant for now. If I could collect the second piece and activate the set effect, that would be incredible. Still, the Revival Pendant's attributes alone are already powerful. In an instant, my spirit surged past 1,000, while my constitution rose to 159. Finally, there are all the Black Spirit Stones the Black Spirit King dropped. Wait, what is this Black Spirit Orb? As I glanced over the more than 10,000 Black Spirit Stones dropped by the Black Spirit King, I noticed an item called the Black Spirit Orb in my pack. Forget it. I'll ask Guildmaster Lin or Principal Zhao later. They should know what it does. After placing the Black Spirit Orb in my pack, I set it aside for the moment. The Black Spirit King had pushed my total number of stones above 14,000. In other words, this single dungeon run had earned me more than 100 million dragon coins. Exactly what I wanted. Time to leave the dungeon. I drew a steadying breath, recalled the tens of thousands of skeletons into my summoning space, and immediately chose to exit. I did not witness what was happening outside at that moment. Afterward, I reconstructed it from the people present. Every professional gathered around the Black Spirit Wood's entrance waited eagerly for my return. After all, I was the only person they had ever seen solo a dungeon. My clear speed had even been twice as fast as the best record set by Wang Shen's fixed party. I'm telling all of you now, when Brother Yiyang comes out, nobody fight me for him. I have to get him to run hard difficulty with us. Come on. Old Lu, stop joking. You're a mage. Why would he want you? Exactly. I'm an S-rank priest. Brother Yiyang will definitely need my support on hard difficulty. Ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh. You're only an S-rank priest with a 2-star attribute template. Why would he want you? Move aside. Let's see who dares compete with me. I, Wang Shen, will claim the hard difficulty record for Black Spirit Woods. Brother Yiyang is joining my party. Wang Shun led his team through the crowd by force and squeezed to the very front of the entrance. Chen Xiu could not stand it. She brought her companions forward and pushed into the center of the crowd too. Wang Shun, you're completely shameless. Who kept looking down on Yi Yang just now? You're only an S-rank warrior. Do you think handsome Yi Yang would even want you? Exactly. We have the best chance of bringing Yi Yang into our party. The rest of you, stop fighting over him. Heh. Wang Shun laughed when he heard Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu, don't blame me for showing no mercy. If you really want to compete with me, I'll have to fight you right now. Then fight. You think I'm afraid of you? Before Wang Shun could act, Chen Xiu and the women behind her entered combat stances. Just then, a professional nearest the dungeon entrance shouted, "Look, Yi Yang is here." At once, Wang Shun, Chen Xiu, and every other professional abandoned their argument and looked toward the entrance. Brother Yi Yang, take me through a dungeon. I'm an A-rank warrior with excellent defense. Brother Yang, don't listen to him. I'm an S-rank shield of 10,000 lights with a 4-star attribute template. I'm much stronger. Brother Yi Yang, pick me. I'm an S-rank priest. Look at me, handsome Yi Yang. I've always liked you. The scene left me dumbfounded. Wait, what are all of you doing? At my words, Wang Shun squeezed up to me with a fawning expression. Brother Yi Yang, I never imagined you were powerful enough to solo a dungeon. You must be planning to challenge hard difficulty next, right? Several people in our party still have attempts remaining. We're also the strongest professional team in the Tianshui City area. Come with us. Run hard difficulty? What was he talking about? Did they think I had just cleared the easiest, normal difficulty? I immediately explained, there's no need. None of you have to run this dungeon again. Wang Shun froze. What do you mean, we don't have to run it again? Before I could answer, a professional beside the entrance shouted, Wait, everyone, look. What's happening? Why is the dungeon entrance disappearing? Every gaze snapped toward it. The entrance, once an abyss of solid darkness, was gradually turning transparent. It looked ready to vanish completely at any moment. Wang Shun's eyes widened, and his scalp tingled. Holy wait. No way. Did Yi Yang clear the dungeon on Shura difficulty? Wang Shun felt as if lightning had struck his brain. He could not recover for a long time. And he was not alone. Holy crap, how is that possible? Shura difficulty? Is this some kind of joke? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Forget soloing a Shura dungeon. An entire raid would be wiped out instantly. How did this guy do it? What happened in there? That's terrifying. I actually saw someone solo a Shura difficulty dungeon. Mom, my life hasn't been wasted. When the entrance to Black Spirit Woods vanished completely, even Chen Xiu was speechless. The entrance is really gone. Yi Yang truly cleared it on Shura difficulty. As I walked away, the voices behind me gradually faded. Next, I need to turn in the dungeon commission. I soon reached the mission hall of the Awakened Professionals Guild. Hello, I'm here to turn in the Black Spirit Woods dungeon commission. I spoke to the same beautiful attendant as before. Of course. She nodded gently. The Black Spirit Woods commission requires at least 10 Black Spirit stones. If you submit fewer than 10, your deposit won't be refunded. I know. I nodded. I brought more than 14,000. All right, you brought. Wait, how many? Once I emptied every Black Spirit stone from my pack, the beautiful attendant was left speechless. More than 10,000 stones sat before her, piled on the floor like a small mountain. My God, are those Black Spirit stones? There are so many. How many times did that guy run Black Spirit Woods? That's incredible. Did he empty the whole dungeon? Everyone present was a Tier 1 professional in the teens or around LV 20, so they knew exactly how rarely Black Spirit stones dropped. An ordinary person might get a few hundred from one normal difficulty run, or a little over 1,000 with exceptional luck. Never more. This guy must have cleared it at least a dozen times. Yet Black Spirit Woods had appeared only 3 days earlier. A dozen dungeon runs in 3 days. How had he done it? Even after seeing such a haul, no one dared attack me. First, earning so many stones proved my terrifying strength. Second, this was an official trading hall. Yes, sir, there are too many. I need to count them. Don't worry. It will only take a few minutes. Fine. Meanwhile, at the site of the former Black Spirit Woods entrance, after Chen Yang personally witnessed me crush Black Spirit Woods in a single run, on Shura difficulty, no less, his mentality collapsed. He had believed that awakening an SSS rank class guaranteed he would someday stand at the pinnacle of all living beings as one of the strongest. In truth, nearly every student who awakened an SSS rank class thought the same. After exhausting a lifetime's luck to awaken such a class, Most became so intoxicated with themselves that they lost all perspective. At least 8 out of 10 students with SSS rank classes became trapped by their Tier 1 5-star advancement quests. They could not even break through the LV-10 cap and eventually lost emotional control. Some faded into obscurity. Others took their own lives in despair. Failing an advancement quest meant being unable to level up. A mere LV-10 professional would eventually be crushed by A rank or even B rank professionals who advanced steadily to LV-40 or 50. After witnessing my true strength, Qinyang fell into utter despair. He could not last 10 minutes in a normal difficulty dungeon, while I had entered the Shura version and cleared it in one go. Forget it. Maybe this is what a true genius looks like. Maybe Yiyang never even considered me worth his attention. With a bitter smile, Qinyang let his family guards help him to his feet. He prepared to leave that troubled place, but after only a few steps, he noticed a familiar figure. Hanishu, what are you doing here? Qinyang, what are you doing here? Led by her family guards, Hanishu had spent the entire previous night farming monsters in the area and only just reached LV-10. She had an SS rank class, but it belonged to the support branch. Her leveling speed could not compare with Chunyang's SSS rank combat class. Hanishu gave him a disdainful glance. Qinyang, don't tell me. You came to run Black Spirit Woods too? I already investigated. No one has claimed the first clear of nightmare difficulty yet. This time, it will belong to me. You and Yiyang. I will trample both of you beneath my feet. Ha ha ha. Qinyang instinctively sneered at Hanishu's wild arrogance. Hanishu, why don't you look and see whether the entrance to Black Spirit Woods is still there? Hanishu froze, then looked behind Qinyang. Several Tier 1 professionals around LV-20 were still scattered there, but the dungeon entrance was nowhere to be found. What happened? Why did the dungeon entrance disappear? The commission agent at the trading hall told me it was here. Confused, aren't you? So am I. Qinyang shoved past Hanishu. As he moved behind her, he said heavily, I still can't understand how Yiyang soloed the Shura difficulty Black Spirit Woods dungeon in a single run. Without looking back, he left immediately. Hanishu could not speak. Someone had actually cleared the dungeon on Shura difficulty? And solo? How could a genius like that appear in Tianshui City without Han Ishu hearing a word about it? A sudden thought struck her. She spun around and shouted after Qinyang. Qinyang, what did you just say? Yiyang cleared Black Spirit Woods on Shura difficulty? Han Ishu tensed instinctively. Qinyang was already far away and did not hear her shout. In the guildmaster's office of the Awakened Professionals Guild, Lin Chongfeng sat in his chair and gestured for the middle-aged man before him to sit wherever he liked. Old Wu, it's been years. What made you think of visiting me today? Old Wu, the middle-aged man before Lin Chongfeng, was named Wu Ning. Like him, Wu Ning was the guild master of a municipal Awakened Professionals Guild, specifically the one in Yinzhou City. Help yourself to a drink. The cabinet beside you is stocked with every kind of spirit tea. The two had graduated in the same year and fought together on the demonic beast battlefront. They had no interest in excessive ceremony. Wu Ning made himself at home, selected a packet of spirit tea, and brewed it. Swirling his cup, he regarded Lin Chongfeng with interest. Old Lin, you look well today. Something good happened. What good news could I have? Lin Chongfeng waved a hand. I've only found a few promising seedlings. For once, Tianshui City can send several extra people to the Dongshan provincial training camp. Well, that certainly sounds like good news. Wu Ning crossed his legs and continued unhurriedly. Tell me then, what are Tianshui City's promising seedlings like this year? Heh. The corner of Lin Chongfeng's mouth lifted in pride. Nothing special. We only awakened one SSS rank combat class and one SS rank support class. Most outrageous of all, we have a unique hidden class that charged all the way to LV-10 in the beginner dungeon yesterday. Barring an accident, he should complete his Tier 1 advancement quest today. Huh. A mere SSS rank class and some hidden class are enough for Tianshui City to call them promising seedlings? Wu Ning burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Did Yinzhou City produce some promising seedlings too? Lin Chongfeng froze. He could not understand why Wu Ning, whose city joined his own among Dongshan Province's 3 perennial laughingstocks, had anything to be proud of. Years earlier, a battlefield failure had gotten Lin Chongfeng, Wu Ning, and Li Feng transferred to the 3 weakest cities in Dongshan Province. Aside from Lin and Wu, only Li Feng and Zhangyun City remained. Unfortunately, Wu Ning and Li Feng were both workaholics. Over the years, they had tried every conceivable method and poured in endless effort to cultivate talented newcomers. all so they could one day escape these godforsaken places. Lin Chongfeng had never expected the perpetually busy Wu Ning to find time to visit. If Wu Ning soared to success and left him behind, would Lin not become even lonelier? Wu Ning did not drag out the suspense. After sipping his excellent spirit tea, he said casually, "They aren't especially promising. We only awakened 3 SSS rank combat classes, 1 SS rank combat class, and 1 SS rank support class. You have no idea. Those 3 SSS rank combat professionals worked overtime all night just to clear a hell difficulty dungeon and complete their 4-star advancement quests. I think they've only just reached LV 15? Oh, the lowest one is still LV 14. The 2 SS rank professionals have it worst. You wouldn't believe it. They only completed their 3-star advancement quests this morning, and now they're barely LV 13. I'm worried sick. I wonder whether our city's SSS rank classes can possibly compare with that hidden class of yours in Tianshui." Wu Ning sipped his tea and sighed with exaggerated sarcasm. Lin Chongfeng's chest rose and fell as fury nearly overwhelmed him. More than 10 years had passed since his assignment to Tianshui City. 5 or 6 years earlier, a few local professionals had finally reached the training camp selection trials, only to be eliminated in the first round. After that, Lin Chongfeng had gradually given up. For 5 or 6 straight years, not one person from Tianshui City qualified for the selection trials. Lin turned authority over to the principals of the major high schools and let them train students however they pleased. If a dark horse like me had not appeared this year, he would have remained ignorant of how many professionals those schools had awakened. Even I had only reached LV 10 the day before. He had no reliable news on whether I had finished my advancement quest. No need to guess. I was probably still struggling over it. 3 SSS rank combat classes, 2 SS rank professionals. Most outrageous of all 3 SSS rank combat students had completed their Tier 1 4-star advancement quests the previous night and shot straight to LV 15. Even the 2 SS rank students had finished 3-star advancement quests. By the end of the next day, those 5 could form a party, add a few S-rank supports, and steadily push everyone to LV 15, the threshold for the training camp selection trials. After that, with those SSS rank and SS rank members of the new generation supporting him, Wu Ning was certain to earn a transfer to Dongshan Province's capital. Then the province's 3 perennial laughingstocks would be reduced to Lin Chongfeng and tight-lipped Li Feng, from whom 3 blows could not knock out a single fart. Ha ha ha. All right, old Lin, no need to get angry. Maybe Tianshui City will take off next year. Yinzhou City is the one I feel sorry for. So many top-tier professionals appeared at once this year that I'm afraid they've burned through all the luck I had left in this life. Wu Ning wanted to laugh at Lin Chongfeng's aggrieved expression. It would have been better if he had said nothing. That final remark nearly made Lin spit blood from rage. Just then, someone knocked on the guildmaster's office door. "Come in." Lin Chongfeng sighed, set down his teacup, and answered. A female secretary in a black and white business outfit opened the door gently. "Guildmaster Lin, a young man named Yi Yang, is outside. He would like to see you." "Yi Yang." Lin Chongfeng raised an eyebrow and beckoned immediately. "Send him in." "Yes, sir." Moments later, I appeared before Lin Chongfeng. "Hello, Guildmaster Lin." And you are?" I greeted Lin Chongfeng as usual, but froze when I saw another middle-aged man in the office. He had to be the guildmaster's friend, or he would not have acted so casually there. Lin Chongfeng invited me to sit and immediately introduced us. "Old Wu, this is the awakened professional with the unique hidden class I told you about. Yi Yang." "Yi Yang, this is Wu Ning, Guildmaster of Yinzhou City." "Hello, Guildmaster Wu." Wu Ning looked me up and down. "Old Lin, I have to admit the young man is quite handsome. 500 years ago, in the age of peace, who knows how many young women would have fallen for him. Unfortunately, this is the age of the great mutation. A handsome face can't feed you. Only true power will attract the opposite sex." Lin Chongfeng immediately understood Wu Ning's implication. Yinzhou City had 3 super geniuses who broke through Tier 1 and reached LV 15 in 1 or 2 days. So he thought he could look down on Tianshui's unique hidden class professional who reached LV 10 in a single day? "Old Wu, shut your foul mouth." Lin Chongfeng returned to his seat and turned to me. "Yi Yang, what brings you to see me today?" "I do have something to ask." I nodded, removed the black spirit orb from my pack, and had the secretary pass it to Lin Chongfeng. "I just obtained this from the Black Spirit Woods dungeon. I wanted to ask what a black spirit orb is used for." "A black spirit orb? Wait, it really is a black spirit orb?" Lin Chongfeng's eyes lit up when he saw the translucent black sphere, which was roughly the size of a palm. I heard this item only drops from Black Spirit Woods on Nightmare difficulty or higher. I suppose so. I did not know whether Nightmare difficulty could drop it. Mine had come directly from the final boss on Shura difficulty. Wu Ning looked surprised too. He accepted the Black Spirit Orb from Lin Chongfeng and examined it carefully, his expression shifting. I had actually cleared Nightmare difficulty. That level of strength was comparable to an SS rank class. The two SS rank professionals from Yinzhou City had only managed Nightmare difficulty because an SSS rank teammate carried them through it. It really is a Black Spirit Orb. If I remember correctly, it can fuse several pieces of general origin class equipment directly into one piece of class-specific equipment. But because the Black Spirit King is a Tier 1 monster, this orb can only create one piece of Tier 1 class-specific equipment. After returning the Black Spirit Orb to Lin Chongfeng, Wu Ning casually explained what it did. The information surprised me. Lin Chongfeng finally asked his question. Yang, this Black Spirit Orb is valuable even to Tier 1 professionals. What arrangement did you make with the teammates who cleared the dungeon with you? Did you give up every other reward in the dungeon in exchange for it? I stared at him for a second. Guildmaster Lin, what teammates? I got it by clearing the dungeon alone. Uft. Wu Ning spat out the tea he had just sipped. What did you say, kid? You soloed a Nightmare difficulty dungeon. What kind of joke is that? It's impossible. Wu Ning was not alone. Lin Chongfeng was frightened too. Yang, you can't joke with your guild master about something like this. I'm not joking. I really did clear it alone. I shrugged as calmly as if the matter had nothing to do with me. Wu Ning could not hold back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Soloing any dungeon is one thing, but a Nightmare difficulty dungeon? Do you hear yourself? Do you even know how difficult a Nightmare dungeon is? Young man, I don't mean to pull rank on you, but I doubt you've ever entered one. I finally understood why Lin Chongfeng had seemed to force a smile when I arrived despite looking stifled inside. Apparently, the guild master from Yinzhou City had annoyed him for some reason. None of that concerned me. I immediately corrected Wu Ning. Guildmaster Wu, I think you misunderstood. I didn't solo a Nightmare dungeon. I soloed. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Before I could finish, Wu Ning slapped his thigh and roared with laughter. Of course you couldn't solo a Nightmare dungeon. Even a LV 20 SSS rank professional with a 5-star template might not manage a Tier 1 Nightmare dungeon alone. Old Wu Ning had cut me off, and Lin Chongfeng glared at him. Yang hadn't finished speaking. Why are you interrupting him? Where are your manners? Go ahead, Yang. What were you trying to say? I shrugged, unbothered, and said, I was trying to say, the dungeon I soloed was on Shura difficulty. What? Both men shouted. Lin Chongfeng and Wu Ning cried out at the same time, instantly raising the volume in the office several levels. No, wait. Lin Chongfeng rubbed his temples and struggled to calm himself. Finally, he asked, Yang, you truly aren't joking? You just said, you soloed a Shura difficulty dungeon. Before I could answer, someone else entered. Wang Kai, one of the 3 vice guild masters of Tianshui City's Awakened Professionals Guild and general manager of the city's trading hall. Oh, what a rare guest. Guildmaster Wu, you're here too. Wang Kai greeted Wu Ning, then turned to report to Lin Chongfeng. Guildmaster Lin, we just received word that someone completely destroyed the Black Spirit Woods dungeon. Many people who accepted its commission are requesting their deposits back. I need your authorization for 1 billion dragon coins. Here are the deposit records for your review and signature. What did you say? Someone destroyed Black Spirit Woods? Lin Chongfeng was speechless. Little Wang, do you mean someone cleared Shura difficulty? Yes. Wang Kai was puzzled. It was hardly the first time such a thing had happened. Dungeon commissions required deposits. Once collected, Lin Chongfeng reviewed them before transferring them to the finance department. If someone destroyed the dungeon or it expired, Wang Kai naturally had to request funds so the deposits could be returned. What was wrong with Guildmaster Lin today? Why was he so stunned by a perfectly ordinary procedure? Lin Chongfeng tried to steady himself and asked again, Little Wang, do you know the name of the person who cleared Black Spirit Woods on Shura difficulty? Wang Shen said his name was Yang, I think. I may be remembering wrong. That old rascal Wang Shen was making a fuss about seeing you, but I stopped him. Heh. Lin Chongfeng's expression darkened. Go, bring Wang Shen here now. Wang Kai froze. Why do you want to see him? Stop squawking and bring him here. Yes, sir. Lin Chongfeng's rebuke instantly made Wang Kai obedient. He went to the trading hall and brought Wang Shen before the guildmaster. Guildmaster Lin, I have something major to report. I discovered an extraordinary talent. He soloed a shoe. Halfway through, Wang Xin suddenly noticed me sitting to one side. The muscular, 6'3" man went limp and collapsed to his knees. Brother Yang, what are you doing here? I obtained a black spirit orb in Black Spirit Woods, so I came to ask Guildmaster Lin what it was. Lin Changfeng had lost patience. Wang Shun, finish what you were trying to say. Wang Xin glanced at me, then at the unfamiliar middle-aged man beside me whose face had gone dark. He had no idea what was happening, but he did not dare delay answering Lin Changfeng. I wanted to report that I found an unparalleled genius in the Northern District. He soloed the Shura difficulty Black Spirit Woods dungeon. You said anyone who recommended a genius would receive a reward, so boom. Wang Shun's words left Lin Changfeng utterly stunned. I truly had destroyed a Shura difficulty dungeon. Wu Ning froze as well. How is that possible? A Tier 1 dungeon. Shura difficulty. Solo. I had soloed a Shura dungeon. Ridiculously, Wu Ning had just bragged to Lin Changfeng about Yinzhou City's SSS-ranked geniuses breaking through Tier 1 in a day and reaching LV 15 on the second. Yet Tianshui City had immediately produced someone capable of soloing a Shura difficulty dungeon. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Well, old Wu. Don't look so pale. Yinzhou City produced so many SSS-ranked geniuses this year. I wonder whether our hidden class professional, who was merely lucky enough to solo and destroy a Shura dungeon, can compare. What do you think? People said smiles never disappeared. They merely moved from one face to another. Wu Ning had been brimming with confidence only moments earlier, but now he looked crushed. Lin Changfeng, who had been seething with anger, seemed to have entered a second spring. After seeing Wu Ning off, or rather, after angering him into leaving, Lin Changfeng casually rewarded Wang Shun with 1 million dragon coins and dismissed him too. He invited me back into the office and immediately said, "Quickly, tell me exactly how you soloed a Shura difficulty dungeon." He was genuinely fascinated. Even with decades of experience as a professional and countless geniuses encountered over the years, Lin Changfeng had never seen anyone as fierce as me. He had seen people solo normal dungeons. He had never personally witnessed anyone solo hard or even nightmare difficulty, but he had heard of such geniuses. The 3 supreme cities of Longhua, capital city, Jinghai, and Jiangnan, produced plenty of peerless talents every year who could solo dungeons at their own tier. But someone who could solo Shura difficulty immediately? Lin Changfeng had never seen or even heard of one. In truth, my solo run did not offer much of a story. Yet even my casual summary held him spellbound. Too powerful, truly too powerful. So the Black Spirit King ended up working for you. Lin Changfeng found every detail wonderfully novel. Everyone else entered a dungeon hoping to kill the boss as fast as possible. I had taken a completely different path and trained the final boss like a dog. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. By the way, Guildmaster Lin, how do I use the Black Spirit Orb? Can I have someone forge class-specific equipment for you right now? I could not relate to Lin Changfeng's excitement at all. I had only come to learn what the Black Spirit Orb did. Lin Changfeng answered immediately. How about this? Leave the Black Spirit Orb with me, and give me 1 drop of your essence blood. By tonight, I can have a piece of necromancer-specific equipment made for you. Oh, right. Which equipment slot do you want? I can choose the slot. Of course. Lin Changfeng smiled. Since it will be handcrafted, you can naturally choose the slot. I'll cover the general origin class equipment used as materials and the artisan's fee. Thank you in advance, Guildmaster Lin. In that case, I'd like a ring. I stated my request with a smile. All right. You certainly know how to pick the most expensive option. Lin Changfeng laughed without taking it too seriously. Rings and necklaces were the 2 most expensive equipment slots to forge. Still, this was only Tier 1 gear, so even the costly option would not strain him. One more thing. As if remembering something, Lin Changfeng removed more than 100 bottles of bright red liquid from his pack. Under normal circumstances, I should reward you for soloing a Shura dungeon. I got so excited just now that I almost forgot. These are 100 Tier 1 Beast Blood Elixirs. Each increases the EXP you gain from killing monsters by 100% for 1 hour. These 10 are Tier 2 Beast Blood Elixirs. They increase monster kill EXP by 200%, also for 1 hour. Train hard over the next few days. By the time the training camp opens, try to reach a level you're satisfied with. Beast Blood Elixirs? These things had never appeared in Tianshui City's trading hall. Even the monthly auction sold only a handful, never more than 10 bottles. A single Tier 1 Beast Blood Elixir was worth at least 1 million dragon coins. Tier 2 Beast Blood elixirs were effectively priceless. Even 10 million might not buy one. Although I had earned more than 100 million dragon coins from the dungeon, that entire fortune was worth less than the 100-plus Beast Blood elixirs Lin Changfeng had handed me. Given the choice between 100 million dragon coins and 100 Tier 1 Beast Blood elixirs, anyone with a working brain would choose the latter. Guildmaster Lin, isn't this reward a little too valuable? I could hardly believe Ashura Dungeon Clear had earned me such a staggering reward. Lin Changfeng shook his head. For an ordinary party of Tier 1 professionals, it would indeed be excessive. But you're different. To be honest, these came from my year-end bonus. Consider them my personal investment in you. Take them. All right. Thank you, Guildmaster Lin. I nodded solemnly. With the Beast Blood elixirs, I could level even faster. No need to thank me. I simply had no idea you could solo Ashura Dungeon. That was my mistake. If I'd given you these Beast Blood elixirs earlier, you might already have started your Tier 2 advancement quest. Lin Changfeng sighed. The greatest pity was that I had already run a dungeon that day. I would normally have to wait until tomorrow to enter another. Then Lin Changfeng realized he had overlooked something. Yang, you said you just soloed a Shura difficulty dungeon, correct? That's right. I nodded. Why, Guildmaster Lin? Ha ha ha. Excellent. Lin Changfeng laughed. Since you ran solo, you can form a party and borrow someone else's dungeon attempt. You may not know this, but EXP from monsters killed inside a dungeon isn't divided among teammates. There's a rule like that. We had learned very little about dungeons in class. Since the age of the Great Mutation began more than 500 years ago, traditional subjects such as language, mathematics, and foreign languages were no longer central. Practical movement, monster identification, combat techniques, wilderness geography, and similar subjects had become everyone's highest priorities. Information about dungeons was taught, but only in passing. Lin Changfeng smiled faintly at my question. Yes, that is why people form parties to enter dungeons. They can share attempts. Most gather a full party of 10. If an attempt fails, they can return leadership to another member and enter again. I understand. I nodded seriously. As long as the person did not waste my time and could provide a dungeon attempt, nothing else mattered. Excitement rose within me. At first, I thought the Beast Blood elixirs would help me level much faster. But if I could not enter another dungeon, I would waste an entire day. The method Lin Changfeng had suggested could increase my leveling efficiency many times over. It also explained why Chun Yang's party could enter Black Spirit Woods repeatedly while I had been limited to one attempt. Auntie, is my cousin home? After returning home, Chen Xiu headed straight for the Li family residence in Tianshui City. Her goal was clear. She needed to find Li Qing. No matter what it took, if even the slightest chance existed, she had to help Li Qing grow closer to me. If we became family someday, Chen Xiu could benefit as well. Unfortunately, I had shown no interest in her at Black Spirit Woods and even refused her invitation to join her party. Left with no better option, she had settled on this scheme. Otherwise, she would have pursued a man as powerful as me herself. When Chun Xiu asked, Wang Shuiying, her mother's younger sister, replied, "Your cousin is in her bedroom. She farmed monsters all night and is still sleeping." Still sleeping. If she sleeps any longer, she'll have no idea how many opportunities she's missed. With that, Chen Xiu pushed open Li Qing's bedroom door. "Li Qing, wake up, Huh. Oh, it's you, Xiu. What's wrong?" Li Qing rubbed her eyes before recognizing the visitor. "I need to ask you something. What is your relationship with Yi Yang from your school?" "It's all right. He took me through the beginner dungeon yesterday." Once fully awake, Li Qing remembered what had happened and felt a trace of happiness. After the enormous scene with Han Yishu in the beginner dungeon, how could she have missed it? In front of Han Yishu, I had said I would rather choose Li Qing than ever grow close to Han Yishu again. Chen Xiu exploded. "I never imagined. He actually took you through a dungeon. What about it? Is something wrong?" "Everything is wrong." Chen Xiu sighed, looking thoroughly frustrated with her cousin. Then she recounted everything that had happened that morning. She went straight to the point. "I'm telling you, this is an enormous opportunity. If you can become Yi Yang's woman, your future happiness will be unimaginable. If I still had a chance, I wouldn't hand such a wonderful man over to you for nothing. Move now, while you still can. Once he grows stronger, you might not even qualify to gaze at him from afar for the rest of your life." But I can't just force myself on him." Li Qing panicked. She was shy by nature. How could she throw away her embarrassment and chase a boy? "I'm telling you, someone just messaged me. Yi Yang is in the mission hall, probably looking for another dungeon commission. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you seize it is up to you. Don't overthink it. When a woman chases a man, only a thin veil stands between them. With a boy, just overwhelm him with your love. A crafty little smile appeared on Chun Shiyu's face as she spoke. Huh? Can I really do it? Stop wasting time. You have no idea how many girls are watching Yi Yang already. Every minute you wait could mean several more rivals. Chun Shiyu was nearly speechless. If I had not already rejected her, she would have gotten up and made her own move long ago. All right, then. I'll try. Li Qing got out of bed. After Chun Shiyu carefully dressed her up, the two hurried to the mission hall. I later confirmed this part of the action from those involved. At the mission hall, I began searching for another Tier 1 dungeon commission. No matter where the entrance was, plenty of professionals would undoubtedly be gathered there. All I wanted was to borrow someone's dungeon attempt. This one looks good. Venom Marsh. The dungeon has been open for 18 days, so only 12 remain. Find phantom venom herbs inside. Each one is worth 1 million dragon coins. After immediately paying the 2 million dragon coin deposit, I accepted the commission and received the coordinates of the Venom Marsh entrance. The moment I stepped outside, I ran into someone familiar. Oh, Wai Yang, you're here too. At the sight of me, Li Qing grew so nervous she could barely speak. After struggling for a while, she finally squeezed out a sentence. What a coincidence. Where are you going, Yi Yang? To run a dungeon. Then I remembered something and asked, by the way, have you entered a dungeon today? If not, we can go together. My only objective was to find someone who still had an attempt. Li Qing was shy and quiet, making her an ideal teammate. She had also helped me greatly in the beginner dungeon, and I had possessed nothing with which to repay her then. Now I had the perfect opportunity. My invitation made Li Qing blush to the tips of her ears. Was this a date? In seconds, her mind wrote an entire little drama. On the way there, Chun Shiyu had prepared countless conversation starters for her. After all, Li Qing truly had not expected me to invite her first. Chun Shiyu had told her that she personally invited me earlier, only to be rejected in a single sentence. Can I come? I really haven't entered a dungeon today. But won't I hold you back? My strength is honestly too weak. It's fine. I chuckled and shook my head. Once we enter, you only need to lie there without moving. I'll do all the work. Huh. My words made Li Qing's face even redder. I immediately added her to the party and headed toward the Venom Marsh entrance in Tianshui City's eastern district. Along the way, Li Qing followed me like an obedient little girlfriend. Near 6 in the evening, Li Qing and I finally reached the Venom Marsh dungeon entrance. I had not wasted the 2-hour journey. I released all my skeletons from the summoning space and had them hunt monsters across the wilderness. By the time we arrived, my EXP had risen from 58 to 74% at LV 18. It was only a gain of 16%, but that was still useful. At the entrance, I examined the surroundings. Unlike Black Spirit Woods, Venom Marsh had drawn an even larger crowd. Since Black Spirit Woods had appeared only a few days earlier, many people did not want to struggle through exploration. They preferred waiting until someone cleared Nightmare difficulty and then paying for a strategy guide. Venom Marsh was different. Someone had cleared Nightmare difficulty several days ago. Many valuable materials did not appear at all on normal or hard difficulty. Nightmare was where the true rewards began. God Yi Yang, do we need to find more teammates? Can the two of us really do this? Li Qing asked softly after I brought her to the entrance. It's fine, I answered casually and pushed into the crowd toward the Venom Marsh entrance. Halfway through, a middle-aged man in his 30s suddenly grabbed me. Young man, are you here to run this dungeon too? The middle-aged man glanced at Li Qing beside me and shook his head. No, I wanted to tell you not to enter this dungeon right now. Why? I did not understand why I could not run it now. Haven't you heard? The Chu family from Yinzhou has taken over the entire dungeon. Apparently, they're searching the hell and sure difficulty versions for a material called the Phantom Venom Herb. Phantom Venom Herb? The name sounded familiar. Then why does the Tianshui City Mission Hall have a commission for it too? That commission came from Tianshui's Lu family. They want to compete with the Chu family of Yinzhou. Both families are gathering the same material. But Tianshui's Lu family isn't powerful enough. The two sides clashed here the day before yesterday, and the Lu family was driven away. Only the Chu family remains. I see. All I wanted was to enter the dungeon and farm monsters. Accepting the Phantom Venom Herb commission was merely a way to obtain the entrance coordinates. Put another way, even if I entered without finding a single herb and forfeited my deposit, paying 2 million for the coordinates would not be a terrible loss. God Yi Yang, maybe we should run a different dungeon. After hearing the middle-aged man's warning, the normally timid Li Qing spoke quietly. No need. I smiled calmly, ignored the man's advice, took Li Qing's hand, and walked toward the entrance. Hey, why won't you listen, young man? The Tier 2 professionals, the Chu family stationed at the entrance really will kill people. The middle-aged man panicked when he saw what I was doing. If someone killed you here and blamed your death on a wilderness beast, insisting a monster had done it, what could anyone prove? Great families might devote the effort to investigating, but ordinary people had no chance of revenge. That was why, outside the city's safe zone, strength alone determined everything. Moments earlier, a party of skeptical Tier 1 professionals had tried to force their way into the dungeon. The Chu family's Tier 2 professionals slaughtered them almost immediately. My normal skeletons were admittedly weak, but with skeleton mages and stealth skeletons at my command, mere Tier 2 professionals could only die instantly. After all, could ordinary Tier 2 professionals compare with the Ghost Swordsman or Black Spirit King from Ashura Dungeon, whose attributes reached 4 or 500? In reality, even a LV 30 professional at the peak of Tier 2 would be doing well to average 2 or 300 attribute points. The moment I reached the dungeon entrance, more than a dozen LV 30 professionals blocked my path. The other Tier 2 professionals behind them closed in around me. Move. Heh. A little brat who hasn't even finished growing wants to throw his weight around in front of me. A necromancer? Never seen that class before. Come on, then. Let daddy see what this necromancer thing of yours can do. With that, his blade fell and split Yiyong in half. Ha 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 ha. Is that all? Wait, what's with this skeleton? The bald warrior started laughing, only to freeze when he saw the shattered skeleton bones on the ground. Wait, what kind of trick is this? 1 second earlier, the young man had stood alive before him. How had his blade struck a pile of broken bones instead? What? Still looking for me? Wait. Why you? When did you get behind me? But, stealth skeletons, attack. More than 100 skeletons materialized eerily from thin air, surrounding the bald warrior. Before he could react, their twin bone blades descended together. The man did not even understand what had happened before the stealth skeletons subjected him to death by 1,000 cuts. Within seconds, he had become a skeleton with only a few scraps of flesh hanging from it. When everyone saw the transformation, wait, what kind of technique is that? Where did those skeletons come from? That's insane. In the blink of an eye, those skeletons killed a professional at the peak of Tier 2. So strong. The way they looked at me filled with fear and panic. A mere LV 18 professional who had only just entered Tier 1 had casually killed someone at Tier 2. The skeletons that appeared from nowhere were terrifyingly strange. No one had noticed when the twin-bladed skeletons reached their side. None of that mattered anymore. If the skeletons could instantly kill the bald warrior, they could do the same to everyone else. He had more than 300 constitution. If even that level of resistance fell instantly to the twin-bladed skeletons, the Freilier members had no chance of survival. They would end up exactly like their leader. Retreat. Hurry. Call the Chu family for help. Someone shouted, and the dozen-plus Tier 2 professionals fled without looking back. Before they had gone far, they saw an endless ocean of skeletons closing in around them. What the hell is this? The dozen-plus professionals panicked at the sight of the skeleton army. One of their leaders was the first to realize that these skeletons were nothing like the ones that had appeared and vanished so mysteriously. Brothers, don't panic. These skeletons are weak. They only have 20 or 30 points in every attribute. We're Tier 2 professionals. As long as we work together and find one opening, we can break out easily. Skeletons with only 20 or 30 points in every attribute were, at best, as strong as mid-Tier 1 professionals. What did they have to fear? The dozen-plus Tier 2 professionals grouped tightly and charged in one direction. Thunderstrike. Shield bash. Rain of arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Their area of effect skills blasted open an enormous gap in the skeleton legion. Ha ha ha. These skeletons are so weak. Exactly. If Brother Kai hadn't been ambushed, he could have counterattacked just as easily. Brothers, break through. Drunk on their apparent success, the Tier 2 professionals charged fearlessly into the skeleton legion. It did not take long for them to notice a problem. There were too many skeletons. Whenever their area of attacks opened a broad gap, even more skeletons filled it within a second or two. By the time they wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Holy crap, how many skeletons are there? We can't kill them all. It's impossible. This is terrifying. Did that young man summon every one of these skeletons? Impossible. How could he have that much spirit? One of the mages froze after casting an area spell. Skeletons. Everywhere he looked, there were skeletons. They covered thousands of meters in every direction. Wiping them all out was completely impossible. As a mage, his elemental perception far surpassed that of the physical classes. Only moments after the encirclement closed, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of death element energy rushing toward them. Holy wait! Arg! The mage and the other Tier 2 professionals had no time to resist. Thousands upon thousands of necrotic bolts blasted them into dust. Finally over. At my command, the ocean of skeletons covering several thousand meters vanished and returned to my summoning space. It was as if they had never appeared. That was too brutal. More than a dozen Tier 2 professionals just disappeared. Who was that guy? Did he summon all those tens of thousands of skeletons? That's insane. I checked his information. Isn't he only a Tier 1 professional? How can he be so strong? A necromancer? I've never seen that class before. Could it be some bizarre hidden class? This is ridiculous. More than a dozen Tier 2 professionals couldn't resist him at all, and he killed every one of them. That's beyond absurd. The nearby spectators were terrified. A Tier 1 professional had killed Tier 2 professionals without so much as blinking. I had no interest in dwelling on it. They had insisted on barring my way into the dungeon. If I had not possessed Soul Shift, the bald warrior's blade really would have split me in half. He had intended to kill me from the beginning. Let's go, Lich King. Make yourself party leader and open Shura difficulty. I turned and spoke to Lich King. She had barely recovered from her shock, and my words stunned her all over again. God Yang, are you serious? Just the two of us, on Shura difficulty? The professionals around us immediately erupted too. Wait, did I hear that kid correctly? He wants to open the dungeon on Shura difficulty. Does he think killing a few Tier 2 professionals means he can challenge a Shura dungeon? That's arrogant. The craziest part is that his party only has 2 people. Exactly. That woman is a tracker. I've seen that class before. Other than finding monsters quickly, it's useless. So, is that kid planning to solo a Shura dungeon? Has he lost his mind? I confirmed the instruction with Lich King. That's right. Just open Shura difficulty. All right. As Lich King opened the entrance, she warned me. But I need to tell you in advance. I won't be any use in a Shura dungeon. I don't need you to be useful. Didn't I tell you already? Just lie down. I'll do the work. I answered casually and waited for Lich King to open the dungeon. Okay. She nodded obediently and opened it immediately. Ding. You have opened the Tier 1 dungeon entrance, Venom Marsh. Please select a difficulty. Normal, hard, nightmare, hell, Shura. Venom Marsh dungeon collapse countdown. 12 days. Phew. Select Shura difficulty. I steadied my breathing. Once Lich King had calmed herself as much as possible, she opened the Shura difficulty version. Please, let me come out safe and sound. Lich King prayed silently as she activated the dungeon. If this had been my first Shura dungeon, I might have needed to pray too. But now I already had one Shura clear behind me. Crushing Venom Marsh would pose no pressure at all, especially since name, Yang. Class, Tier 1 and Necromancer, unique. Level, 18. Strength, 59. Spirit, 1004. Constitution, 159. Agility, 59. I swept my gaze over the panel. More than 1,000 spirit granted my skeletons a 10% bonus to all attributes. A normal skeleton already had 18 in every base attribute, and the spirit bonus pushed the figure to around 20. Skeleton mages were even fiercer. Their base 36 spirit rose to the upper limit of 40. More dangerous still, necrotic bolt dealt damage equal to 10 times their spirit. That was equivalent to an attack backed by 400 spirit. After several hours of replenishment, my normal skeleton army had grown from more than 73,000 after Black Spirit Woods to over 87,000. I now had nearly 9,000 skeleton mages. Stealth skeletons were fewer because I had only just obtained the skill, and like the skeleton mages, only one appeared every 10 seconds. I had fewer than 1,500. Even so, if all 1,500 stealth skeletons launched a decapitation strike and focused on one target, their damage would be formidable. Permanent invisibility was simply terrifying. After closing my attribute panel, I instinctively checked Venom Marsh's clear records. Venom Marsh, Dungeon, Clear Records. Normal, 15 hours, 53 minutes, 18 seconds. Hard, 42 hours, 16 minutes, 47 seconds. Nightmare, 105 hours, 22 minutes, 8 seconds. Hell, Stage 2, 56%. Shura, none. Venom Marsh had already been pushed as far as Hell difficulty, but its recorded clear times were far longer than those of Black Spirit Woods. So, is Venom Marsh simply more difficult? I smiled faintly, stopped thinking about it, and entered the dungeon behind Lich King. Look, those two went in. Don't tell me they're really challenging Shura difficulty? I heard it clearly. The woman definitely selected Shura. Damn, are young people all this brave now? Or do they have no idea how powerful a Shura dungeon is? I'm dying. When I ran Nightmare difficulty, the Venom Orb spiders in Stage 1 were already impossible. Exactly. And they want to run Shura? What a joke. That young man probably wants to show off in front of the girl. This time he's literally risking his life to look cool. I'll sit here and watch him get thrown out within an hour. After Lich King and I entered, hundreds, perhaps 1,000, professionals waited eagerly to see what I could do. This was Shura difficulty. Across history, very few professionals had ever managed to solo such a dungeon. Why else would Venom Marsh have remained stuck at hell difficulty after being open for more than half a month? More outrageous still, Venom Marsh was considered one of the hardest Tier 1 dungeons. I later confirmed this part of the action from those involved. Inside the dungeon, the landscape around me was submerged in a dark, inky green. Ding. You are affected by venomous miasma. Attack power minus 10%, defense minus 30%. So, the venomous miasma is everywhere. No wonder my body felt wrong the moment I entered. Losing 30% defense meant little to me. None of my 3 skeleton types had high defense to begin with. Fortunately, the penalty to attack power was much smaller. That was the lucky part. This place is so eerie. God Yiyong, can we really clear this dungeon on Shura difficulty? Li Qing swallowed softly after examining our surroundings. Fine beads of nervous sweat appeared on her forehead. Don't worry. I smiled faintly and released my entire skeleton army from the summoning space. 100,000 skeletons immediately filled every part of our visible surroundings. Kill. At my command, the skeleton army began moving. Soon, one skeleton discovered the first group of monsters. I shifted my perspective and saw 20 or 30 spider monsters clinging to tree branches. Each was roughly half a meter long. When I looked at them, 20 or 30 pairs of dark green eyes stared fixedly back at Yiyang. Shura Venom Demon Spider, LV, 11. Strength, 55. Spirit, 60. Constitution, 50. Agility, 40. Skill, Demon Spider Web. Fires a web at an enemy within spirit times 1 meters, dealing damage equal to spirit times 5 and inflicting root for 1 second. Root, the target cannot move. The Venom Demon Spider's attributes were similar to the Shadow Knight Cat's, but Demon Spider Web was far more powerful. The basic web attack did little damage, yet the 1 second root effect was extremely dangerous. For an ordinary person, one careless hit could lead to an endless chain of control effects. Unless their movement technique was exceptional, they would have no chance of clearing even Stage 1. So these are the monsters in a Shura dungeon? Their attributes are outrageous. Just as I prepared to order the skeletons to attack, Li Qing spoke beside me. The Venom Demon Spiders were a kilometer away, with countless dead trees and tangled branches blocking the view. How could she see them? Li Qing, can you see those Venom Demon Spiders too? Yes. Li Qing answered instinctively. Earlier, when we first entered the wilderness and you released those skeletons, I received a notification saying I could switch my perspective to theirs too. My innate skill can be shared with teammates. The discovery astonished me. I had always fought alone. Even in the beginner dungeon, Li Qing and I had not formed a party, so I had never learned this. It opened an entirely new world. If Soul Link could be shared with teammates, what about my second innate skill, Soul Shift? I immediately released a normal skeleton from the summoning space and placed it several meters away. Targeting Li Qing and the skeleton, I activated the innate skill, Soul Shift. With a thought, Li Qing and the skeleton exchanged positions. The sudden teleportation startled a scream from her. I, however, was stunned. I never expected. All my innate skills could affect my teammates too, but it seems only Soul Link can be used freely by a teammate. I'm still the only one who can activate Soul Shift. As expected of innate skills, their effects far surpassed ordinary abilities. I had always sensed that my innate skills held more potential than what I had seen. Clearly, plenty remained to be developed. After finishing the test, I ordered my skeletons to attack the Venom Demon Spiders. Little skeletons, take the front. Don't let them reach the skeleton mages. Skeleton mages, attack together. At my command, 3,000 or 4,000 normal skeletons surrounded the Venom Demon Spiders in the branches. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The demon spiders immediately sensed the skeleton army's hostility. Dozens of webs sprayed from their bodies. The paltry barrage could not stop my army. When the leading skeletons became rooted and unable to move, those behind simply trampled across their bodies and kept advancing. At that very moment, the skeleton mages in the rear attacked. Necrotic Bolt. Hundreds of necrotic bolts howled through the air. They not only erased the venom demon spiders, but blasted the rotten branches beneath them into nothing. Ding! You have killed a LV 11 venom demon spider. You have gained 110 plus 200%. EXP. Ding! Current dungeon progress. Stage 1. 0.23%. Huh? One venom demon spider is only worth 0.01% progress. Even I was surprised by the progress display. No wonder Venom Marsh was so difficult to clear. Stage 1 alone would take quite a while. Since the skeletons were doing the fighting and I did not need to act, I could simply let them take their time. Ding! You have killed a LV 11 venom demon spider. You have gained 110 plus 200%. EXP. Ding! The strings of kill notifications filled me with satisfaction. In only half an hour, my LV 18 EXP bar filled completely. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, LV 19. Ding! Level up rewards obtained. Plus 5 to all attributes. 50 free attribute points. That feels great. The Tier 2 Beast Blood Elixir is incredible. It filled the remaining 26% of my EXP bar that quickly. Tier 2 Beast Blood Elixirs were truly powerful. The 200% bonus EXP far exceeded my expectations. After leveling up, I immediately placed all 50 free attribute points into Spirit. More importantly, under the 5-star attribute growth template, my other attributes received a sizable increase too. Name: Yeong, LV 19. Class: Tier 1 and Necromancer, Unique. Strength: 64. Spirit: 1059. Constitution: 164. Agility: 64. Good. After confirming the result, I continued watching my skeleton army farm monsters. Seeing their power allowed the initially nervous Lich King to relax as well. God Yang skeletons are incredible. These are monsters from a Shura dungeon, yet his skeletons slaughter them so easily. The orderly, legion-like way my skeletons killed monsters left Lich King completely amazed. Commanding an army of 100,000 appeared as effortless as eating or drinking for me. If someone handed that many skeletons to her, merely directing each group toward a separate target would exhaust her to death. Yet I sat there as if nothing were happening. The skeletons needed no detailed commands at all. A dungeon was only so large. Once I released them, I could let them roam freely without spending any mental effort. Outside the dungeon, the professionals who had gathered to watch were stunned the instant my progress changed. Wait, look, the dungeon progress moved. Stage 1 is at 0.23%. He entered less than 2 minutes ago and already killed more than 20 venom demon spiders. That's absurd. Every one of those spiders has a control skill. How could he kill them so easily? This is ridiculous. It changed again, 0.56% now. So fast. His farming efficiency is terrifying. It rose again. It's at 1.21%. Holy crap. This guy is going on a rampage. Exactly. It's barely been any time, and he has already killed more than 100 venom demon spiders. That's insane. Do their webs not affect him at all? My rapidly rising progress drove the spectators wild. This was a Shura difficulty dungeon, yet I had killed more than 100 monsters in a minute or two. To put it bluntly, they could not have killed that quickly even on normal difficulty. Just then, several figures appeared near the dungeon entrance. Damn, we failed again. Why is Venom Marsh so insane on hell difficulty? The young man who spoke was Chu Ran, an SSS-rank genius of the Chu family from Yinzhou City. Taking advantage of his family's Phantom Venom Herb Commission, he had traveled to Tianshui City to gain experience under the protection of 9 professionals at the peak of Tier 1. To his surprise, Venom Marsh on hell difficulty was far stronger than expected. This time, they had failed before even reaching 10% progress in Stage 1. I was too careless. I can't throw my skills around recklessly. I have to take this seriously. Chu Ran steadied his breathing, intending to recover before charging into the dungeon again. Then he noticed something wrong. Wait, where are Chu Feng and the others? Why are they gone? Chu Ran looked all around, but could not find the bald warrior or the people who had been guarding the entrance. What happened? Utterly confused, Chu Ran summoned a nearby Tier 1 professional and had his subordinates force an answer from the man. Someone called Yeong killed every member of the Chu family here? Where did this guy come from? And he entered on Shura difficulty? Has he lost his mind? Chu Ran frowned. Then he noticed the screen behind the entrance that recorded the active party's clear progress, and he froze. Lich King's party, Venom Marsh clear progress. Stage 1, 8.36%. Wait, is this a joke? You're saying he entered only a dozen minutes ago and already reached 8% in Stage 1? Those are venom demon spiders. How could he be this fast? My clear progress left Chu Ran dumbfounded. On his previous hell difficulty attempt, he had fought for 2 or 3 hours without reaching 10%. Yet I had entered barely 10 minutes earlier and already hit 8%. How could anyone be so outrageous? Young master, I heard a peerless genius named Yang appeared in Tianshui City recently. Could this be him? A peerless genius? How extraordinary. Chu Ran frowned and asked instinctively. The guard thought for a moment, then answered. They say, he can solo Shura difficulty dungeons. Apparently, he cleared one today. Impossible, Chu Ran shouted instinctively. I couldn't clear a Shura dungeon even after joining forces with those SSS-rank geniuses from the Jiang family. And he can solo one. I only heard a rumor, young master. Please don't be angry. The guard bowed repeatedly under Chu Ran's fury, but Chu Ran no longer cared. Solo a Shura difficulty dungeon? Excellent. Then let me see what makes you capable of soloing Venom Marsh on Shura difficulty. The guard beside him, however, grew nervous when he considered that I might truly be the super genius who could solo Shura dungeons. Lowering his head, he whispered to Chu Ran. Young master, if this kid really clears the dungeon alone, what happens to the phantom venom herb task the patriarch gave us? At the guard's words, Chu Ran's anticipation darkened. That was right. Their primary objective was gathering phantom venom herbs. Then he smiled dismissively. Don't tell me you truly believe this guy can solo a Shura difficulty dungeon. We still have to prepare for the worst. The guard looked deeply worried. Young master, if he truly clears Shura difficulty, the dungeon will disappear. Chu Ran smiled coldly. Don't worry. Even if you're right and he can solo Shura difficulty, we can still obtain the phantom venom herbs when he emerges. How? The guard's eyes lit up as he asked. Simple. The corner of Chu Ran's mouth rose. We'll ask him to give them to us. He placed obvious emphasis on the word ask. The guard's gloomy expression immediately brightened. Ha ha ha, I understand. You mean that when the kid comes out, the guard drew one finger across his throat. This was the wilderness. A corpse did not even need to be hidden after a murder. No one would care who had killed the victim. So impatient. Chu Ran wore the expression of a master strategist. We still have to try courtesy before force, don't we? The Chu family has claimed the phantom venom herbs. But if he can truly solo a Shura dungeon, he qualifies as a top-tier talent. If he's willing to join the Chu family, that would be an enormous gain for us. And if he refuses, we'll have to invite our people to discuss the matter with him properly. Of course, of course. The guard nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, young master. I'll summon Chief Captain Chu Feng right now. Good. Don't bother me with the details. I want to see how long this fellow can remain in a Shura dungeon. Chu Ran nodded. Chu Fei was an SS-rank professional at LV 40, the peak of Tier 3. Chu Ran had heard from the passerby that I slaughtered more than a dozen Tier 2 members of the Chu family, but if I knew what was good for me and joined them, the matter would be insignificant. After returning home, he could simply report to his father, the family patriarch, that those people had died heroically while protecting him. If I refused to join, they could also seize every phantom venom herb I had gathered from the Shura dungeon. No matter what happened, Chu Ran would profit. Inside the dungeon, or rather, the tens of thousands of skeletons I had summoned, continued farming monsters. Bored, I opened the dungeon progress panel and glanced at it. Current dungeon progress, Stage 1, 26.36%. Wait, it's been an hour and we've only reached 26%. That's far too slow. I finally understood why even the normal difficulty Venom Marsh record exceeded 10 hours. Stage 1 alone would take me 4 or 5 hours, let alone an ordinary party. After an hour, I had reached 73% EXP at LV 19 and was about to hit LV 20. God Yang, is there anything I should do? Lich King, who had spent the whole time sitting beside me, felt a little embarrassed. She had done nothing since entering despite supposedly running the dungeon with me. I glanced at her and joked, if you want, you can practice on the venom demon spiders. I can activate my innate skill right now and move you directly in front of them. No. I really don't dare. Lich King's eyes darted aside. Those are Shura monsters. How could I defeat them? She understood her own strength perfectly well. As a tracker with a mere B-rank class, she possessed almost no innate abilities useful in combat. Rushing before a venom demon spider would be suicide. By the way, these tree roots aren't comfortable to rest on. Why don't I make a temporary couch for you? The idea suddenly occurred to Lich King, and she proposed it immediately. Sure, I did not refuse. The ground beneath the roots truly was uncomfortable, and Venom Marsh was filled with tiny branches that made even leaning back impossible. The environment was far worse than Black Spirit Woods. Lich King gathered dead branches from the area and quickly made 2 comfortable, simple beds. Here, God Yiyong, lie down on this one. Lich King carried one of the simple beds over to me. I had to admit, she was excellent with her hands. By the way, God Yiyong, do we really not need to do anything? What else do you want to do? Nothing. It just feels unbelievable. I don't feel like I'm running a dungeon at all. It feels like a vacation. Lich King lay on the other bed. She never imagined a dungeon run could be so effortless. Hanishu was such a fool. A genius this powerful had pursued her for 3 full years, yet she had secretly met with Qinyang? Hanishu probably had no idea that plenty of people had secretly admired me even while we were still in school, much less now. Yet she had handed such an exceptional man away. What would she feel if she saw this scene? I later confirmed this part of the action from those involved. After leaving the site of the former Black Spirit Woods entrance, Han Yishu had only just returned to Tianshui City. Her emotions had churned throughout the journey. At first, she believed one night of hard work and her powerful SS rank class would let her surpass me easily. Instead, in that single night, I had soloed a Shura difficulty dungeon. Han Yishu regretted everything. Someone capable of soloing a Shura dungeon ranked among the greatest geniuses in all Longhua. At first, she could have held such a genius in the palm of her hand. Now, one foolish decision to invite Qinyang had changed my attitude toward her completely. That's right. All of this happened because of Qinyang. If I draw a clear line between us from now on, won't I be able to win Yi Yang's heart back? That must be it. Just as I spent the past few years testing whether Yi Yang's feelings for me were sincere. Everything he said to me yesterday must have been another test. Yes, that has to be it. The thought made everything clear to Han Yishu. Yishu, what are you doing here? Why wouldn't I be here? Xiaoya shrugged. I'm buying something. But I just saw Yi Yang leave with Li Qing. Weren't you trying to make up with him yesterday? Why are you still standing here? Aren't you afraid Li Qing will steal him away? Yi Yang. Han Yishu froze. Do you know where they went? I heard something about Venom Marsh. Xiaoya thought for a moment before answering. Venom Marsh? The dungeon in the eastern district that the Liu family and Yinzhao's Chu family are fighting over. I don't know. I only happened to see them pass by. All right. Han Yishu nodded. After seeing Xiaoya off, she immediately headed toward the Venom Marsh entrance in the eastern district. The Han family had once considered running that dungeon, but with so many families involved, including the hostile Liu family, they had given up. That was why Han Yishu knew where the dungeon was. No, Yi Yang, you're mine. How could a woman like Li Qing be worthy of you? You can only stay by my side. As she ran, Han Yishu viciously cursed Li Qing and wished her dead. Inside the dungeon, achoo, Li Qing had just tried to imitate me and sleep on her simple bed when a sneeze startled her awake. What's wrong? I don't know. Li Qing shrugged. Maybe the venomous miasma in this dungeon is irritating my nose. All right. Just then, ding. You have killed a LV 11 Venom Demon Spider. You have gained 110 plus 200%. EXP. Current dungeon progress. Stage 1, 34.55%. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, LV 20. Ding. Level up rewards obtained. Plus 5 to all attributes. 50 free attribute points. Ding. Your level has reached LV 20, successfully triggering your Tier 2 advancement quest. I finally reached LV 20. After casually assigning all 50 free attribute points to Spirit, I looked at the advancement quest. Ding. Your level has reached LV 20. Please select the difficulty of your advancement quest. 1-star difficulty reward. Each level gained grants plus 5 to all attributes and 60 free attribute points. 2-star difficulty reward. Each level gained grants plus 10 to all attributes and 100 free attribute points. 3-star difficulty reward. Each level gained grants plus 20 to all attributes and 200 free attribute points. 4-star difficulty reward. Each level gained grants plus 30 to all attributes and 300 free attribute points, with a chance to obtain a 3rd-class specific innate skill. 5-star difficulty reward. Each level gained grants plus 50 to all attributes and 500 free attribute points, and guarantees a 3rd-class specific innate skill. If I remember correctly, the Tier 2 attribute growth template builds upon the Tier 1 template. If the Tier 1 template is only 1 star, then even completing a 5-star quest at Tier 2 won't let its attributes compare with those of a professional who chose 5-star quests all the way through. In other words, slack off early, and no amount of hard work later can repair the damage. After reviewing the 5 Tier 2 attribute growth templates, I remembered what our teacher had taught us about them. To become one of the strongest, a person needed not only to awaken an elite class such as SSS rank at the beginning, but to choose the highest star template at every advancement. Otherwise, one moment of laziness, assuming an SSS rank class made later template choices irrelevant, would eventually lead to elimination. When selecting talent, the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp imposed not only a level requirement, but also a minimum template rating. I immediately selected the 5-star advancement quest. Ding! You have selected the 5-star advancement quest. 5-star advancement quest. Clear 1 Shura difficulty dungeon of LV 20 or higher without joining a party, and obtain 1 Starlight Source Stone. A Starlight Source Stone? What is that? I frowned after seeing my Tier 2 advancement quest. Clearing a Shura difficulty dungeon of LV 20 or higher was simple enough to understand. I merely had to run a Tier 2 dungeon. But I had never learned anything about a Starlight Source Stone. There was nothing I could do about that. It looks like I'll have to visit Guildmaster Lin again after finishing this dungeon. I pursed my lips helplessly. I knew nothing about Starlight Source Stones, but Guildmaster Lin was already LV 60 and had spent years at the peak of Tier 5. In any case, completing my Tier 2 advancement quest inside this dungeon was impossible. The very first condition required me to clear the dungeon alone. Lich King was in my party now. Even without the Starlight Source Stone requirement, this run could never complete the quest. I had only entered by borrowing Lich King's attempt, so there was no way around it. By the time we finished, the day would nearly be over. After asking Guildmaster Lin about the Starlight Source Stone, I could begin tackling my Tier 2 advancement quest immediately. Something familiar suddenly appeared before Yi Yang's eyes. Wait, isn't that a phantom venom herb? Whoa, these don't drop from monsters. When I casually shifted my perspective to a skeleton searching for monsters, I spotted the phantom venom herb depicted in the commission's item guide. The instant my gaze locked onto the plant, a system notification appeared. Ding! Your summon has luckily discovered Venom Marsh's special treasure, phantom venom herb. Gather it. So, these things don't drop from monsters at all. They grow directly inside the dungeon. At first, I assumed the phantom venom herb dropped from monsters at a very low rate, which would explain why I had not obtained any. Now it seemed the plants could only be found throughout the dungeon. Gather them all. I immediately ordered the nearby skeletons to collect every phantom venom herb. A series of system notifications followed. Ding! You have gathered phantom venom herb ×1. Ding! I never expected to gather so many at once. If I remember correctly, the commission pays 1 million for every phantom venom herb. Doesn't that mean I just earned more than 10 million? My money-making speed really is absurd. I had not expected the Venom Marsh commission to be so profitable. The previous Black Spirit Stone commission paid only 10,000 per stone. Phantom Venom Herb, a special medicinal herb and essential material used by pharmacists to create certain anti-venom elixirs. An essential material for anti-venom elixirs? No wonder the great families of Tianshui and Yinzhao are both fighting over it. Without this ingredient, they probably can't make those elixirs at all. I casually reviewed the herb's information without much interest. I was not a pharmacist. I was merely curious about a material that had drawn two great families into conflict. Still, I gathered more than a dozen so quickly. It can't be that rare, can it? Why would the two families spend so much effort fighting over it? Gathering the herbs posed no difficulty for me. In a hell difficulty dungeon, however, finding 1 or 2 per run was considered exceptional luck. Shura difficulty produced more, but the danger of entering to gather them was far greater for ordinary professionals. Early on, the Liu family of Tianshui recklessly entered the Shura dungeon. Their entire party was annihilated in under 2 hours. After that, no member of either family dared enter Venom Marsh on Shura difficulty again. The Chu family had brought the genius Chu ran purely for training. They did not care how far he advanced on hell difficulty. They merely wanted to temper his fighting spirit and gather a few extra phantom venom herbs along the way. Since I had accepted the herb gathering commission, I naturally would not leave any behind. After farming for less than 2 hours, my stage 1 progress reached 48.66%, while the number of skeletons newly accumulated in my summoning space exceeded 8,000. Around 6,700 were normal skeletons. Skeleton mages and stealth skeletons together accounted for roughly 1,300. I summoned all 8,000 at once. Then I gave the new force an absolute order. Search for phantom venom herbs. Gather every one you find. I had failed to gather any earlier because the first group of skeletons had been ordered only to kill monsters. Phantom venom herbs lay entirely outside their assigned objective. That was a weakness of my skeletons. Once given a target, they searched for that target and nothing else. If I had not accidentally found a patch of phantom venom herbs while shifting among their perspectives, the commission might truly have lost me money. Not long after the 8,000 skeletons departed, system notifications began appearing in quick succession. I also gave the order to the earlier army of 100,000 skeletons, though killing monsters remained their primary objective. Gathering phantom venom herbs was only secondary for that army. Mere minutes after I issued the order, a flood of system notifications appeared. Ding. You have gathered phantom venom herb ×1. Ding. I checked my pack. The number of phantom venom herbs had already reached nearly 500, a value of 500 million dragon coins. No wonder this commission demanded a 2 million deposit. It's even more profitable than the Black Spirit Woods commission. After clearing Black Spirit Woods completely, I had earned only a little over 100 million. Here, in barely an hour, I had earned almost 500 million. The return far exceeded my expectations. After that hour, however, the herb gathering notifications slowed noticeably. There probably aren't many phantom venom herbs left. That makes sense. Since they grow directly inside the dungeon, the supply must shrink as we gather them. I glanced at the system display. Current dungeon progress, Stage 1, 87.95%. We're finally almost done. Half an hour at most, and we should reach Stage 2. To be honest, dungeon farming was painfully dull. Then I sensed danger approaching from behind. Without hesitation, I turned toward it and saw dozens of venom demon spiders charging from the branches of a dead tree only a dozen meters away. The sight terrified Lich King. Even one venom demon spider possessed attributes that could crush an ordinary Tier 1 professional. More than a dozen had appeared at once. How could she possibly fight them? Lich King started to dodge, then turned back and placed herself in front of me. She was clearly worried about leaving me to face the demon spiders alone, unaware that I had tracked the ambush through undead vision long before. God Young, retreat first. I'll hold them off. As she spoke, two dimly glowing daggers appeared in Lich King's hands. They were the class-specific weapons of a B-rank tracker, twin blades. I shook my head calmly. There's no need to be so nervous. Since I brought you into this dungeon, you were never going to be in danger. Seeing her prepare for a desperate fight while still protecting me sent a current of warmth through my heart. Lich King stared at me in disbelief. No danger? God Young, you can't be serious. Even a few of these venom demon spiders could kill us in moments. You sent all your skeletons out to hunt monsters, didn't you? How could you still have any combat strength? Lich King did not understand exactly what a necromancer was, but after spending several hours with me, she knew almost all my combat power came from my skeletons. With every skeleton deployed elsewhere, how could I possibly fight? While we spoke, the venom demon spiders that had started only a dozen meters away reached us. We're finished. Lich King tensed instinctively at the sight. God Young, take care of yourself. Wielding her twin blades, Lich King threw herself at the leading venom demon spider. I immediately placed one hand on her shoulder. Whoosh. Soul shift. The air rippled as both our positions changed. Before Lich King understood what had happened, her twin blades plunged straight into the dead tree before her. Lich King could not process the scene. Had more than a dozen venom demon spiders not surrounded them a moment ago? That was my innate skill, Soul Shift. I explained without hiding anything. It can instantly exchange my position with any skeletons, and I can apply the effect to a teammate as well. I tested it on you earlier, remember? How did you forget so quickly? I looked helplessly at the dazed, foolishly cute Lich King. Huh, that skill can teleport us this far. Lich King instinctively looked around. The simple beds and the venom demon spiders that had tried to kill us were nowhere in sight. Before she could calm down, she pointed into the distance and screamed again. Arg, demon spiders. There are more over here. I instinctively looked in the direction she indicated. That's unlucky. We teleported straight into another group of venom demon spiders. Aside from the dungeon's starting area, almost nowhere was truly safe. Monsters suddenly spawning in front of us was normal. Still, I had not expected the teleport to drop us directly before another group. My standing order to the Skeleton Legion was to search constantly for monsters and kill them. Since Soul Shift exchanged our positions with one of my skeleton summons, appearing right in front of monsters was perfectly reasonable. I placed my arm around Lich King's shoulder again, and then, Soul Shift. Whoosh. It appeared that the skeleton we exchanged with this time had not found any monsters yet. Finally, some peace. Are you tired, God Young? Lich King asked after noticing that I did not look well. That innate skill must consume a lot of spirit, right? I'll make us 2 more little beds so you can rest. Before I could answer, Lich King ran around gathering dead branches and leaves, then arranged them neatly for me. At least I would no longer have to lie directly beneath a tree every time I farmed a dungeon. Maybe I should keep a bed in my pack from now on, or even a couch. Then I could sleep on it whenever I run a dungeon. Anything would be more comfortable than a pile of dead branches and leaves. Most people entered a normal difficulty dungeon as if facing life or death. I had come to farm Shura difficulty and was considering bringing a bed or couch. Why not bring an entire seaside villa and move into the dungeon permanently? Not long after I used Soul Shift twice and finally settled down, another system notification appeared. Ding! You have killed a LV 11 Venom Demon Spider. You have gained 110 plus 200%. EXP. Current dungeon progress. Stage 1, 100%. Phew, finally finished? Let's see what Venom Marsh has in Stage 2. I lay on the comfortable wooden bed with both hands behind my head, leisurely awaiting the next monsters. The moment a group of stealth skeletons appeared from thin air and killed the last Venom Demon Spider, several enormous wolves covered in pure black fur crept up behind them. They're finally here? The Stage 2 monsters. After shifting my perspective to the stealth skeletons, I spotted the wolf monsters immediately. Shura Black Demon Direwolf, LV 16. Strength 118 plus 20%. Spirit 80. Constitution 100. Agility 130 plus 20%. Skills Pack Tactics Demon Wolf Cull. I cast Detection, and the attributes of the 7 or 8 black demon dire wolves appeared before me. A base strength of 118 and agility of 130 were frightening enough. More dangerous still, their passive skill Pack Tactics increased both attributes by 20%. That drove their maximum strength and agility to 141 and 156. This part took place beyond my sight. Afterward, I compared the witnesses' accounts and learned what happened. Han Ishu had rushed without rest and finally arrived. Well, if it isn't the Han family's eldest daughter, Han Ishu. What brings you here? Chu Ran's eyes lit up when he saw Han Ishu. No matter what else could be said, she was a genius with an SS rank class, and he had known her for some time. Han Ishu showed no interest in Chu Ran's greeting. Do I need to report my movements to you? Don't assume your SSS rank class makes you invincible. Do you think no one in Tianshui City awakened one? Of course not. Chu Ran smiled faintly. I was only curious. The Han family previously announced that it would no longer compete for phantom venom herbs, so I wondered whether your presence means you have taken an interest in them again. Heh. Han Ishu sneered. Don't overthink it. I'm not here to compete with the Chu family for materials. Since the Han family already said we wouldn't involve ourselves in this dungeon, why would I break that rule? Good. Chu Ran considered her answer. Then why are you here, Miss Han? I came to find my husband. Your husband? Who is your husband? Chu Ran was even more shocked than if Han Ishu had declared her intention to compete for the dungeon's resources. At his question, she glanced at the screen above the entrance displaying the name of the party currently inside. The instant Han Ishu saw the party leader's name, her face darkened. Following her gaze, Chu Ran's mouth twitched. Miss Han, I never realized you liked women. What do you mean, liked women? Han Ishu glared at him. I mean the man who entered with that woman. His name is Yi Yang. What did you say his name was? Yi Yang. Han Ishu looked at Chu Ran's shocked face as if he were an idiot. Why Yi Yang? The name struck Chu Ran's mind like a lightning bolt. His guard had mentioned it moments earlier, saying that a peerless genius had soloed a Shura difficulty dungeon that very day. At first, Chu Ran refused to believe anyone could be so powerful. Now Han Ishu had spoken the same name, leaving him stunned. Soloing a Shura dungeon. The 3 SSS-ranked geniuses and 2 SS-ranked geniuses of Yinzhou City, joined by 5 or 6 S-ranked talents, had tried all day and failed to conquer Shura difficulty. Even held difficulty required countless attempts before they barely cleared it. Yet I had soloed a Shura dungeon. If Chu Ran encountered someone so absurd in the selection trials, how could he possibly win? Abandoning his pride, he instinctively turned to Han Ishu. Han Ishu, Miss Han, did this Yi Yang truly solo a Shura difficulty dungeon? How do you know about that? Han Ishu frowned, surprised by the question. Damn it, so it's true. Her response left Chu Ran speechless. Han Ishu had no reason to deceive him. That answer was far beyond anything he had expected. Yet if I was her husband, why had I entered with another woman? The flames of gossip blazed within Chu Ran. A woman's mouth is full of lies. If Yi Yang were Han Ishu's husband, He would never be fooling around with another woman. Unless Han Ishu is lying to me. That's it. Han Ishu must be lying. Her claim that Yi Yang can solo Shura dungeons must be a lie too. Chu Ran relaxed. Miss Han, can you at least make your lies believable? Yi Yang is your husband? Then why did he take another woman into the dungeon instead of you? And he can solo a Shura dungeon? Stop joking. Do you even know what kind of strength that requires? Have you seen what the monsters inside a Shura dungeon are like? Han Ishu was left speechless by Chu Ran. Believe whatever you want. I can't be bothered to argue. Fine, fine. Then we'll wait and see. Chu Ran smiled calmly. If he truly solos this Shura dungeon, the Chu family will never enter Venom Marsh to gather phantom venom herbs again. What does that have to do with me? Han Ishu stared at him as if he were a fool. Whether the Chu family gathers phantom venom herbs has nothing to do with me. Or the Han family, does it? You. Her reply silenced Chu Ran. He had heard rumors that Han Ishu was unbearably arrogant, but reality surpassed every story. No wonder a man abandoned you. With your personality, even a dog would spit twice before walking away. Say that again. My humiliation the day before had already pushed Han Ishu's emotions to the breaking point. Now an outsider like Chu Ran had mocked her for no reason, and she nearly lost control. Chu Ran had no interest in arguing with the woman. He simply watched the dungeon progress display. Lich King's party, Venom Marsh clear progress. Stage 2. 0%. Stage 2 is finally beginning? When the display suddenly switched to Stage 2, tension rose in Chu Ran's heart. He had only ever reached 56% in that stage, which was Venom Marsh's current record. Yet Chu Ran's record was on hell difficulty. I was challenging Shura. Black Demon Direwolves. Pack Tactics increases their strength and agility by 20%. Demon Wolf Cull instantly lunges at an enemy and deals 5 times their strength as damage to every target in a straight line. Anything touched by it dies. There's no way he can do it. Chu Ran steadied his breathing and watched the display above the entrance. Less than 10 seconds later, the progress suddenly changed. Lich King's party, Venom Marsh clear progress. Stage 2. 2.6%. How is that possible? The change in my progress stunned Chu Ran. Those were Black Demon Direwolves on Shura difficulty. A progress increase of 2.6% meant I had killed more than 20 in under a minute. When Chu Ran first entered Hell difficulty, his party had needed more than an hour to barely kill the first wave of Black Demon Direwolves. With no other option, they retreated to search for a viable strategy. Even now, their best Stage 2 result was only 56%. No, this guy is too strong. If we meet him in the training camp selection trials the day after tomorrow, won't every genius from Yinzhou City be finished? Chu Ran's instincts were impressively sharp. He knew he had awakened an SSS rank class, but his attribute growth template was only 4-star. Fortunately, luck had allowed him to awaken a second innate skill. Aside from growing more slowly than a 5-star template, his attributes posed no other problem. But judging by my performance, I almost certainly possessed a 5-star attribute growth template. When will Chu Feng arrive? Chu Ran turned and asked the guard behind him. Young master, I just sent Captain Chu Feng a message. He should arrive in another 2 hours. Sensing Chu Ran's icy mood, the guard shuddered and reported immediately. 2 hours. That should be enough. Chu Ran studied the display again, his gaze toward the dungeon entrance growing more venomous. Someone like him can't be allowed to leave this place alive. Chu Ran had never personally killed anyone, but he had arranged such things many times. I did not see this unfold. After leaving the dungeon, I reconstructed it from the testimony of those present. Inside the dungeon. So the number of phantom venom herbs really is limited. A little over 1,200 must be the limit for this Shura dungeon. It hardly mattered. The Black Demon Direwolves had powerful attributes, but they were no match for my Skeleton Legion. The moment a group appeared, focused fire from the skeleton mages destroyed them all. Roughly 120,000 skeletons now roamed every corner of the dungeon. Whenever Black Demon Direwolves spawned, they faced at least 1,000 normal skeletons and focused fire from several hundred skeleton mages. I was mildly disappointed only because, after the second wave of skeletons spent 2 or 3 hours gathering, they stripped every phantom venom herb from the dungeon. 1,256 phantom venom herbs. That's more than enough. At 1 million each, they're worth about 1.2 billion dragon coins. I stored every herb in my pack with complete satisfaction. Forget the EXP gains from this Venom Marsh run. The herbs alone were worth 10 times everything I had earned from Black Spirit Woods. Ding, ding. You have killed a LV 16 Black Demon Direwolf. You have gained 160 plus 200%. EXP. Current dungeon progress. Stage 2, 6.5%. HM. At the current rate, each black demon direwolf is worth roughly 0.1% progress. That means killing around 1,000 will finish stage 2. Not bad. If they spawn quickly, I should crush this stage completely in 1 or 2 hours. Lying leisurely on the little bed Lich King had made, I nodded after confirming my estimate. To my surprise, clearing stage 1 alone had already pushed my LV 20 EXP bar to 73%. We had only finished the first stage, but this time I would not have to worry about my EXP bar lacking storage. Unlike at LV 10, the LV 20 bar could hold up to 20,000%, 200 times the EXP needed at that level. Besides, the previous shortage had happened only because the final boss was a summoner. Even after I squeezed the Black Spirit King dry, it provided only 70 or 80 times my level's required EXP. Keep hunting. Clear this dungeon quickly. I want to see what class-specific skill this Shura clear will give me. Every Shura difficulty dungeon dropped one class-specific skill scroll upon completion. Venom Marsh would be no exception. A little over an hour later, a system notification appeared. Ding! You have killed a LV 16 Black Demon Direwolf. You have gained 160 plus 200%. EXP. Current dungeon progress. Stage 2, 100%. So fast. The progress surprised Lich King too. Nearly 6 hours had passed since we entered. She had done nothing but lie beside me, yet the dungeon had already reached Stage 3. Stage 3 is about to begin. Other professionals had to scout the terrain, investigate the monsters, and desperately defeat each group as quickly as possible. I only needed to lie still. If others failed to kill monsters promptly, the accumulating waves would grow more numerous. Before me, every Venom Demon Spider and Black Demon Direwolf died almost as soon as it appeared. They had no chance to survive. Not long after the last Black Demon Direwolf died, several crocodilian monsters crawled from a patch of swamp mud behind one skeleton. Each possessed hard, black-gray skin and measured more than 10 meters long. I was inside the dungeon at the time. The principal and students later explained what happened outside. Every watching professional froze when they saw my progress. Wait, am I seeing this right? That kid killed every Black Demon Direwolf in Stage 2 in less than 2 hours. That's terrifying. The craziest part is that he's running Shura difficulty. I couldn't finish Stage 2 in 2 hours on normal. Where did a genius like this come from? Why have I never heard of him? Neither have I. His strength is incredible. Exactly. At this rate, even the death crocodiles in Stage 3 won't stop him for long. Don't joke around. Hard and hide alone makes every death crocodile a nightmare. No matter what, a solo player crushing Stage 2 like that is unprecedented. At his age, he must have only just graduated from high school. Wait, didn't the high school awakening ceremonies end only 2 days ago? You mean he has been developing for 2 or 3 days and can already solo a Shura dungeon? That's horrifying. Am I dreaming? Not far away, Chu Ran heard their discussion. His already foul mood grew unbearable, like thorns in his back and a bone lodged in his throat. He must die. This man absolutely cannot be allowed to live. At first, Chu Ran had wanted to recruit me into the Chu family. Now he understood that with my strength, why would I ever accept? Even if I did agree and reached the Chu family residence. A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Young master, Chu Feng has arrived. What are your orders? Chu Feng, captain of the Chu family guards, stood solemnly beside Chu Ran. The sight of him finally put Chu Ran somewhat at ease. You're finally here. My order is simple. When this man finishes the dungeon, if he comes out alive, kill him immediately. At Chu Ran's words, Chu Feng instinctively glanced at the progress display above the dungeon entrance. Lich King, a woman. Chu Feng blinked in disbelief. A young woman had put this much pressure on his young master? Chu Ran had already awakened an SSS rank class. Not the woman. Chu Ran shook his head and added, the man who entered with her. His name is Yi Yang. What did he do? Chu Feng asked immediately. Instead of answering directly, Chu Ran said, Yi Yang is soloing this dungeon right now, and it's on Shura difficulty. Shura difficulty? Solo. Chu Feng finally understood his young master's meaning. Someone was soloing a Shura dungeon and had already crushed Stage 2. No matter how he considered it, this surpassed common sense. Young master, you want me to kill him as soon as he emerges? Yes. Chu Ran nodded. The training camp selection trials are almost here. I can accept the existence of people stronger than me, but I will not allow a freak like this to reach the trials. If we don't act now, we may never get another chance. Chu Feng was the strongest person Chu Ran could command within the family, an SS rank professional at LV40. Chu Ran was the most talented direct descendant of the Chu family, but he still lacked the authority to mobilize elders from the branch lines. Even so, someone with Chu Feng's strength could kill a professional who had not even reached Tier 2 as easily as turning over a hand. And Chu Feng had not come alone. He had brought more than a dozen other high-ranking Chu family guards at Tier 3. Young master, I understand. Even Chu Feng grew serious. Inside the dungeon, I had no idea the Chu family genius had reacted so violently to my progress. After shifting my perspective to one of the skeletons, I finally saw the Death Crocodile's attributes. Shura Death Crocodile, LV, 19. Category, Elite Monster. Strength, 430. Spirit, 300. Constitution, 500. Agility, 400. Skills, Mastery, Death Roll, Venomous Fangs, Hardened Hide. So these are Stage 3's elite monsters? Like Black Spirit Woods, there should be only one wave, right? I examined the Death Crocodile's attributes without feeling especially tense. They had not spawned near me. No matter how powerful their attributes were, they could not threaten my body. I had learned little about dungeons in school, but when my parents were still alive in this life, I often heard them discuss high-tier dungeons. Tier 1 dungeons were not particularly difficult. At the very least, their terrain and monster mechanics were not complex. Tier 2 was where dungeons became truly difficult. Dungeon-wide debuffs, special offensive arrays, and all kinds of unique monster mechanics appeared. In high-tier dungeons, studying those mechanics alone consumed enormous time and energy. Some people even paid with their lives to research a dungeon. Yet if no one studied it before its duration expired and its monsters crossed into reality, the losses would amount to far more than a few lives. Tianshui City's Tier 5 dungeon had never been cleared on nightmare difficulty, triggering a beast tide that swept across several cities. Attack. The next stage should be the final boss. At my order, the skeleton army converged on the 10 death crocodiles without hesitation. More than 100,000 skeletons rushed toward the area, making the entire dungeon's ground begin to tremble. Sensing the killing intent, the death crocodiles charged immediately. Bang, bang, bang. In moments, the 10 charging death crocodiles smashed vast swaths of skeletons into scattered piles of broken bone. I didn't expect these death crocodiles to be this troublesome. The normal skeletons can't stop them at all. Unless I pinned the death crocodiles in place, the skeleton mages could not attack. Necrotic Bolt required 1 second of charging. That might not sound long, but a death crocodile could cross dozens of meters in that time. 400 agility was no joke. Under those circumstances, hitting them with Necrotic Bolt was impossible. I refused to believe it. Keep going. Increase the density of the encirclement. We have to stop the death crocodiles. I recalled every skeleton into the summoning space, then redeployed more than 100,000 directly around the death crocodiles. They formed a solid wall of bone that completely enclosed the monsters. The death crocodiles charged again. This time, the death crocodiles could not move freely through the skeleton ocean. After charging less than 100 meters, they were forced to a halt. The maneuver cost me nearly 1,000 skeletons, but I felt no pain over the loss. Little skeletons died, that was all. I gained 1 every second. Why would I care? I finally stopped them. Skeleton mages, now it's your turn. At my command, more than 10,000 skeleton mages newly deployed from the summoning space raised their staffs together. Necrotic Bolt. More than 10,000 necrotic bolts filled the sky like a violent rainstorm. Before the death crocodiles understood what was happening, the barrage erased them. Ding! You have killed a LV, 19 death crocodile. You have gained 18,000 plus 200%. EXP. Current dungeon progress. Stage 3, 10%. Ding. Current dungeon progress. Stage 3, 100%. Kill notifications cascaded across my vision. Less than a minute after the death crocodiles appeared, I had annihilated them all. The instant I erased Stage 3, everyone outside the dungeon erupted into discussion. Wait, is this a joke? That kid wiped out every death crocodile in Stage 3 in only 2 or 3 minutes. That's ridiculous. If I remember correctly, even the nightmare difficulty death crocodiles have more than 300 points in every attribute. How strong must the Shura versions be? Exactly. A genius. He's a once-in-an-era genius. The final boss comes next. Don't tell me this kid is truly going to solo Venom Marsh on Shura difficulty? Damn, I thought he was bluffing earlier, but he really has the strength. Although the professional parties had watched my dungeon run for several hours, not one of them wanted to leave. They had a chance to witness a super genius solo Ashura dungeon with their own eyes. No one wanted to miss it. Chu Ran, however, grew anxious. He had attempted hell difficulty 4 or 5 times and could, at most, struggle through part of Stage 2. He had never even seen the death crocodiles in Stage 3. Yet I had needed only 2 or 3 minutes to slaughter every one of them. Only the final boss remains. Yeong, you'd better let the final boss, the death-calling Blood Raven, kill you. Then I won't have to go to so much trouble myself. Chu Ran's heart pounded as he stared at the conspicuous Stage 3, 100% above the entrance. If he had to fight someone with that kind of strength personally, he had no confidence in victory. Fortunately, the Chu family's captain, Chu Feng, had arrived in time. With Chu Feng and the other guards, Chu Ran was completely confident he could handle me. Better still, once they killed me, he could seize a huge quantity of phantom venom herbs without paying anything. 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, if the final boss killed me first, he would be spared all the trouble. If I remember correctly, the death-calling Blood Raven's passive, Power of Death, deals double damage to targets at full HP. It can also turn invisible. Barring an accident, Yeong won't survive a single strike from it. Recalling what he knew of the nightmare difficulty death-calling Blood Raven, Chu Ran waited quietly. Inside the dungeon, immediately after my army wiped out the death crocodiles, a piercing cry tore across the sky. An ink-black avian figure dove straight at me. The instant I sensed danger, I had no time to think and instinctively activated my innate skill. Soul Shift. I instantly exchanged positions with a nearby skeleton. The attack struck the skeleton where I had stood, punching a hole through its torso as wide as a man's thigh. Its frame went limp, and all its bones collapsed across the ground. I didn't expect. Is that the final boss? Its speed is ridiculous. I barely reacted in time. I shifted my vision to a skeleton near the bird and finally saw its attributes. Shura Death-Calling Blood Raven, LV, 20. Category, Boss Monster. Strength, 860. Spirit, 820. Constitution, 750. Agility, 1230. Skills, Mastery, Power of Death, Dark Stalking, Death-Calling Ambush. No wonder it's so fast. It has more than 1,200 agility. Its other attributes are absurd too. Good thing it didn't hit me. With more than 800 strength, that strike would have punched straight through my body. The death-calling Blood Raven's attributes covered me in cold sweat. I have a plan. Its one attack was enough for me to identify its weakness. It seems to enter a brief recovery state after every attack. The opening isn't long, but it lasts 3 to 5 seconds. If I exploit that opening, I can handle it easily. The death-calling Blood Raven was powerful, but my extraordinary spirit allowed me to expose its weakness completely. In that case, whenever it takes flight, I'll recall the skeleton mages. The instant it lands, I'll deploy them and attack. But I still need to be careful. My skeleton summons killed the monsters, but in the end, all their aggro is assigned to me. When this flying final boss attacks, it will most likely come straight for me. I immediately ordered every skeleton mage back into the summoning space. I was not entering the mountain cave merely to hide. It was part of my plan. As expected, only seconds after I entered the cave mouth, I sensed danger closing in. Sure enough, the death-calling Blood Raven dove at me from the sky. Heh, I've been waiting for you. You caught me off guard last time. This time, you're flying to your own death. When it was only a dozen meters away, I activated my second innate skill again. Soul Shift. Whoosh. Space rippled around me, and I vanished once more. A little skeleton took my place and faced the death-calling Blood Raven's attack. The boss pierced straight through it. Blocked the cave entrance. Skeleton mages. Fire everything into the cave now. At my order, every skeleton mage raised its staff. Before the death-calling Blood Raven could escape the cave, an unbroken bombardment of necrotic bolts met it head-on. Wave after wave struck the final boss, making its HP plummet. HP, 90%. HP, 72%. HP, 55%. I did not witness the scene outside at the time. After leaving, I reconstructed it from the people present and the principal and students who later explained it to me. When the professionals saw the final stage progress jump by a huge amount every second, all of them tensed instinctively. Wait, what is that kid doing in there? Why is the final boss losing HP so fast? Exactly, around 10% every second? That's ridiculous. Chu Ran was dumbfounded. He had hoped to use the final boss to punish me, but never imagined I could beat it so badly. I was treating the final boss like an ordinary monster. Chu Ran did not know that the death-calling Blood Raven was trapped in a cave, so only 1 or 200 of my 10,000 plus skeleton mages could contribute each second, sometimes even fewer. If he had known, he might have died of fright. Had all 10,000 attacked at once, the matter would have required no such trouble. A single volley of necrotic bolts would have killed the final boss in 1 second. Even so, after only a few breaths, I crushed Venom Marsh's final stage. Damn, what did I just see? I actually watched someone solo a Shura dungeon. That was incredible. I never thought I would witness a genius like this in my lifetime. It's completely absurd. Damn it. I've been stuck at Tier 1 for 4 or 5 years. With that kind of strength, I would have stood beside the world's mightiest years ago. Forget possessing his strength. I'd be satisfied if a genius like that carried me through a few dungeons. I'm so jealous. I can't take it. When Chu Ran saw what had happened, tension gripped him. He had never expected me to truly crush the dungeon, but even if I cleared it, he had prepared. Chu Feng, get ready. The instant anyone emerges, attack. Don't give him any chance to resist. Chu Ran drew a deep breath. A genius like this is too frightening. Clearing a Shura dungeon is already outrageous, but he did it alone. If he leaves alive, neither I nor any other genius from Yinzhou City will have a chance at the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp. Yes, young master. Chu Feng, who had long been prepared, answered immediately. The dozen-plus Tier 3 Chu family guards behind him wore equally solemn expressions. One look at them was enough to sense their murderous intent. Inside the dungeon, I had no idea the entrance was already brimming with killing intent. The moment I trapped and killed the final boss at the mouth of the cave, several system notifications appeared. Ding! You have killed the final boss, the death-calling Blood Raven. You have gained 300,000 EXP. Ding! You have successfully cleared Shura, Venom Marsh. Rewards obtained. 1 million EXP, class-specific equipment chest times 1, class-specific skill chest times 1. A tremendous haul burst from the final boss. The clear reward alone shot my barely started LV. 20 EXP bar to 586%. That's completely absurd. I never expected the clear reward to be Venom Marsh's greatest prize. One Venom Demon Spider granted only 110 EXP. Even the entire first stage together provided barely over 1 million. Yet the dungeon clear alone awarded a full million. Adding the death-calling Blood Raven's personal reward produced 1.3 million EXP, far more than all the Stage 1 monsters combined. The return exceeded my expectations. Even then, the EXP was merely the most ordinary of the clear rewards. After storing everything in my pack, I immediately opened the class-specific equipment chest. Ding! You have successfully used a class-specific equipment chest. You have obtained the class-specific equipment Necromancer, Revival Ring. Whoa, a Revival Ring. Isn't this the other half of the 2-piece Revival Jewelry set? My luck is incredible. My eyes shone at the item from the class-specific equipment chest. I had assumed I possessed no way to find the ring, yet I had collected the other half of the Revival Jewelry set almost immediately. Revival Ring, LV, 15. Attributes, Spirit plus 300, Agility plus 100. Set effect. When any undead summon under your command dies, it has a 30% chance to revive immediately. 2 halves active. After equipping the Revival Ring, my attributes surged, and the revival effect immediately changed to show 2 halves active. From now on, every skeleton that dies has a chance to revive immediately. Now this finally feels like an undead calamity. A true undead calamity was never simply about the size of an undead legion, the number of skeletons, or the spectacle they created. The dead had to rise again. Whether I began with 10,000 skeletons, 100,000, or more, I had never considered sheer numbers enough to create a true calamity. As long as the Necromancer lived. Name: Yiyang, LV 20. Class: Tier 1 and Necromancer, unique. Strength: 69. Spirit: 1,414. Constitution: 169. Agility: 169. Equipping the Revival Ring raised my attributes another great step. More than 1,400 spirit alone increased every attribute of my undead legion by over 14%. Next, the class-specific skill scroll. Let's see what kind of undead I obtain this time. Without hesitation, I removed the class-specific skill scroll from my pack and opened it. Ding! You have successfully used a class-specific skill scroll. Reward obtained: Necromancer's Skill Fusion Scroll. A skill? Fusion Scroll? What is that? A class-specific skill scroll is only supposed to grant skills, isn't it? One scroll produced another scroll? That's new. Curious, I immediately inspected the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll fuses two skills into one enhanced skill. Note, limited to Tier 1 class-specific skills. That's absurd. Two skills can fuse into one enhanced skill, and it only works on class-specific skills. Perfect. Let's see what this can create. I steadied my breathing, calmed my emotions, and immediately used the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Then, ding, you have used a Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Fuse Skeleton, Mage Summoning, and Stealth Skeleton Summoning. Wait, it really confused them. Confirm. After a moment of surprise, I confirmed immediately. Combining two skills could not possibly produce something weaker. Otherwise, why would the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll have dropped at all? The icons for Skeleton, Mage Summoning, and Stealth Skeleton Summoning blurred on my skill panel. Several seconds later, the two icons drifted together and merged into a new one. As the new icon sharpened, a brand new skill appeared before me. Ding! You have successfully fused Skeleton Mage Summoning and Stealth Skeleton Summoning. New skill obtained. Stealth Archmage Skeleton Summoning. Stealth Archmage Skeleton Summoning. Spend 10 spirit to summon one Stealth Archmage Skeleton to fight for you. Wait, a Stealth Skeleton? Archmage? That sounds completely overpowered. Before I could summon the new skeleton, another system notification appeared. Ding! Stealth Archmage Skeleton Summoning has successfully transformed into God-tier Stealth Archmage Skeleton Summoning. God-tier Stealth Archmage Skeleton Summoning. Spend 10 spirit to summon one Stealth Archmage Skeleton every 10 seconds to fight for you. I almost forgot. I immediately spent 10 spirit to activate the new skill. 10 seconds later, a brand new skeleton unit appeared before me. Information: Stealth Archmage Skeleton. Level 20. Strength 20 plus 14.14%. Spirit 100 plus 14.14%. Constitution 40 plus 14.14%. Agility 60 plus 14.14%. Skill 1. Necrotic Missile. Condenses a necrotic projectile that deals damage equal to spirit times 10 to one enemy within spirit times 10 meters. Cooldown 1 second. Skill 2. Undead Arcane Stealth. The Stealth Archmage Skeleton remains permanently invisible. Attacking breaks stealth. It re-enters stealth 10 seconds later. Its first strike from stealth deals damage equal to all attributes times 10. Holy crap, the Stealth Archmage Skeleton is completely insane. This new skeleton unit stunned me. First came the change in attributes. A skeleton mage had only twice a normal skeleton spirit, while a stealth skeleton possessed only twice its strength and agility. After the two units fused, none of those attributes declined. Instead, they soared. Its spirit was 5 times a normal skeleton's, while its agility was 3 times as high. Even its constitution was doubled. It was outrageously powerful. The abilities that had belonged separately to the skeleton mages and stealth skeletons had also fused into the new Stealth Archmage Skeleton. Both skills were enhanced in the process. Necrotic Bolt evolved into Necrotic Missile, increasing its range from spirit times 1 meters to spirit times 10 meters. Its cooldown also plummeted from 5 seconds to 1. Then came Undead Arcane Stealth. Originally, the skill had been the simple, direct Undead Stealth. After evolving into Undead Arcane Stealth, the first strike from invisibility changed from strength times 10 damage to all attributes times 10. With the Stealth Archmage Skeleton's current attributes, strength times 10 alone would deal only 200 damage. But all attributes times 10 produced 2,200 damage, 11 times more. Even more outrageous, when the two skills fused, all 12,000 of my existing skeleton mages and more than 3,000 stealth skeletons transformed as well. Every one evolved into the brand new Stealth Archmage Skeleton. Wait, if a Stealth Archmage Skeleton casts Necrotic Missile while under Undead Arcane Stealth, wouldn't it receive both enhancements at once? I had already killed every monster in Venom Marsh, leaving nothing on which to test it. It doesn't matter. Once I leave, I can find any wilderness monster and test the damage. I was in no hurry. After organizing all my rewards, I prepared to exit the dungeon. Next, I began tackling my Tier 2 advancement quest. I opened the advancement quest panel and looked over it once more. Without further thought, I waved a hand, recalled every skeleton into the summoning space, and left the dungeon with Lich King. The entrance is moving. They're coming out. Chu Feng, prepare to attack. Chu Ran tensed the instant the entrance changed. Before Chu Feng could answer, Han Ishu stepped forward. Chu Ran, are you planning to attack my husband? I will never let you succeed. Han Ishu, Chu Ran curled his lip and glanced at her. You're a mere Tier 1 professional. Do you truly believe you can stop us? Umph. No matter what, I will never let you attack my husband. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my corpse. With a resolute expression, Han Ishu immediately blocked Chu Ran and the guards behind him. Regardless of the rank of her awakened class, she had only barely entered Tier 1. What she relied on was the Han family behind her. If Chu Ran truly dared attack her, he would have to prepare for the entire Han family's fury. If I emerged and saw her risking her life for me, I would surely be moved beyond words. The thought alone filled Han Ishu with boundless courage. Chu Ran's composure nearly collapsed. He had never expected Han Ishu to interfere halfway through. Young master, what do we do? The Han family's eldest daughter is blocking us. We can't attack. Even Chu Feng was dumbfounded. If they harmed Han Ishu, the Chu family would suffer too. I have a plan. After a moment, Chu Ran snorted. When the man emerges, I'll hold Han Ishu back. You attack Yi Yang directly. Yes. Young master is brilliant. But please be careful, young master. Chu Feng flattered him twice. Enough nonsense. Watch the entrance, Chu Ran ordered. Yes. Chu Feng answered and shifted his gaze from Han Ishu to the dungeon entrance. Two figures slowly emerged from the dark green gateway. Chu Ran did not hesitate. Facing the woman before him, he summoned his staff and roared, Han Ishu, you forced me to do this. Breath of condensed ice. In the next instant, Han Ishu felt a powerful wave of icy energy sweep toward her. That's the second innate skill of the SSS rank Lord of Profound Ice. Sensing the frigid energy, Han Ishu rolled aside without hesitation. Her 3 years of high school at my side had not been wasted. She evaded the attack with ease. Chu Ran, you actually dared attack me. Han Ishu gritted her teeth. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Blessing of Holy Light. Han Ishu activated the second innate skill of her SS rank daughter of Holy Light class. Her attributes soared, and sacred silver-white radiance shone from her entire body. Without hesitation, she charged Chu Ran. Big chest, empty head. What a foolish woman. She fell for it that easily. As an SSS rank professional, Chu Ran had no reason to fear Han Ishu, who possessed only an SS rank support class. He had 2 simple reasons for attacking her. First, he wanted to test whether Han family guards were hiding nearby to protect her. If they were, he would exchange a few token blows with her, pretend to lose, and retreat. He did not fear Han Ishu, only the Han family behind her. He would immediately cripple her, so she could no longer ruin his plans. All he needed was to hold Han Ishu back until Chu Feng killed me. After that, what became of her no longer mattered. I later confirmed this part of the action from those involved. At the dungeon entrance, I emerged slowly while holding Lich King's hand. Before I could collect myself, I sensed danger closing in. Soul shift. Without hesitation, I released countless skeletons and simultaneously moved Lich King and myself 100 meters away. The Tier 3 professional Chu Feng had no idea what happened before his blade struck the 2 skeletons left behind. One slash reduced them to shattered bones scattered across the ground. What happened? Chu Feng panicked at the sight. A man and woman had clearly appeared before him. How had they suddenly turned into 2 skeletons? Is that the kid's special ability? Holding his long saber, Chu Feng scanned the area and quickly found me in the distance. Kid, you react quickly. You actually dodged my attack. A cruel smile appeared on Chu Feng's face as he looked at me 100 meters away. No wonder the young master takes you so seriously. Killing you too easily really would be boring. I could not be bothered to answer his taunt. With an icy expression, I asked, why are you attacking me? Why? Kid, you aren't qualified to ask questions. As he spoke, Chu Feng slammed both feet into the ground. Explosive power erupted, and he shot toward me. So fast. Chu Feng's incredible speed tightened my heart. At this level, neither my normal skeletons nor the newly created stealth archmage skeletons could stop him. I activated Soul Shift again and evaded Chu Feng's second attack. Yeah, you aren't strong, but you're good at running. In that case, I'll take my time playing with you. When I inexplicably appeared behind him again, Chu Feng remained unhurried. But Chu Ran saw what was happening from the other side and grew anxious. Chu Feng, stop wasting words. You've already attacked him. Kill him now. Yes, young master. At his young master's order, Chu Feng stopped delaying. A tremendous arc of blade light erupted, opening an enormous gap in the skeleton army attempting to surround him. This was the 4th innate skill of Chu Feng's SS rank Radiant Swordsman class, Brilliant Light. Every attack released a high damage, wide-ranging arc of radiant blade energy. That innate skill alone made it impossible for the skeletons to surround him. After 2 or 3 consecutive teleports, Chu Feng also understood the mechanism that let me vanish and appear elsewhere. So, you can exchange positions with these skeletons? In that case, I'll destroy every one of them. Then you'll have nowhere left to go. In mere seconds, thousands of skeletons vanished. Phew, so it still won't work. I had planned to use my old method. Trap the Tier 3 professional with normal skeletons, then have the stealth archmage skeletons focus fire. Clearly, the normal skeletons could not help at all. Unwilling to waste more time, I waved a hand and recalled every skeleton into the summoning space. Well, kid, frightened now? Surrender quietly. When the skeletons vanished before him, Chu Feng laughed. No matter how gifted the genius, a gap in actual strength still makes him helpless. In that case, I'll send you to your next Li. Before Chu Feng could finish the word life, his arrogant expression vanished. He closed his mouth and froze, not daring to move. Chu Feng, what's wrong with you? Attack him. Chu Ran grew frantic at the sight. Why was Chu Feng wasting time? How could killing one Tier 1 professional require so much trouble? Before Chu Feng could reply, the two of them witnessed something overwhelming. A dark red circular portal roughly 2 meters across appeared near me. Both Chu Ran and Chu Feng, who had been about to attack, were terrified. Why is Tianshui City's guildmaster here? Damn, we're finished. When the dark red portal opened beside me, Chu Feng had already raised his blade. In the next instant, a middle-aged man stepped through the spatial passage and placed himself between me and the Chu family. The newcomer was Lin Chongfeng, guildmaster of Tianshui City's Awakened Professionals Guild, a LV 60 professional at the peak of Tier 5. I had not recalled my skeletons because I was surrendering. I had simply confirmed the difference in strength. Chu Feng possessed the SS rank Radiant Swordsman class and had reached the peak of Tier 3. Every other guard Chu Ran had brought was also Tier 3. Normal skeletons could not lock them down, and my newly fused stealth archmage skeletons could not withstand their direct attacks. So when Chu Ran called for help, I called for mine. Before Chu Feng could strike the killing blow, I crushed the red alert source stone Lin Chongfeng had given me. It did more than issue an ordinary warning. It opened a spatial passage that brought Lin Chongfeng directly to my side. Lin Chongfeng surveyed the scene. The fallen Chu family guards, the blade in Chu Feng's hand, and Chu Ran in the distance told him everything he needed to know. Why is the young master of Yingzhao's Chu family leading a group of Tier 3 professionals in an attack on a student who only just entered Tier 1? Chu Ran's face turned pale, but he forced himself to answer. Guildmaster Lin, you misunderstand. We heard that Tianshui City had produced a genius. We only wanted a friendly spar. Lin Chongfeng looked at Chu Feng. The peak of Tier 3 sparring with Tier 1. Chu Ran immediately changed his story. These people are only responsible for my safety. Since we aren't welcome, we'll leave now. He turned and ordered a retreat. The dozen-plus guards began to disperse. Before Chu Feng took a second step, however, Lin Chongfeng vanished and reappeared with one hand around the back of his neck, forcing him to his knees. I'll ask once. Who ordered you to kill Yi Yang? The pressure of a Tier 5 professional descended. Chu Feng did not dare entertain the thought of resistance. Chu Ran. He ordered me to attack. I was only following orders. Chu Ran's steps visibly faltered, but he did not dare look back. Lin Chongfeng did not pursue him. He first confirmed that I was unharmed, then ended Chu Feng's life in front of everyone. It happened quickly, but the boundary was unmistakable. Anyone who crossed into Tianshui City to assassinate a protected professional would pay the price. Why didn't you chase the others? I asked. I could catch them, but I won't leave you here alone. Lin Chongfeng released his grip. I'll deal with the Chu family directly through Yingzhao City's guildmaster. They won't dare return anytime soon. Then he removed another red alert source stone and handed it to me. Keep this one with you. If another high-tier professional threatens you, don't force yourself to fight. Use it immediately. I accepted the stone. These must be rare. How many do you have? I've been guildmaster of Tianshui City for almost 10 years. I can spare 5 or 6. Protecting a newcomer who can solo Shura dungeons is more valuable than leaving them in storage. Only after confirming that no danger remained did Lin Chongfeng reopen the spatial passage and leave. Li Qing and I prepared to return to Tianshui City, but Han Ishu hurried after us. Only then did I learn that she had also come to the Venom Marsh entrance. Yang, are you hurt? You scare me to death just now. She reached out to pull me closer, but I stepped aside. Miss Han, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Why did you follow me here instead of going to Qinyang? Nothing happened between Qinyang and me, she explained hurriedly. It was only a misunderstanding. You're the one I've always loved. Whatever relationship you have with him is none of my concern. Lich King stepped between us. Miss Han, please move aside. We need to return to the city. Han Yishu immediately turned her anger on her. Lich King, you don't truly believe Yang likes you, do you? He's only using you to make me jealous. She moved around Lich King and looked at me again, her tone softening. Yang, I know you're still testing me. 3 years of love can't simply disappear. Stop spending time with her. Let's start over, all right?